Leverage in Bitcoin and crypto. There is too much leveraged players in it. That's why we had the washout, and I think there's more stability at these levels here. But no, we don't see that much implicit leverage. For the scale of the capital markets today, the leverage is not as large. I mean, that doesn't mean there's not pockets. But no, I as I said in my prepared remarks this morning, I'm very bullish on the markets over the next 12 months. I think the technological revolution is going to power better margins for more companies. I mean, think about BlackRock. We've raised our margins increased by 260 basis points over the last 12 months.
TA thinking about Bitcoin? Well, just like law enforcement, I guess, we are excited as well because, as you know, people may have thought Bitcoin was anonymous, but I'd say it's pseudonymous, right? It's not truly anonymous.
He might have been sleepy, but boy, he could create inflation like nobody. And I inherited that, and I got blamed for it, and it's not my fault.
All of these things have added up to a level that we're booming. The country is booming, and we'll have Iran defeated soon. They'll be defeated very soon. And then I guess it'll be even better. But even during this, it's been amazing. I mean, to think. So I call it a military operation, but I call it whatever you want. It's incredible. It's like it hasn't made a dent. A lot of people thought oil would go up to $350 a barrel, and today it's at $79. A couple of days ago, it was at $68. It went up a little bit because I had to take tough action. Yeah. Because they did not. They thought I was obey what they're supposed to obey. I mean, they just didn't do it. To kill me. Wall Street tried to bury me. But it'll all, when that settles down, I think you're going to have $55 oil, which is all great for what you're doing, maybe less than that.
Hey guys, Carlos Cortez here. I hope you are doing well. If you're tuning in from the audio side, Apple Podcasts or Spotify, definitely like and subscribe or download. If you're watching this on video on Rumble or even YouTube, definitely give us a like and subscribe if you don't mind. Some little housekeeping rules here. Also, everything on this podcast is meant for information and education purposes only. Although I'm a licensed financial advisor, today and all other podcasts are not investment advice and should only be used for information and education purposes only. Now, with all the legal jargon out of the way, I hope you are doing well. Hope you're enjoying your summer. I don't know about you, if the dads, moms out there, you're going crazy because you don't know which camp to put your kids at because you don't want them sitting around on their tablets, on electronics, creating bad habits. So that's where pretty much all of America's at right now. But wherever you are at, I hope you're staying active. I hope you are not too far off your routine, but enjoy these moments because these kids are going back to school and shoot, over here in Florida in another 3.5 weeks. So summer's coming to an end very quickly. But before they go back to school, I just wanted to talk about the markets, talk about not just back to school, but man, this is getting crazy, y'all. This is getting really crazy. The digital ID system is so it is just so in your face right now. You cannot hide what is happening right now. We're going to talk about this. KYC is taking a whole new level with the acts, especially in the crypto world, in the crypto markets. People bought into crypto because it was DeFi, because it was anti-Fed Reserve. It was anti-CBDC. And so what we saw the past 5 years is, you can't take the guns away from us. You can't take our right to bear arms. But what they can do is make it harder to own it, harder to access them. And the same thing is happening with crypto. The beauty about crypto was it was supposed to be decentralized. Bitcoin is decentralized. It's supposed to be DeFi, and DeFi is such a huge run. You have Chainlink, a great Ethereum blockchain based, kind of like a bridge, like the toll that connects all the Ethereum ecosystem. I mean, there's so many good projects out there. I'm not bashing crypto at all. I'm a big crypto guy. I I believe there's value there. But here's the situation. People bought crypto to think they were going to be anti-CBDC and decentralized, but all that is changing. You see, the crypto banks, or exchanges, I would say, are implementing the Patriot Act. Anything that's financially related is basically having a KYC. It is not just subject to the financial brokerage firms. It is subject to social media now. Now, if you want a blue check, a blue star on X or on Facebook, you got to submit your driver's license. We'll talk about the driver's license, how that is now going digital, how they are going to be talking about the digitization of your ID, almost like a COVID. What was that thing in New York and everywhere? They wanted you to have a vaccine card. Well, instead of having a vaccine card, you're going to have a driver's license card, a digital card, where if you get pulled over, you just hand them your phone, and everything is basically like chipped in your phone, your driver's license. When you walk into a bank, you don't need to spew everything out. Just like a chip or the mark of the beast that we thought it was going to be, you're going to have everything on your phone, a wearable mark of the beast, a wearable digital ID. You walk into a bank, they scan it, they have all your financials, they have all your demographics, they have pretty much your freaking DNA. It will be a mobile MIB. Guys, this is going to this is going to be the rolling out of the red carpet of the social credit score system. I already spoke about track, trace, control agenda. I already spoke about experience sounds like experiment. TransUnion sounds like transhuman. And Equifax sounds like equitable, meaning you have to have equity into this system. And what equity looks like is you have to do what Benjamin Franklin was talking about. I love this quote. Those of you who give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Benjamin Franklin. Couldn't have said it any better. And how prevalent and relevant is those words? How forward-thinking that was back in his time for him to say that. And how, oh man, it's almost biblical what he just said. We're giving up some of the liberties, our financial liberties, so that we can be track, trace, control, so that we don't have to get our nice kangaroo leather or designer leather, pull out our driver's license, hurt our pinky nail, and give them the driver's license and bring in paper statements to say, hey, this is who I am. This is what I qualify for. No, digital ID, it's so much easier. And here's the thing, the more accounts that we have, the more subject we are, literally like a sitting duck. They have all of our information, guys, all of it. There is no walking away from this right now. You have been CBDC'd since March of 2023. You have been CBDC'd. This is not going away. And it's even getting worse, to the fact that we have agencies, 3-letter agencies all over that are partnering with FinCEN, that are partnering with GAO, Government Accountability Office, that are partnering with your state and local officials, that are track, trace, and controlling your bank accounts so much that they're creating their own blockchain. They're creating their own things that the Federal Reserve wants them to have. So I didn't even talk about the Federal Reserve yet. If you haven't heard about Green Money Solutions, let me tell you, a lot of retirees, they stick their money in their 401ks, they stick their money in their IRAs and their Roths, and they rely on stocks and bonds, even precious metals to grow their retirement, to get them to their retirement destinations. You need principal protection. You need an account that has ability to protect your money, grow with the index that you're currently already following with 100% risk. Now you have a principal protected account that will grow with equity-like returns, and more importantly, withdraw those funds while your account accumulates. If that is something that you're interested in, Green Money Solutions is a national brand that will protect your retirement. Over the past 22 years, our clients have successfully implemented this strategy to create a secure and safe retirement. Most advisors don't have access to this because they don't get paid to offer green money. All you have to do is go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out the information, and let's just have a conversation. So in order to open up a bank account, there's something known as KYC, whether it's a brokerage account whether it's a registered investment product of some sort. The Treasury, basically, the Board of Governors of Federal Reserve, and so this is not some conspiratorial thing. This is actually public information that the Fed just definitely has announced just over a month ago, is that the Federal Reserve on Thursday requested a comment on proposal to require certain payment stablecoin issuers to maintain an effective customer identification program. This proposal would introduce requirements for those stablecoin issuers that are comparable to the customer ID program requirements for banks and credit unions. This proposal is being used jointly with 4 other agencies. Comments of proposal are due 60 days after this publication. And so they want an answer actually by this weekend. So I'll be watching the news on the Clarity Act, the Genius Act. There are going to be some updates there, and I'll be updating you guys next week on it after I can process the information and just share my opinion about it. So here's a Fed just saying, look, these stablecoin exchanges and issuers, you got to have some KYC going on, because it's too much problems for us, the government, to try to track, trace, and control. So let's do the simple thing. We can't control Ethereum. We can't control Bitcoin. As a matter of fact, they get pissed off with Bitcoin because it's the only digital asset that you can't raise interest and manipulate the price. You can't produce more and print money out of thin air. You can't print more Bitcoin. So if you want to manipulate the dollar and steal your silver and pump up the dollar like they're doing now to steal your silver, and don't think for 1 second they're not doing it. I'll show you the charts on that. And you tell me if that's the conspiracy. Because the charts don't lie, homie. I mean, we've discussed that many, many times. But here, with this article, they literally are creating one of the safest spaces and secure spaces, now being more vulnerable to tracking you, since they cannot change the ecosystem of Bitcoin. They can change the laws around it, just like they did with our 2A rights, just like they did with guns. They can change the law of who can own a gun, where you can carry a gun, who can buy a gun, make it more difficult. Speaking which, when the CBDC actually gets fully blown effective and it's affecting your everyday life, which it is now, by the way, try buying a non-FDA product with your bank and see what happens instantly to your bank account. Be very cautious, because there are some clients that try to buy something that's out of the scope, and we'll talk about that. There's several agencies that align with this and already given problems to bank holders, which, remember, guys, you don't own the money in a bank. You say, here, sir, can I get another spanking? Ma'am, can I have my money? Like, literally, you got to ask permission to get your money out, because it's never your money. You literally gave it away to the bank. You legally gave it away to the stinking bank. These people that say, Carlos, well, this safe fund you had, I could have put it in a CD and made 5%. I'm like, please don't say that. You don't own the money in your CD. And if you only made 3.5%, 4% in a fixed account, be grateful, because you actually own the money. So yeah, would you rather make 5% at a CD in 6 to 8 months, or whatever CD garbage you bought that they don't even have insurance on it? They have FDIC, but you trust the government with the FDIC insurance. You don't own the money in your bank account. Don't believe me? You don't have to. Just go ahead and do your own research on it. Go ahead and ask whatever woke media you want to ask. OpenAI. Pause the video and say, hey, do I own the money in my bank account? And see what it tells you. I'm not blowing smoke up, you know what. This is how it is, guys. This is the financial system. For anyone that says any other, I don't know, maybe they're vaccinated, maybe they got, the mom dropped them when they're a baby. There's something wrong. There's something wrong with somebody that believes a bank is safe. We've been programmed and conditioned to think that it is. But I'm telling you that the FDIC does not have enough money to back up your money. This is why when you go walk into a bank and you say, I need $100,000 out of my savings or checking account, they're going to look at you like you got something growing on the side of your head, on your forehead, because they don't have it. Because it never was yours. They lent it out with the fractional banking system. They lent it out so that they can make their 8 or 9 or 10%, sending out to Joe the plumber, and you get peanuts. You ghetto citizen. Yes, you get peanuts. You might get a staggering 2% in your high yield checking account, or 3%, whatever it is. They lure you in. And here's the fun part: what the banks do. They'll say, you know, we're going to give you a 6% simple interest rate. I've even saw one bank saying a 7% CD, and they're smart in their marketing, and they can do this because it's not a security. They can say 7% CD, you got to qualify, you got to have at least $200,000 in this CD, and it's only 6 months, or I'm sorry, it's only 1 year, or it's a 5-year, right? The 5-year, it's a 5-year CD, and you get 7%. Sounds amazing. But what they don't tell you is that it's simple. So you bought this CD, right? You bought the CD with a simple interest rate. And let's just say it started at 7%. Hypothetically, I don't think there's any CDs right now paying 7% simple, but they do what's called a teaser rate. And so this teaser rate is to lure you in so you can do a certified deposit, also known as certificate of disappointment or certificate of depreciation. Call it whatever you want to call it. So you have a 1 year, right? For 1 year, you get 7%. That's $14,000 simple interest rate. Number two, year two, you make a 6% simple interest rate, and that's another $12,000. Year three, you make a 5% simple interest rate. That's $10,000. And then the following year, year four, you make a 3% simple interest rate, and that's $6,000. And then the final year, on the 5th year, you make a 2% simple interest rate. And total, with that scenario, if you could find a teaser CD, you're talking about $46,000 in interest. Now, what if I told you there's an account that compounds, that legit compounds with Green Money Solutions? You make pretty much the upside of the index. And let's just say it's 7%. Is what you're averaging. 7% compounding. Do you know what the huge difference is? So would you rather have the CD that's completely safe and backed by the FDIC, you know, the government? You're walking away with $246,000 after 5 years. Or you can get a compounding 7%. Of course, I'm not guaranteeing that. I'm not saying that's what you're going to get, but past performance is not indicative of future results. I'm just saying long-term what this has been averaging. But even a 7% compounding on a green money account, you're looking at $280,000 compounding. You still have access to the money. And oh, by the way, if you touch the CD, you can't touch it because now your teaser rate is gone. Versus green money, you have access to 10%, and your compounding does not get interrupted by fees as long as you stay within the 10% free withdrawal range. So there's such a huge difference that people don't even realize what they're getting into. But as we go into this track, trace, and control agenda, guys, it is getting so bad that now there are different 3-letter government agencies that I didn't even know existed that have a big issue with the DeFi, with the crypto. Let me show you this real quick. As it's not bad enough. I already showed you the Fed. I showed you that they want a customer identification program. So the NIST, the Computer Security Resource Center, digital identities, mobile driver licenses, accelerating development and adaptation of digital identity for financial institutions. So Ying Chung from NIST, William Fisher, Ryan Galuzzo, all these people on the board basically announced, and this was back in March of this year, saying that technical resources to help financial institutions use mobile driver's license, MDLs, for customer identification. The NIST special publication provides an updated reference, architecture, implementation details, and key findings for the project. Basically, some bullet points here. implementation and adaptation challenges, regulatory and compliance alignment, technological transfer and resources, and threats and threat model. So basically paraphrasing, this document highlights the challenges to the adoption of the MDL technology learned through engagement with collaborators, stakeholders, spanning technology providers, financial institutions, standards, bodies, and government agencies. However, additional insights on barriers to adoption can help focus the project and future phases of work in this engagement and standard development organizations. Number 2, the regulatory and compliance alignment. This document offers insight into the ways in which MDL online presentation aligns with existing regulatory structures. Number 3, technology transfer and resources. The document, as well as supporting resources, are intended to aid in the implementation of the technology in real-world environments. The project seems highly interested in additional resources and tools which further aid both technical implementation and broader adaptation of the technology. And last but not least, the threats and the threat model. The threat model proposed here is intended to act as a starting point for the members of the ecosystem to identify, prepare on how attacks shift in the mobile driver's license environment. Input on the approach specifies threats and mitigations that will be highly valuable in maturing this view, providing greater visibility into future risk. Holy cow. Did you understand any of that? Sounds like a geek wrote all that, but basically it's some corporate garbage and other ways to basically utilize what they seem is suitable to follow your financial transactions. And all this will be scored under a mobile driver's license. So this could be the real ID. And this is where the banks are headed to. They want this MDL technology basically to be the new KYC. In order for you to open up any account, you got to have a KYC system. This is where we're headed to. I want you to understand that this is a huge problem. This is a huge problem that is in the forefront of America. Now, it doesn't stop there, guys. This is just one layer, 2 layers. Because the KYC is so important, I don't think you understand what KYC is. KYC, if you look it up, actually, let's go ahead and look it up. So I just wanted to add AI and Google. You know, this is what the mainstream media uses. So KYC, what is it? It's know your customer, and there's a mandatory process by financial institutions to verify, identify their customers. So why it matters: it prevents crime. Supposedly, it stops money laundering, terrorist financing, and illegal funding. Ensures safety. It protects businesses from fraud and identity theft and legal compliance. Governments legally require banks and financial firms to do it. So me, as a financial advisor, there is a KYC process that Cortez Wealth Management has to go through, as well as all the financial institutions that we represent and move funds to. So here's how it works. You submit personal information, name, date of birth, address, pertinent information. They go through a verification process, through official documentations, through credible licenses, typically like a driver's license, a passport, a government ID of some sort, a state-issued ID, and then there's an assessment. Once we hear back that everything checks out fine, maybe it's LexisNexis, they will check the FinCEN. They check pretty much everything instantly, very similar to a prescription call, and they check the MIB to make sure that you don't have any cancer pills or anything that is terminal, so that they could issue you insurance, maybe life insurance or medical insurance, or there's an assessment. Same thing with financial. The institution checks your risk level for potential financial crimes. This is where it gets interesting. The documents typically required are government issue ID, like I just said, and proof of address, bank statement, rent agreement or utility bill, mortgage statement, those things. If you haven't heard about Green Money Solutions, let me tell you, a lot of retirees, they stick their money in their 401ks, they stick their money in their IRAs and their Roths, and they rely on stocks and bonds, even precious metals to grow their retirement, to get them to their retirement destinations. You need principal protection. You need an account that has ability to protect your money, grow with the index that you're currently already following with 100% risk. Now you have a principal protected account that will grow with equity-like returns, and more importantly, withdraw those funds while your account accumulates. If that is something that you're interested in, Green Money Solutions is a national brand that will protect your retirement. Over the past 22 years, our clients have successfully implemented this strategy to create a secure and safe retirement. Most advisors don't have access to this because they don't get paid to offer green money. All you have to do is go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out the information, and let's just have a conversation. So then there's something with the Patriot Act, because the Patriot Act is another fuel to the fire, so to speak, because ever since 9/11, what they did is they passed a law to help mitigate and to help divert financial crimes or terrorists. The Congress passed it right after terrorist attacks, quote unquote, terrorist attacks. Modernized surveillance. It updated wiretapping and surveillance laws for digital age. Holy cow. Information sharing. It broke down walls between law enforcement and intelligence agencies. Expand surveillance, sneak and peek warrants, permits law enforcement to search a home without immediately notifying the owner. Fights money laundering, forces banks to strictly verify customers. Detention powers, gives authorities the power to detain non-citizens suspected of terrorism. The controversy. Well, here's what it is. The privacy concerns. Critics argue that it violates civil liberties and the Fourth Amendment. Overreach. Opponents claiming it allows the government to spy on innocent civilians without enough oversight. This is nuts. So now what they want to do is they want to bring DeFi. They want to bring all the exchanges into this KYC Patriot Act agenda. And as I told you guys plenty of times, that God gave me this vision of how we were just like into this like digital concentration camp, that we couldn't do anything because everything's so wearable. Our phones are wearable. The Alexa, the Amazon dot on your desk or in your garage, Alexa, Siri, all these wearable AIs that have pretty much everything, your whole life. Collecting data. You add the quantum computing to all this. We are in a surveillance state, guys. We're here. Do you want your retirement to be in a subject of the hands of the government? It is no longer about rate of return anymore. It's actually the return of your money, the access of your money. This is getting out of hand, guys. Like, it's and to add more fuel to the fire, guess what there else is if any of this is not enough, I want you to check this out. I'm not done. I'm just talking about one or two things that are just disturbing. But there's a fatality here. There's the final boss stage. The illicit finance. This is from the GAO, the United States Government Accountability Office. Yes, an accountability office. State Treasury safeguards for providing access to information on corporate ownership. And U.S. companies aren't usually required to publicly name the people who own them. Yet, without such transparency, criminals could launder money or hide illegal activities. In 2024, the Treasury Department began requiring some companies to report owner identity information to its Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, also known as FinCEN. Treasury granted 6 law enforcement agencies to access this information. It also requires requests for access for additional agencies, government agencies. So again, we have a Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, also known as FinCEN, and basically collects and shares beneficial ownership information to help prevent misuse corporate structures to conceal illicit financial activities. Beneficiary owners are individuals who directly or indirectly own or control a certain percentage of ownership interest or exercise substantial control over a reporting company. In 2024, FinCEN began to securely collect, process, store, and manage it in an IT system beneficial ownership information submitted by required fillers. It also began to implement a 5-phase program to allow authorized users, such as the federal agencies engaged in national security, intelligence, law enforcement, to request access to the system. So great. Now the police, now pretty much everything in the government agency has access to all your financial information. And so through the GAO, they obviously did multiple studies on this, and you can view the report online. But guys, what I'm telling you is that we are in the matrix. I'm not here to fearmonger. I'm here to tell you, to alert you that it's time to get off the grid. Do you really trust the government with your money? Are you going to buy a Trump account for your kid? I don't care about the stupid $1,000. They can keep it and show it up there. You know what? This is not worth it. We're getting to a point where the government is handing out all these things and saying, oh, this is great. This is awesome. But all you're doing is signing up the same way you signed up for your bank, the track, trace, and control. You don't own the money in the bank. You basically don't own the 401k. You're a participant, and you sure as heck don't own your crypto anymore. Because even if you have a cold wallet, oh, I have a cold wallet, you got to sell the daggone thing. You got to put it in an exchange to get your money out, unless you're going to send it to a gold dealer that accepts Bitcoin, and then you got to sell the gold. There's always a loophole, I'm just saying. But guys, what I'm saying is that you don't need to go through all this. Imagine having your retirement in a precious metals IRA. You're in red money. Imagine having a Bitcoin IRA and having your whole retirement there. And now you got to divulge your whole financial life to the government through the KYC program. And unfortunately, this is where people are at. It is so important to have green money, to have money that's outside of the financial matrix, that you're backed by contract law, that is tied to your life. They cannot take anything from your life. They can try to tokenize it all they want, but at the end of the day, it is contractually written to you. You have a contract. You're backed by contract law. Your principal is protected. You're growing with the index. This is why I'm passionate about green money solutions, because it has helped millions of dollars and thousands of families all across our great country. I want that to be you. You needed a sound advisor that knows the system, that understands the system, that is a fiduciary, that has your interests at heart. More importantly, that someone that is aligned with you spiritually, financially, economically, politically, and academically, and also even medically, patriotically. Call it whatever you want. Because at the end of the day, if you hire some knucklehead advisor that literally does not believe in what you believe in, they're going to invest in things that you don't even agree with. So it'll never be in alignment with you, your family, or God. So it's time, guys. I can't stress this enough. This track, trace, control agenda is getting worse and worse every time I start to do more research on this. And I look at the charts, it's disgusting. So make sure wherever you're at, you don't have your whole life savings in the stock market, that you don't have your whole life savings in a bank IRA, that you don't have your whole life savings in a precious metal non-safe account. Your precious metal is not guaranteed. I told you guys, and you laughed. A lot of people laughed at me, and that's okay, because they're emotionally attached to their silver, and you got your ass kicked. I told you guys plenty of time in advance to start taking profits off. And no one listened. Some people listened and they heeded advice. But all I had to do was look at the charts. I could care less about your feelings and your emotions and what anyone says online. The charts don't lie, man. And so I predicted that crash. And what I'm predicting right now is more important than the actual silver crash. What I'm predicting now is that you won't even own the asset that you have. The way things are going with the track, trace, and control agenda, you got to start doing stuff now, because this is serious. This is actually a program to take your money away. Here's the effed up part. The fact of the matter is the government is relying on your retirement as their capital. Straight up. Their view on your money is a whole lot different than your view on your money. You worked your whole life. You're paying into Social Security. You paid into the bank. You paid into your 401k. You paid into your mortgage. You paid into your kid's college fund. You paid into the prepaid education program for your child, probably in your state. You just paid into it. You worked into it. So yes, you do have a sense of entitlement when it comes to cash out your retirement check. The government doesn't view it that way. The government views that you received a tax credit. You were benefiting from their program. You decided to implement the tax deferral that they promised. You decided to partner with the government, handshake with Sam. And now you owe them. And part of that is them monitoring you to make sure that they got the leather belt to smack you when you're old and nimble and vulnerable and take your money. And if you don't give them the money while you're alive, that's okay. They'll get it when your children get it. And they'll punish them. This is the state that we're in right now, guys. You can avoid all this. All you got to do is go to greenmoneysolutions.com, fill out the information, book an appointment. Let's just have a conversation, make sure it's right for you. You don't need to be relying on the stock market, the banks, none of this garbage. It's all red money. And just so you know, the definition of red money is a place where you put your assets. Typically, it's securities. Typically, it's stocks, bonds, mutual funds, real estate, crypto, precious metals, MLPs, non-traded REITs, variable annuities. Typically, these accounts have a passive buy and hold strategy where all of America gets hurt. Here's the crappy part is that red money is mutual funds. And you know what the number one asset for mutual funds is? 401ks. And you know how much money we have in qualified 401ks? Over $50 trillion. So the government already knows how they're going to pay Israel, how they're going to pay Taiwan, how they're going to send another stupid check to Ukraine. They already know because they have your capital because you haven't done anything. The biblical concept of this is the passive will pay the penalty. The passive will pay the penalty. So how passive do you want to be? You've worked your whole life for you just to sit back and do nothing and trust a company, a red money company that doesn't even align with what you have, that hold the flag, the demonic flag right in front of the American flag come June? No, man, that's not it. That's not it. We don't want to fund that garbage. And men, it's your fault, men. It is your response, not your fault. It's your responsibility to protect your family and their legacy because a good man provided for their family also produces an inheritance to their children's children. That is your God-given call, your responsibility. And you can't do the Lord's work without knowing, without producing fruit, without making action, because you're going to pay the penalty if you don't do nothing. And it's not how much money you make. Trust me. I have clients that worked at McDonald's that literally saved as a bagger all the way up to a general manager. I have clients that are just janitors, honestly, that work at a grocery store for 20, 30 years, and they got millions. Because they stayed faithful to their job and they invested in a 401k and we helped them convert it over into a tax-free bucket. But they got millions, man. It's not about how much you make. It really is systemizing how much you can save in the right buckets and being able to retire off a nest egg. 5-6% withdrawals a year because they're making that and some every single year with no fees and no risk. Of course, past performance not indicative of future results and client testimonials doesn't mean it's going to happen to you. We understand that, but you got to start carving out money into a safe bucket, not just from stock market crashes, man. But I'm talking about takeovers. I'm talking about financial reset, financial inoculations, account registration, hijacking, thinking that you own something when you really don't. How many of you guys have learned that you don't own the money in your bank? You don't own your 401k. You barely even own your IRA. You've never paid taxes on it. You don't know how long it's going to last you. And tell me what's going to happen and what you're going to do with it to make it last for the rest of your life. I'll sit back and have my popcorn. Tell me what you're going to do, because that's my job. And that's what people don't realize is that, yeah, you got $1 million in your IRA. Great. Tell me how long it's going to last you. You got $1 million in your 401k. Maybe you got $2 million. Great. Tell me how it's going to last you. What are you going to invest in? Or you can just call me, because I'm here. I'm here to be a solution for you. I'm here to not sell you on anything. I'm here to guide you. I will do this. I will continue to do this. This is my God-given talent, and this is my ministry. Literally, if I can help you retire, get the money game out of the way, and if I can ask if your name is in the book of life, but my heart, and why I get on this camera every week, twice a week, and almost every day on different networks, is because I want to ask you, is your name written in the book of life? If we can have a common ground and talk about something I'm pretty good at, which is retirement planning and making sure that you're safe and secure and that you can avoid the nasty pitfalls that I've seen many Americans fail to in their retirement, it breaks my heart. Do you think I like seeing Aunt Susie being a Walmart greeter? Literally breaks my heart. No one helped her. Maybe it was her fault. Maybe she didn't know how to save. Maybe she didn't know what saving vehicle was. Maybe she lost something in 2008 and got scared and moved to cash and never rode the upswings. She could have been spending that time, instead of a Walmart greeter or working at Home Depot, she could have spent that time with her kids had she had the right advice. She could have been helping somebody in church go through a painful situation. That's my mission, to avoid those. Nothing wrong with that. If you want to do that because you're bored at work or whatever, there's nothing wrong with that. But you shouldn't have to do it because of a necessity. You should only have to work in retirement because it's a luxury, because you wanted to. So if you're 40, 50 years old, give me a call. If you're 60 or 70, give me a call. Doesn't matter what stage you're in. I want to work with you, but I only want to work with God-fearing patriots. I only want to work with people that align with my values, your values. I am not desperate. I have told plenty of people go kick rocks, pound sand. I am not desperate. I am not a good fit for everyone, nor do I want to be. Because I truly want to work with people that love this country, that love their family, that love themselves, and that love the cross. And if that's you, give me a call. I'm more than happy to help. Or you can visit greenmoneysolutions.com. We can just have a simple conversation. But it is time to wake up, not be programmed by what podcasters are saying or what influencers are saying. Because look, they are not licensed. They get paid. Majority of those people get paid by the opposition, by the Zionists, by people to change their message. And they're so good at what they do, they will make the message seem like it's a part of them. In reality, it's there to produce results, to produce views, so that they can charge X amount of dollars to whoever is saying, hey, we'll give you $40,000 a month if you talk about this and do some live reads and place our banner ads on your podcast. Guys, I do not even entertain these companies. I don't do it because my message is authentic. I pay for my own podcast. I have clients that actually donate to the podcast so that I can keep on airing. This stuff's not cheap. And it's very, very powerful. It hits home because they support this message. They support the work. And you know who you are. And I pray a blessing over you and your family, because you are a leader and you are a child of God. Anyways, guys, I appreciate it. Do not forget to get your peptides from Get Me Lean USA. There's a beauty peptide for you ladies if you want stronger hair and skin and better looking nails. I don't know too much about that, but you can go to getmeleanusa.com and look at the new beauty peptides. For all others, if you want to lose weight and get that scale looking more favorable for you and lower your A1C and sleep better and think better, focus better, go to getmeleanusa.com, get you a performance pack. It's a monthly subscription. If you go on a monthly subscription, I believe it's 10% off. You can cancel anytime, by the way. I don't make a ton of money on it, but the products, I can put my name behind it. They're awesome. The drinks are great. They have this energized drink. It's blue. It tastes a little tangy, but man, it motivates you in the morning, or maybe you get an afternoon slump. Instead of a coffee that's going to make you crash a few hours later, all you got to do is pick up a energized from getmeleanusa.com and see how it changes your afternoon. You might take that walk. You might just mow the lawn after putting it off. You might actually get some stuff done. Well, anyways, go to getmeleanusa.com if you would like to order some. It does help out. All the profits help out with this podcast. But more importantly, if you need help with your financial picture, just go to CortezWM.com. You can book an appointment directly there, or if you want information on green money, go to greenmoneysolutions.com. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe our YouTube channel, Spotify channel, as well as Rumble and Apple Podcasts. All you got to do is look up Scriptures and Wall Street, and you should see our show on all those major platforms. God bless you guys. I'm out of here, and we will talk soon. See you this weekend. So how many times have we gotten lost in the minutia of the everyday life? We've gotten fat, we've gotten lazy, we've gotten complacent, not just in our faith, but also our fitness, maybe our finances, maybe our marriage, maybe our family. But we've gotten complacent, and we constantly need to continue to grow. And one of the things I was weak at was in my fitness. As a former athlete, I thought I had it all. My ego got in the way. I'm like, I'll do it later. I'll do it later. Up until now, I have been able to focus on my fitness. For those of you who've been following me for 3 or 4 years, you understand that I've gained a lot of weight. I've used the excuse of having 4 kids, a marriage, a business, helping out at church, all these excuses. And I keep putting myself in the back burner. This is deadly. And what I love about this company, what I love about taking ownership, is that GetMeLeanUSA.com has the ability to introduce natural, groundbreaking peptides. What your body demands, what your body needs to release those fat stored cells, to build muscle, to gain your physical being back to where it's naturally supposed to be. We're not talking about big pharma saying we're going to come out with the weight loss drug. We're not talking about losing muscle. We're talking about gaining muscle, gaining your physique back, controlling your appetite, giving you the edge that you need to help you get your body back in check the way God intended it to be, by using his resources with America First products, with America First company that aligns and believes in what you believe in. Introducing GetMeLeanUSA.com. Get in. This is going to be groundbreaking, huge business opportunity, as well as a huge groundbreaking technology that is going to change the landscape. So I know good things before I see it, and I highly recommend you get in. All you got to do is click the link below and get you some fit, get you some lean, and get fit and get lean. This is not going to do everything. Of course, diet and exercise, you continue your walking, continue your protein intake, but man, does it make it a whole lot easier to get in shape. Look at me, I've lost 60 pounds, but this is actually fundamentally a great recipe to get back in shape. And I can personally attest to the amazing effects of this product. So go to getmeleanusa.com. You won't regret it. You can cancel anytime. They're affordable and yet they're effective. And you are supporting our show. You're supporting yourself. You're supporting a mission. There is an affiliate program attached to it if you would want to share it with your friends and family. There's a whole nother opportunity there. But more importantly, let's get your fitness back in check. God bless you. Carlos Cortez here, signing out.
Hey everybody, Jason Burmis here. And I know it's an odd combo, but when we look at both the Conor McGregor situation over the weekend, and if you watched my walk and talk on that, we're definitely going to reflect on what I said there. And this kind of shock death of Lindsey Graham, it, from my thumbnail and me calling, this, their kind of era, because their eras are over. I mean, Conor's era in the MMA game has been over for a long time. I'm going to show you that. But as far as a huge money draw, that was not the case. And I'm going to show you how, again, like, we're marks for carnies. And the biggest gate in UFC history was that debacle. And we'll get to that. And then with Lindsey Graham, I mean it when I say it. I'm not here to do laps on Lindsey Graham. I'm going to talk about his policy. I'm not happy he's dead. I know there are a lot of people out there celebrating him. My big concern is that as much as I disliked Graham's policy, whoever they're putting in, and I mean whoever they're putting in, because that's it. Like, whoever they're deciding is going to take that place, because they're going to get the Trump endorsement. We'll get to that. Their policy is going to be just as bad, possibly even worse. And oftentimes, when I hear people talking about violent revolutions and revolts, and you're not voting your way out of this, I'm very sympathetic to the idea of you are not voting your way out of this. And that is a conundrum. But when you get into like violent revolts, do you think the people that win most of the time are any better than the people that lost? I would say the exception to the rule is the United States. And the United States recognized after their revolution that they indeed needed checks and balances, period. And then they needed a separate type of structure than that had come before. And I agree with that, 1,000% over. But the truth of the matter is, we don't really have those checks and balances for a certain class level. And, even with somebody like McGregor, who isn't really, amongst the quote unquote elite or predator class, is a social climber that's still trying to get there. Okay. And that's one of the things that makes him the most dangerous, is that he has this hypnotized following. When I say this is the reflecting pool, again, Lindsey Graham was an establishment politician that now died in office. And you look at Mitch McConnell, there's another great example. We're not even going to speculate as to, what's going on with McConnell. We're not even going to speculate, because I know there's a lot of, obviously the mainstream version is that some type of heart disease and, suddenly Lindsey Graham is dead. I know that people are talking about whether or not he was still in Ukraine and the Russians may have taken him out, and this is propaganda purposes. It's not what this video is about. Okay. Certainly we should be questioning everything that comes out of our government's mouth, especially when we're talking about foreign policy and foreign wars, which, again, we're going to show you here. But if you watched the UFC event, a lot of you guys know that I am a huge mixed martial arts fan. All right. And for me, the card was awesome. And it could not have ended in a better way. Let me explain to you why. First of all, The other fights were top tier. There's only a couple, semi snoozers, very competitive fights. Gable Steveson, who is this Olympic wrestler, came in there as the big. First of all, the odds, as I'm going to show you, were nowhere near where they needed to be. Max Holloway should have been a 4 to 5 to 1 favorite in that fight. I mean, a fight that really didn't even take place, but we'll get to that in a moment. Gable Steveson, I think, was something like a crazy. His opponent was an 8.5 to 1 dog. All right. And that means on the other end, it could have been even crazier than that. And I think they were talking about something else. That was a close fight. The kid didn't have a ton of fights. He didn't utilize his wrestling in the manner most people thought he would. Instead, he struck, with a big heavyweight who definitely did not come there to lose. Great fight. There was a lot of great stuff there and showcases for the sport. The problem was the whole thing was set around an abomination of somebody that not only can't fight anymore. I want to make that extremely clear. And I was talking about that in my walk and talk, how difficult this sport is. Forget about the 5 years off. The guy hadn't really won a fight, and I'll show you this in a moment, in almost a decade, which was probably his best performance against Eddie Alvarez, a real champion. God bless Eddie. Talk about a tough, grit guy. I would say that's probably it. I mean, not probably. I know most people will say like Aldo or something like that. That's his best performance ever, is the Eddie Alvarez fight. Eddie is a stone cold killer, okay? But that's 10 years ago. And they fooled the public, not only thinking this guy was going to fight and be a fighter, to the point where people spent more money to go there than any other event ever. And they cut the odds down to like 2 to 1. Forget about the fact that the media souped him up, and I'm going to show you this. Tried talking about like he was a man of God. And remember when the first initial sexual assault stuff was coming out late 2018, because it happened in December, early 2019, they were he's a family man. He was out in a purple suit with his new baby over at the Super Bowl. He's a family man. This is all regurgitated PR nonsense. And, there's a reason that the UFC, after, being bought up, merged with the biggest carnival. I mean, first of all, the United States and the propaganda machine, that's the true dark carnival we live in. Okay. But pro wrestling, I mean, they're not even shy about it. It's as carnival as it gets. I enjoy watching, Dark Side of the Ring, okay? Because it shows you kind of the behind-the-scenes stuff. And I know everybody knows that wrestling is like drama and fake and an act, but people love that stuff to the point that they believe the other carnival stuff outside of WWE wrestling. And WWE and UFC are the same company at this point, TKO. I haven't seen the Paramount numbers, but this one may have actually beat the White House. It couldn't have been better because the karma that came for all the people talking up McGregor, and I'll get to exactly what they were saying in a bit, that nobody got really injured or hurt. I'm not, again, as much as I don't like McGregor, I want him in a prison cell. I don't want him dead. I don't want to watch him just get severely beaten like he beats women. Okay? I don't want none of that. This was the best outcome. Something completely embarrassing. And then all those people, despite knowing what's out there, whether they remain willfully ignorant or not, or know about it and then buy into this new Jesus motif, you got what you deserved, right? You absolutely, people that bet on him, you got what you deserved. That's the kind of karma I can get behind it, and it's real. But it's also a reflection on how many marks are out there. So we're going to get into that. We're going to get into Lindsey Graham. We're going to get into the war in Iran, the new, none of it's new, foreign policy coming out of this, merging of what has already kind of been this, unsaid military foreign policy merger with Israel. I've always talked about this too. Yes, just like in the United States, certain factions will stab each other in the back, but Israel and the United States, foreign policy-wise, in many regards, do each other's dirty work, and many regards work in black operations together, just like they did in Iran-Contra all those decades ago. Okay? We're going to break it all down. Thumbs it up, subscribe, share, ring the bell. And if you're new, please go check out my other material. It's so funny. You do something on a subject like McGregor, and you get a bunch of newbies that have no idea what they're talking about. They act like, one of my favorite ones is, the allegations only came out when he started running for politics. No, that's not real. Covering it since 2019. That's like a dumb talking point that you hear from other media influencers that have no idea about the case, right? I had somebody coming after me, I guess, because I did walk-in talks with my dog and I was stealing it from somebody else. First of all, I'm not the first person to do walk-in talks, okay? But I've probably I've resurrected this channel in 2018? Probably been doing walk-in talks since then with my dogs. Like, it's funny out there. Please consider supporting the broadcast. Buy me a coffee / Jason Burmis, $5, $10, $15. It absolutely means the world to me. I want to thank some recent donations. Jason, thank you so much. Resist NWO 1984, Alex Array, thank you so much. And of course, Knicker Twist Copperbee, thank you so much. We've also got the PayPal down below. You can also give me a follow on X, another platform just like this one that extremely limits my reach. But if you actually want a good news feed, we got a lot here that other people are not covering. Okay, so, and at the top, if you've never seen my presentation on transhumanism, it's not this format, and I think it is extremely relevant to this day. So let's do it. Let's start here. And here's my point. This was a $25 million take at the gate. Biggest ever. Not just UFC, biggest gate ever for any kind of sporting event like this. $25 million. Okay? Now, they did $22 million at the Sphere. Anybody who knows about the Sphere and the ticket prices there for, like, you're going to see Metallica, we're talking $1,000 plus for a seat. All right, so that many people actually thought that this guy could still fight. Okay? I mean, pretty wild. Now, let's look at the reality of this situation. Okay? He had lost to Dustin Poirier in 2021. Okay, so literally 5 years ago, where like he busted his leg so bad, career-ending injury. He lost to Dustin Poirier before that, okay, in just 2 rounds by getting TKO'd. If you watch the Donald Cerrone fight from January 2020, okay, I'm not saying it was fixed, but it sure didn't look like Donald Cerrone wanted to be there. And if you forget, I was doing videos on this, and this shows you again the corruption train, the reality. The UFC knows in 2020, that McGregor is a brutal, violent, serial abuser of women. They absolutely know it. In fact, they're not letting him come into the country because he may be under criminal investigation at the time. Actually, he is under investigation. They just never criminally indict him. All right? Dana White meets Trump on his plane for a meeting, and somehow, some way, all of a sudden McGregor comes into the country. And then when they have the press conference and somebody asks McGregor about, the allegations or whatever, Donald Cerrone jumps in and that's not what we're here for. We're going to raise the roof and blah, 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 blah. McGregor didn't even have to answer the question. All right, so look, let's take that win away. All right, so now we're 1, 2, 3, 4 losses in a row, lost to Nurmagomedov. His last fight, again, the Cerrone thing, go look into it. I did videos on it before and after. It was disgusting. Eddie Alvarez in November of 9.5 years ago, the guy had a win. And they sold you on the idea that this guy could fight still. In fact, they made a joke commercial that they were airing throughout for another gambling site, because they wanted you to gamble right up until the moment of the walkouts. And, they have live gambling throughout. So they want to get that everything is a casino at this point. Oh, my God. So I believe it was the Polymarket commercial. It wasn't Kalshi, although I think Kalshi had a bunch of ads. But it's McGregor in this disgusting room. He's in a bathrobe, and he's got this prosthetic, big fat guy thing on. He rips it. He's ready to go. And the marks love it. They love, love, love a Hollywood production. And that's why they paid to go see it live. And that's why, I can't, you'll never actually see the numbers on how many people gambled on that fight. But he only came in at like a 2.5, not like a 2.5 to 1 underdog. Should have been 5 to 1, 10 to 1. Holloway's a real fighter, still really fighting. He was going to mop him no matter what. And you know what? Kudos to Bisping for being the only guy that even towed the line a little bit on that reality. Everybody else was talking like McGregor has a shot. I guess Dominic Cruz shied away from it a little bit too. But essentially, Bisping said, Connor's got 1 round and then he's just going to get worked over by Max. Everybody, the excitement's in the air. Everybody knows I'm a huge MMA fan. And I call fights for caged aggression. I often think, if I got my dream job there, could I even do it if they're promoting this guy, if they've got this guy in the building? Those are the things that actually go through my head. And I don't know that I could. And by the way, if I did it, and even if I bit my tongue, how much of a hypocrite am I? I'd at least have to acknowledge the hypocrisy there. So I saw this this post here. All right. And it was right here. He said, seeing a R-word cripple and embarrass himself with millions watching, and all those who helped rehabilitate his image have to eat crow and feel disappointed, is a very great outcome. And he's 100% correct. And I said, the real karma comes for all those that paid mega money to be in attendance and root for the guy, falling for the fake hype he can still fight, or that he is not a serial, brutal, violent R-word, okay, that belongs in prison. And I'm going to stick with that. He belongs in prison. Now, before this fight, they start, he went on a spiritual journey. Let me tell you something, okay? Even with a guy like Trump, who I believe has fleeced the Christians and now gone full neocon at this point. And here's the issue, at least the rhetoric was good in the first administration, and then through the Biden administration, we could talk about the actions. The rhetoric's awful at this point. But do you really believe that he really believes in the Christian even ethos? I think Trump probably believes in God. Maybe he's an atheist. I don't know. But if you think that, he's really a Christian, and this is coming from somebody who does not claim to be a Christian. All right. But raised Christian. My niece goes to church on Sundays, pretty familiar with all of it. That's ridiculous. His actions, especially now, speak multitudes otherwise, but they always have. I've always talked about how, he was a serial misogynist, how he's very transactional, how things, including people, are like property to him. How, his gangster connections, just like the UFC's gangster connections, just like the Conor McGregor gangster connections, are very real. Again, you don't build mega buildings in New York and New Jersey without the mafia. And you certainly, in New Jersey, don't build casinos without the mafia. Just come on. So when I see McGregor come out and there's this big media push everywhere, it makes me vomit. And then I had to hear John Anik say, and I put this out there, is a new man, that McGregor is a new man, and he's found God. It made me puke in my mouth a little, okay? Like, again, Conor for prison, and we know what he does, period. Everywhere they had this. Even now, after it, Conor McGregor says the devil is testing him with the UFC 329 debacle, and he's going to go back to church. Again, I actually had some people making comments that, maybe he's a change. No, I know what he did, Jason. Maybe he's not a changed man. He's still saying he's innocent. Like, the first step in any kind of quote unquote 12-step program or recovery process is you admit who you've wronged and what you've done. And if he's still out there saying he's innocent, he's not. He's not. Had the guy come forward and said, I did it and I've done worse. All right. And I know I did it and I don't know how I can rectify that. And I can understand why everybody would be furious. Maybe then I would buy into any of this. He ain't going to church. He ain't trying to be a man of God. He's total and complete hot garbage. And if anybody, and again, we live in this weird dark carnival where he will probably fleece people for their money and beliefs again, having not really won a fight in a decade in some kind of circus show. And if the UFC partakes in that, they already just did. It's gross, but hey, the money talks. And Paramount Plus, dude, do you know how many commercials they ran? They had like I said, the card was awesome. But at the same time, it was the most commercial heavy card I'd ever seen for a service I pay for. I mean, they couldn't squeeze in enough advertising. That's who these people are. The cheese. Okay. So now I want to move on to the fleecing of the political system when a guy like Lindsey Graham, who, I mean, is very unapologetic about any type of military action, not only presently, but in the past, as I'm going to show you this insane clip to me. Again, I don't like killing innocent people. And in this clip, Lindsey Graham says to this woman when they're talking about Gaza, just flatten it. I mean, it's been flattened, by the way. But he also says we flattened Tokyo. We flattened Berlin. He's for all of it. What we did in Dresden doesn't matter. All right. So this is where we're going to start. And this is the type of lifelong politician who's cozied up to Trump for a very long time, and people don't want to admit that. I remember interviewing John Rich, the country music guy, and how they were all having dinner together, and Lindsey Graham and Donald Trump, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, the policy is what matters. And this is the lifelong politician you can't primary out and is about to be replaced with probably something much worse.
Look at the last few years since October 7th. Many people in this part of the world say what happened in Gaza does not align with Christian values. Killing children, killing mothers,
I'll be honest
killing
with
families
you.
who are not militants.
Yeah, I don't buy that at all.
Why?
Because what did we do in World War II? Did we think 1 minute about starving the Germans? Did we bomb every city to smithereens? So this
You
is a
compare
war. No,
October 7th to World War II.
Yes, I am. If you don't understand this is a threat to Israel's
And then they
survival,
flattened Gaza.
just flatten it. We flattened Berlin. We flattened Tokyo. Were we wrong to drop an atomic bomb to end the Japanese reign of terror? Were we? So my view, if I were Israel, I would have probably done it the same way.
Now, I just want to say this. Again, not going to attack. See why? See all this right here that I have to have the Japanese version? Now, you can find that video on like Instagram or TikTok. You notice I had to have the square version? That should be really easy to find. Let me show you what the narrative management that's going on right now. So this is what I typed into YouTube. Lindsey Graham, just flatten it, Berlin, and Tokyo. Let's look what I got. I didn't ask about Lindsey Graham dying. Lindsey Graham cause of death. Now, the third one down is that clip, which, I mean, again, that clip's been posted on YouTube dozens, if not hundreds of times, in much better quality, in the full quality, and just can't find it. Just can't have it. Narrative management, just keep going down. Funding on Ukraine, Senator dead, and Google wants to run your life with AI. It is getting rid of traditional search methods. Okay? Died of cardiovascular, sudden illness, brief illness. Did I ask, is death in there at all? No, it's not. Berlin and Tokyo are, just flat it is. And everything here is all about Lindsey Graham and dying of aortic disease. Okay? And Trump talking to him. This is an issue, man. And most people don't even think twice about it. So CNN tributes just pour in for the late senator. So this is also how CNN loves Lindsey Graham. You know, Lindsey Graham said Joe Biden was the legitimate president. And we're only talking policy here. Again, I want to reiterate this. I'm not happy the man's dead. It's not what this is about. CNN loves politicians like him. They act like he's like in the middle. No, he's a warmonger, just like you guys are warmongers over at CNN as well. The only time that you're critical of Trump is if it can gain you political points without hurting the military-industrial complex, without hurting the war machine, without hurting the defense contractors. Government Tate Reeves honors Senator Lindsey Graham as Mississippi flags fly at half-staff. So, again, lifelong establishment politician that is pro-war in every sense, that doesn't mind killing civilians, that hides behind Christianity. See all the parallels from the first part there? Right? Conor McGregor trying to make a political career and elevate himself with Christianity right now. More things change, the more they stay the same. Let's fly flags at half-staff. That's the America. We're the marks. This is the real reflecting pool. Okay? Marks on every level. And I've talked for years about how left-right politics are WWE wrestling in most cases. So you got Axios here. Again, inside Lindsey Graham's final push for Saudi-Israeli. He's a peacemaker. This is the headline they ran yesterday. And who's he with? Howard Lutnick, Trump's buddy. Yeah, you realize we're in the dark carnival yet? You realize this is the dark cartoon? My goodness. New York Times runs this, and this is the type of coordination. You know, again, New York Times has been awful to Trump in many regards. They put this out from a young age. Graham and his sister had a tight bond. And guess who Trump wants to take his place as the interim senator for South Carolina as they maneuver to see who they're going to install? It's going to be an installation. If you can primary Tom Massey out of Kentucky, not just with anybody, but with a guy that doesn't debate him, that doesn't have a base, that most people couldn't tell you his name right now, they're installing whoever they want. And the interim is going to be Lindsey Graham, okay? So just like, and if you watched my video on it, please do. I told you about the new Seth Rich information, and Tim Burchett has called on Kash Patel to release all records about the death of Seth Rich to the public, right? No, not going to happen. Again, even if they released some of the documents, are we going to get them all? Nope. And are we going to get any prosecutions? Nope. Is anybody going to jail? Nope. And this is the very understandable frustration of those that say you're not voting your way out of it. But again, I don't think that you're revolting your way out of it with force. In reality, you have to put so many pressure points And you need an informed populace, which I'm demonstrating right now. We have not just a misinformed populace. We have a populace that's willing to celebrate absolute monsters. Okay? That's the big issue. So you need mass protests, massive non-compliance. You have to go to, the MLK Jr. days of real sit-ins on issues that matter. Maybe the data centers are going to get humanity riled up enough, but we just failed on so much. I don't know. So I saw this yesterday, or maybe it was 2 days ago. Yeah, I think I put this out 2 days ago, a couple days ago, where, you have these people going, breaking. My Fort Pierce courthouse sources tell me prosecutor Dia Giovanni's team has the following Russiagate, Mar-a-Lago co-conspirators in his crosshairs. Lisa Monaco, Jay Bratt, James Comey, John Brennan, Peter Strzok, Andrew McCabe, and Lisa Page, among others. No one's going to jail, man. Nobody. You already had Strzok, I think, Page, I believe McCabe and Comey all, do the testify thing. Brennan, ex-head of the CIA. You think you're putting the ex-head of the CIA in prison? No. You had people worshiping Bill Barr, thinking Bill Barr was going to do stuff. Now you got Kash Patel. Like, come on, man. Come on. The Department of Justice has been a joke for a long time. They're often the cover-up crew. They're often the ones that put pressure on innocent people, as we saw throughout the Biden administration. And now we're not even acknowledging that in most cases, because it's been going on through every administration. It was just so much more visible during the Biden administration when they put an establishment guy that couldn't talk in, that clearly had onset dementia in the Democratic primary debates and impressed nobody. And where's the outrage on that? It was so bad that when they tried to rerun him, they couldn't. And they put in the most ineffective, do-nothing listen, even a guy like Dan Quayle had better PR and, a better perception under the first Bush presidency than someone like Kamala Harris, who she could not speak on another level. She could talk, words would come out of her mouth, but they were so embarrassing and ridiculous that most people just did not buy into any of it. So that brings us to where we're at militarily, okay? And this is out of APAC, United States-Israeli Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. Very dangerous. Listen, we already utilize so much of their technology, and they're already globally embedded into the United States, Europe, NATO, militarily, Five Eyes, all of it, and have been for decades. Again, if you were here for the intro, I talk about black operations with the United States and Israel, and one of the biggest examples out there that is documented, and most people have no idea that had anything to do with Israel, is Iran-Contra. And anybody can go look into that. And Epstein's got his fingers all over it. From Khashoggi to Douglas Lease to Pottinger. It's all there. So this isn't new, but now they're trying to get it into the public arena. They've already taken so many authoritarian actions in this country in regards to military force that the people get to say nothing about, that Congress, as corrupt as they are, get to do nothing about. We have declared war in 65, 70 years? We never declared war in Vietnam. Sure call it a war. Sure looked like a war. Sure felt like a war. Dennis Kucinich warns Congress is quietly merging the U.S. and Israeli war machines. Yes, they are. And it's not that quiet. The media is trying to spin it. The mainstream is either telling you it doesn't exist or marginalizing it or saying it's a great idea or all three. It's real. And just like I told you, as soon as they started, quote unquote, bombing these Iranian nuclear sites, that it wasn't ending then. I told you the Maduro thing was bad news brown. And as soon as we started actually bombing parts of Iran and not just letting Israel bomb parts of Iran and Lebanon, it's the Strait of Hormuz, it's over, man. This is going on throughout the entire administration. And I said it in the very beginning, again, when these bombings of the nuclear facilities happen, if Trump wants to get assassinated, this is the way to do it. And I know that there have been those reports of Iran trying to take him out. I mean, if you're Iran and the United States has taken out your leaders, of course those plans are in place, right? Those contingency plans were probably already out there. But the truth of the matter is, are they capable of it? So if they are, okay, you've put yourself in a rough situation. But if they're not, the perception can be that they are, and another nation state or non-nation state or just a group, a cabal of individuals that are sympathetic or aggressive towards a certain geopolitical perspective of full spectrum dominance decide to take you out. It's on like Donkey Kong, and they got Iran to blame. Like, good luck, Donnie T. And I, again, not wishing it on anybody. This is bad for everybody. Kucinich, who's been very consistently anti-war, very consistently pro 9/11 truth. You know, he was in D.C. He spoke at that 9/11 event I hosted with the International Center for 9/11 Justice. I mean, what else do you want to hear? It's all big. And right now we got more military I mean, it's just popping off. Attack on Yemen airport. And Trump reimposes blockade and demands 20% tariff on all exports through the Strait of Hormuz as oil prices skyrocket. Yeah, so the no new wars thing was Johnny nonsense. Not real at all. The cheaper gas thing, not real. The fixing inflation thing, not possible with the influx of fiat currency during COVID 1984 and the transfer of wealth and resources on the grandest scale of all time in like a 2 to 3 year period. Not going to happen. They're pricing you out of technology to own. Okay. They're restricting your access to information right now, and they're promoting Carney style monsters like McGregor for the political arena, while establishment politicians like Graham, and it appears Mitch McConnell, Dianne Feinstein, another example, are literally in office until they die. We got problems. So look, I need you to thumbs this video up, subscribe, share, let people know about the channel. Say, hey, this guy, he's talking about things that you're not hearing anywhere else in the mainstream or the alternative media. And if you like what I do and you want to support me, I really need your support. I'm going to start cranking these, every day we got to get one of these out. We got to get at least 7 out a week. So you're going to be seeing me do this more and more. I need your support. $5, $10, $15. It means the world to me. Big donors. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Again, if you don't want to do the buy me a coffee, we've got the PayPal down below, and that helps tremendously. Phil, I want to say thank you to you. You're one of those consistent people that every once in a while hit up my PayPal and support this broadcast. So as always, notice we didn't harp on liberals or conservatives. It's not about left or right. It is about right and wrong. It is about the truth always. Okay? Truth is the ultimate love, and love is the ultimate truth. That doesn't mean it's comfortable all the time. I'll tell you what, though. I absolutely love you guys. And I will see you all on the flip side.
6 years ago, there was a global pandemic. And one of the side effects from that global pandemic, no toilet paper in stores. Fast forward to where we are now, there's an outbreak of explosive diarrhea, yet there's toilet paper everywhere. What's going on? Welcome to Accidental Education Reality Lab. I am your host, Tom Cunningham. And this week's podcast, this week has been really odd. Well, most weeks have been odd, but we've had a lot going on this week. We had the All-Star game in baseball. We had Trump's speech last night about election integrity and all the shenanigans that were going on in the 2020 election. And he also alluded to what had happened in the past, the mayoral race in Los Angeles. Plus, Lady G has departed this earth. And we got a proof of life of Mitch McConnell, which that picture is so weird, man. It's blowing my mind of how odd this weird proof of life photo is. We're also seeing the rise of socialism and communism and sort of the mainstreaming of it. And now we see the media kind of carrying the torch, which is really strange to me. But it's strange for a lot of us who grew up knowing, hearing about communism and seeing the effects of communism and socialism across the world and not wanting it and identifying it as an evil. But with younger generations, they're giving it a second look and they're like, it seems pretty good to me. And then also we have the rise of explosive, what are we calling it? Lettuce diarrhea. So we've got lettuce diarrhea happening in the United States, which again is really weird because when we had an upper respiratory infection, there was no toilet paper to be had. Now that we have explosive diarrhea, there's plenty of toilet paper, which I guess is a good sign, but you would think the reverse would be true, but in this instance, it isn't. All right, first things first. I think we should talk about the demise of Lady G. Yes, Lindsey Graham is no longer with us, had an aortic separation. And my grandmother, when she was 95, that's what finally did her in. Was she wasn't feeling well, went into the hospital, and while she was in the hospital, had an aortic separation. Nothing could be done for her, and she passed away at the ripe old age of 95. It's the same thing that John Ritter had back in, I think it was the early 2000s. And it's like, I can't remember the name of it, but it's like one of your arteries in your heart, or one of those tubes that goes into your heart, it just separates. And once that happens, death is inevitable. So that's the story that we're hearing. Initially, we were told that it was a heart attack. We also told that he was in Ukraine before he came back to the United States and had a heart attack at his DC place. And while he was touring a drone manufacturing facility called, what was it, Skyforce or Skydance or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember the name of it. Anyways, so out in the conspiracy world, which is a world that I like to dabble in, and I would say that I'm not a full-fledged conspiracy theorist, but I am more on the side of conspiracy theorists than I am on the normie side when it comes to any sort of official comment that I get from any government agency worldwide. So we're told that he was having a heart attack, it was an aortic separation, and he's dead. But then in the conspiracy world, we're hearing that the factory was attacked and he actually died there, and then his body was shipped back. And I don't know, there's video of somebody coming out of supposedly the apartment or townhouse where Lindsey Graham lived, and the paramedics were trying CPR on him, got him into the ambulance, took him to the hospital where he's later pronounced dead. I don't know, could this aortic separation happen because of something that he injected into his body, which he was a very staunch supporter of? I don't know, maybe. I've heard a few doctors, including Dr. Drew Pinsky, talking about how since some people elected to do this to themselves, this injection, that he's seen a significant rise in aortic separations in some of his patients. That's just one doctor. I don't know if it necessarily means anything, but it gets you to thinking about what exactly did some people put inside their bodies. For myself, I've buried quite a few friends over the last couple of years who have either died suddenly or have had turbo cancer. So I'm at the point now where I'm not ruling anything out, including this, what happened to Lady G. Moreover, I'm not a fan of Lady G. I would say probably early on, like in the early 2000s, maybe when I first started, engaging with politics and paying attention with politics, after my first daughter, or my only daughter, was born, my firstborn. And I was like, well, he seems like kind of a fighter, he seems like somebody. And at the time I was a Republican and was like, yeah, he's all right. He's a little bit weird, but whatever. He seems to be on board with what I was on board with Afghanistan, and, kind of loosely on board with Iraq. But, I felt that he was making convincing arguments why the war is important in Iraq and so forth. So, he just kind of flew under the radar for me. And it wasn't until recent years where it was like, I was thinking to myself, what is this guy talking about? Why does he want to go to war so much? And that's when I was like, dude, this guy is just kind of icky. And then you start hearing more about his personal life, and whatever you do with adults, that's your own business. I don't care. That's your thing. It has nothing to do with me. Knock yourself out. If the ladybug story is true, which I'm pretty sure that it is, whatever, have at it. But then one of the things that I noticed was after the announcement was made, people took to social media like they always do, and they were posting things like, rest in piss, you warmonger, fuck you, burn in hell, that sort of thing. To me, as much as I didn't like the guy, and I like to think that I coined the term Lady Graham, and that was kind of, I think that was my that was my gift to social media, was coming up with Lady G or Lady Graham. So anyways, when it comes to the death of somebody you don't like, I understand somebody like him, you're very emotional about how they were while they were on this earth, and I totally get that. But I also understand that for myself, I know it's, for myself, I'm uncomfortable with talking shit about somebody after they're dead, especially saying like rest in piss and that sort of thing. And I'm not going to ever tell people what to say, but at least for myself personally, and again, I'm no fan of Lady G, but I also, for myself, am not a fan of talking shit about somebody that's no longer here to talk shit about. I disagreed with him wholeheartedly on Ukraine, Iran, his stance with Israel, and our continuing funding of Israel, and what was going on in Gaza. I vehemently disagreed with him on a lot of those points. And, and while he was alive, I probably wasn't the nicest to him when talking about him. But in death, I'm not here to eulogize what a great guy he was, because I really don't think he is. From what I hear, he had a great sense of humor, and he was very quick-witted, and people liked being around him. That's great. I never met the guy before in my entire life, so all I know about him is what I saw on TV and what he supported. And for a lot of what he supported, I didn't agree with. But now that he's dead, I just, for myself, don't feel like piling on to him. What I think is more important to talk about is who's replacing him. And right now his sister is, which kind of strikes me as weird. It kind of strikes me as, the Republicans always make fun of the Democrats and saying, well, the Democrats, never get a chance to weigh in on who they want to be president, who they want to run for this office. They were given Kamala Harris. She was kind of anointed. by Biden. And same thing with Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders, got big-footed out of there, and then Hillary took his place. That's what we're seeing right now on, a smaller level with the Lindsey Graham's sister taking over for him, which it's like, and this has been done before. I mean, look at Debbie Dingell. There's been a Dingell in that representative spot since like the 1930s, since the seat was created. So I understand how Washington works. But to me, it's just, it's like, and I get it. Lindsey Graham represented more of the hawkish neocon side of the Republican Party. So if you want to keep that within the Republican Party, then you're going to take somebody who is most like that and mirrors that person and put them in. And what better person to fill that slot than his sister? Unfortunately, when it comes time for an election, I think there's a good chance that she's going to take that seat over. I think the Republican Party in South Carolina, the machine, the apparatus that they have is just way too powerful to get somebody like a Thomas Massie or somebody who is more of a MAGA side of the Republican Party in that seat. I don't think they're going to give that up. So again, never really liked Lady G, especially in the last few years. I would say the last 10, 12 years or so. I'm very uncomfortable with, bashing him, his private life, and just calling him out for being a horrible person. I think, however you feel about him is how you feel about him. But the bigger picture is we've come to a point in society where people, where people can actually articulate those opinions, and they do it through social media. And as far as, the benefits of social media, of people being connected worldwide and sharing their thoughts and ideas, it also gives them a spot to say something that they wouldn't naturally say in polite company. And those are some of the growing pains that we're going through right now. We're trying to normalize shit talk and not being polite. And we're doing it through social media, and we're bombarded by it. For myself, I've always been a little bit of a contrarian when it comes to trends. Excuse me. I've got something weird's going on with my throat, so bear with me. So being a contrarian when it comes to piling on and shit talking when somebody dies, especially somebody like Lindsey Graham, I'm just not going to do it. That's my own personal feeling on it. If you want to do it, that's your own business, not mine. But I think you hear the right always talk about, and the left, we have to get back to some, semblance of normalcy. And to me, normalcy is just being polite. You can disagree with somebody, you can despise somebody, but after they're dead, they're dead. They're going to have to meet our maker and do a lot of explaining. And in Lindsey Graham's, in Lindsey Graham's case, who knows what kind of explaining he has to do. We all have to explain. So I'm not going to say that his explanations are going to be, more than mine or whatever. I'm not going to make that comparison, but I'm just going to leave it up to Lindsey and God and let them sort it out. Also, I found it kind of coincidental that after Lindsey dies, that we get this weird proof of life photo of Mitch McConnell and his wife, Elaine Chao. Elaine Chao. And he's propped up in bed, and he looks like a ventriloquist dummy. And Mitch McConnell has always looked like a ventriloquist dummy just because of how, the fat in his face and the creases and everything. He looks like he has one of those mouths that, was put in there like a ventriloquist dummy. But the composition of the shot was really strange. You know, it's not as strange as Biden with the Carters, which is my all-time favorite presidential photo. But this one is weird because Elaine is behind him with her hand almost looking like it's in his back, as if she's manipulating a ventriloquist dummy. Now, is Mitch McConnell alive or dead? I think two things can be true at the same time. I think he can be so incapacitated that death is right around the corner. I don't think that's an actual photo of him sitting up and being alert in a hospital bed. Do I think that he's on some life support system? Yes. And why do I think that? Because Mitch McConnell represents the anti-Trump wing of the Republican Party, the more neocon side wing of the Republican Party. And there's no way on God's green earth that the neocon party wants somebody like Thomas Massie to come in and take Mitch McConnell's seat. That's just not going to happen. So they're going to keep him attached to life support as long as possible so they can say, oh yeah, Mitch is still alive. And when it's time to fill that seat, when they figure out who they want in that seat, and then the plug is pulled, and we're going to have all these tremendous eulogies on Fox News and the other, outlets. I can't remember, is it not News Nation? Can't remember the other one down in Florida. Anywho, talking about, what Mitch McConnell did, and they're always going to go back to the, not appointing Merrick Garland, which I think that was a good call on Mitch's part. But, Mitch is one of those old school neocon Republicans that, hasn't, he's still in the, mid 1990s in his line of thinking. I know he's not thinking right now, but that mentality, that neocon mentality, he was one of the ones that, is preserving that. He and John Thune and John Cornyn and all these other, the Mitt Romneys of the world. Ugh. They bug me. So it'll be interesting to see what happens to him. I guarantee you, though, when they have somebody to fill Mitch McConnell's seat, that's when we're going to see Mitch McConnell and, all these eulogies happening for him, or not eulogies, but retrospectives on his career. I don't know. A certain part of me is going to miss Cocaine Mitch, kind of like those freeze-ups that he would do. Not big fan of The Falling, but, just as kind of, yeah, so what we're going to do now is, yes, Merrick Garland, we're going to go in recess now. I always like that sort of part of Mitch McConnell. Elaine Chao, do we think she's a Chinese spy? Allegedly. I don't know. Your husband's in the hospital, supposedly on death's door, and you bolt to China for a little rest and relaxation. It's a bit sus. All right, speaking of communism, what in the world is going on with our younger generations? The younger side of the millennials, the Gen Z, the Zoomers. They're all thinking that socialism is a good thing. And we've seen, these Democrat socialists, which is funny to me. You're just a socialist. And again, we're getting back to language. And I'm all about pattern recognition. That's why I fall into the conspiracy world, because I see patterns developing and understand how they work. And being a television producer, I understand the story arcs, how to tell a story, how to produce a plot, how to push that plot forward, and how to make your plot pay off in the end with some sort of resolution. And this whole moniker of Democrat, socialist Democrat, or Democrat socialism, it's the same thing that we see over and over and over again with the left and also with the media. And that pattern is, if there's a term that they find to be negative, they figure out a way to soften it. So let's take illegal immigration. When I was a kid, there were always people who crossed the border with no documents were called illegal aliens. That's what we called them. You were illegal aliens. And then somewhere it turned into undocumented. Well, first we dropped aliens because that had a negative connotation, because it was like, oh, are these people from a different world? Are they from, a different galaxy? So that played into the empathy of a lot of people saying, okay, well, we probably, it's kind of degrading if we, refer to these people as aliens because they're actually human beings. So alien, that's not really a human. That's somebody from a different planet. So I'm not sure if I really like it, but okay, I'll go with it. I don't want to be called a xenophobe or a bigot or anything. So I'm just going to go with undocumented. And then we fast forward a few more years, and I'm trying to say this word, incrementalization, I guess. So the next thing to be changed is you go from undocumented. So what do most Americans share? We share the experience of somebody in our family being from another country and coming to the United States, an immigrant. Okay, so now you take that word and you put it with undocumented. So you have undocumented immigrant. Okay. So now it goes from illegal alien to undocumented immigrant. So you're taking a word that's actually very positive in the whole, in America, being an immigrant. Everybody can relate to it. Totally relatable. Let's use it. Because now what you're doing is taking away from the fact that they entered the country illegally. They become undocumented. They're also an immigrant. And then it becomes, well, don't you have any sympathy because they're coming from a third world country? And do you know how hard it is to get a birth certificate in Guatemala? Do you know how hard it is to get a birth certificate in Burkina Faso? It's almost impossible. So, let's have a little bit of sympathy for these people that are coming over. They might not have, the proper documentation like we would, but look where they're coming from. Do you really expect them to have all their papers in order? That's how you play on the sympathy, by constantly changing the words. And that's what we're seeing with socialism. Because now we've got, we for the longest time it was Democrats versus Republicans. And I do think the idea of the Democrats and Republicans is a good one, because people like myself who are on the middle or in the middle, or maybe lean more to the right than they do the left, I understand how you need both parties, and you need the thought process of both parties to have a successful country. And the way that I look at it is, you have got the right, the Republicans, who look after business and defense. And then on the left, you have the more creative people on that side. I've worked in Hollywood for over 30 years, and there are a lot of people in that business that I would not trust my checkbook to. But they're also some of the most creative people I've ever met before in my life. And I enjoy being around them because of the way that they look at the world. But I know that they don't have the skills to be able to balance a checkbook. Well, who balances a checkbook now? Or or come up with, some sort of a family budget. I'm in that camp. I'm very bad at budgeting things. I get money, I spend it, I don't think much about it. It's always seems to be there. Sometimes, being freelance, you sweat a little bit, when the next gig's coming and so forth. But I believe that you need the two sides. You need the right brain and the left brain. And to me, that's what the left and the right in the United States represent. The creative side and the analytical side. You have to have the two if you're going to have a successful country. But this creative side now is being hijacked by a side that wants everybody to be the same. And in certain ways, I understand that, because we talked about incrementalism, and let's go back even further to how we've gotten to where we are. We stopped keeping score in kids' games because we didn't want the losers to feel bad, and we didn't want the winners to gloat. So we've had 3 generations of people who are now grown-ups thinking that, well, competition isn't good because the outcomes are all going to be the same. So they're used to competing in an environment where the competition doesn't matter because the outcome is the same. So you've got millions of people who have that mentality now, who believe that capitalism isn't working for them. And I have to admit, if I were that age, I would think the same thing, because you look at the price, the median price of a home right now is $400,000. And you also look at the median price of the average income. It's nowhere near where it needs to be if you're going to afford a $400,000 house. So I understand why a big segment of those populations are disenfranchised. Because for the rest of us who were able to see the American dream through our parents, get to an age where we entered the workforce, the American dream of owning a house and going on vacation, that was all attainable. I remember buying my first house and getting a loan for $99,000, and the house was $114,000, and it came with a pool. And that was in Royal Palm Beach, Florida in 1998. I can't imagine what that house is worth now. And the house that my ex-wife lives in that I still own, sort of, that one has gone up in price. So I understand that mentality, because the future does look grim and bleak. And I also believe with the constant inundation of social media, and if you're 25 years old and you're looking at other 25-year-olds who are getting on private jets, flying all over the world and, going to parties in Ibiza, you're going to become a little bit envious, and you're going to get demoralized, because you think that, I'm seeing a peer do that. How come I can't do that? And it's easy. It's like a drug dealer who's like, hey, you seem depressed. I've got something for you. Take the edge off. You might like it. Here, try this. That's what I'm seeing with the younger generations. And the Democrat socialists are the ones who are the pushers. They're pushing a drug that will eventually kill you. It will make you become so addictive that you're going to ruin your relationships with your friends and your family, and your only allegiance is going to be to that drug dealer. That's the ultimate goal with socialism and communism, and the drug dealer being the government. I don't know what the answer is to try and turn around the thought process, or trying to encourage younger generations to feel like they can take the risk. And also too, with social media and taking a risk, these other generations want to conform. You seldom see somebody branching out on their own and saying, hey, I'm going to try this, for fear of getting roasted on social media. So a lot of them just want to go along to get along. But once you start doing that, then you start compromising with yourself. You might have the urge or the mentality of, entrepreneurship, and say, well, I want to start, my own coffee shop. But you're going to talk yourself out of it, saying, well, do I really want to take the risk? Because we've become very risk averse in a lot of circles. And I think the Younger generations are very risk averse. And I fault generations like myself, Gen X, who with our kids growing up, we're like, we were, a feral generation that kind of, just went outside and stayed outside all day and then would come home at night. I mean, you've all heard the stories. And then once we became parents, we overcorrected. And for a lot of us, we became overprotective of our kids. Oh, there's pedophiles that hang out in that park. There's, weirdos and, criminals over at the mall. And it just got to a point where, in a way, we wrap bubble wrap around our kids instead of encouraging them to go out and explore and learn how to be a human being and interact with other human beings. And for most of us, we did it out of concern for the safety of our kids, because a lot of us, including myself, came away with a lot of broken arms, a lot of skinned knees, a lot of fights. And as a parent, you don't necessarily want your kids to go through that hardship. But going through that hardship helps you develop the armor to go out into the real world and be able to deal with unpleasant situations. So with the lack of those abilities of coping mechanisms to deal with unpleasant situations, I really understand the appeal, because the government, and this is one of the ploys of socialism, is to make the government the parent for the child. I can't afford, my school loan payments. All right, that's fine. We'll take care of it. But in return, this is your job. This is what you need to do. You're going to work for the state. You'll be loyal to the state. That takes away any sort of agency a person has and makes them dependent on the government. And right now, it feels like younger generations would rather be dependent on the government, which the people who are pushing this, the Mandamis of the world, it's always the rich kids. Mandami's dad, multimillionaire. His mom does all right for herself. You go back in history, everyone who has pushed communism or socialism has always been very rich. They just want to make sure that they have theirs. And they also have this weird sort of sense of guilt about them not accomplishing anything and inheriting everything. And so that becomes, I've been put in a position where I do feel a little bit guilty that I've never accomplished anything, that built anything. So what I need to do now is to make sure everything is equal for everybody so I can come in and be the hero. It's a hero complex that these rich kids have. And it's a constant for these rich kids, especially on the left. It's primarily on the left. It's a Don Quixote syndrome. They come up in an environment where they have everything, but they never had to cross what seemed to be an unbearable obstacle to get to where they were. So they're constantly looking for windmills to fight. And communism and socialism have always been one of those windmills. I've never done anything with my life, and I think if I can transform the United States from being a capitalist country to being a communist country, that's going to be my crowning achievement. And all that means is I've got mine, you're never going to get yours. I wouldn't sign up for that. But then again, I'm not a 22-year-old college graduate who's got mountains of school debt, is entering the workforce unsure of being able to get a job, and it looks like home ownership is totally out the window. I could see how that would be appealing. Now, how do you combat this? That's a tough one. Because right now, with the way the housing market is, and when you have the BlackRocks and the Vanguards of the world, who consistently come in and start buying up property and buying up homes and turning them into rental properties with the goal of everyone being renters, it's very hard to get your starter home. And I'm not one who believes the government should get involved with business, but there comes a point that if you want a country is only as strong as the next generations that are coming up. And if you're going to make something like home ownership impossible and make them renters, well, you're transforming the entire country into dependence. And if that's your ultimate goal, if the ultimate goal is global governance and having all the citizens of every country in the world dependent on a government for that region or a world government that oversees these regions of the world, then you're on the right track. But if your goal is to have independent-minded people that can carry on a culture and a civilization in a country for generations to come, we're so far off track. So far off track. And debt is the biggest killer that there is. There needs to be some sort of plan. And I don't know what that plan is, but there needs to be an incentive for home ownership for people who have jobs once again. And I'm not just talking college graduates. I'm talking about, tradesmen, craftsmen, having the ability to say, okay, you know what? I would like my own house, my own piece of property, and settle down and have a family and give whatever I built to my next generation, to, my kids, and so they can build upon that. That to me is the American dream. And that's somehow disintegrating, and it's figuring out a way to try and reconstitute that. And I would like to think that there is a way, but right now it seems pretty bleak. And if I did have the answer, I'd probably be in DC right now talking about what that answer might be. Go, oh, I got it. This is what we need to do. But nobody right now in DC, Republican or Democrat, feel like that's a worthy topic to get into. What I think a worthy topic to get into is the outbreak of explosive diarrhea in the United States and where it came from. Because where it came from is, well, the whole story is just really bizarre to me. And let me see if I can find this article about, what's this, cycloclonosis or something like that. All right, here we go. So what we got going on is evidently there's an outbreak of explosive diarrhea that has been pinpointed to be at Taco Bell, of course. So health officials are tracking a fast-growing outbreak of cyclosporiasis, and it's an intestinal illness caused by a microscopic parasite that has spread across at least 34 states with nearly 7,000 confirmed suspected cases nationally. You know what kills parasites? The horse dewormer that we're told by CNN isn't meant for people, but it actually is. It won a Nobel Prize. Yes. It just, that kind of propaganda, it's just like, it's so criminal what they did in trying to vilify certain drugs because they wanted to push a vaccine. It blows my mind why they would do something like, well, I know why they would do something like that, because you make more money off the vaccine than you do something that you can buy, with the prescription, or in some countries over the counter. Michigan remains the hardest hit state with 4,312 cases and 102 hospitalizations as of Thursday. No deaths have been reported, which is good, because once we start going down the death spiral or the death count, then we get the death count on television. So everybody needs to be scared. Go out, get the toilet paper, put on the mask, bleach your food before you eat it. Bleach, keep your mail out in the sunlight, and go through all the rigmarole that we did before. The FDA is investigating iceberg lettuce supplied to the Taco Bell company by California-based produce company Taylor Farms as a possible source of the outbreak, per NBC News. All right, right there, per NBC News. Do I believe that? Absolutely not. NBC News is one of the biggest frauds in broadcasting when it comes to news. I can't think of one reporter or anchor at NBC News that's worth the shit. They're all fucking liars. They're all propagandists. And they always default to, well, that's what we were told. How are we supposed to know that's what we were told? And when it's painfully obvious that whoever is telling you that is lying to you. Before it was, journalists spoke truth to power. And then once Obama came into the office, it became access. You wanted to get invited to the parties. You wanted the exclusive interview. So when you're a journalist, you don't want to give up that access. So you'll push out whatever bullshit narrative that the government tells you to push out, or whatever agency that you're dealing with wants you to push out, because you don't want to lose that access. The investigation is currently focused on 5 states: Michigan, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky, and Indiana. Taco Bell has voluntarily removed suspected lettuce from its supply chain nationwide indefinitely. All right. So here's my comparison as far as stereotypes go and fraudulent stories that are perpetrated to the masses. Back when COVID started, the COVID outbreak, what were we told? We were told that the outbreak's origin was not the Wuhan lab, and definitely had nothing to do with Ralph Barrick and what was it and his research going on at the University of North Carolina. That definitely didn't have anything to do with it. What had to do with it was a wet market and bat soup. I'll never forget it. I'll never forget Fauci talking about the wet market in Wuhan and somebody eating bat soup. And that's how the virus jumped from one species to another. All right, so for most people back then, the stereotype, Japanese or Chinese people will eat anything, dogs, cats. I mean, how many times have you heard the old dad joke? Hey, Dad, let's go get Chinese food. Oh, I'm not eating Chinese food. I'm not going to eat dog. Yes, we've been programmed to think that Chinese people eat dogs and cats. Fine. That's a stereotype that's going around. So when we hear somebody like Fauci getting up and saying it was bat soup, somebody was eating bat soup in a supermarket, most people are like, oh, well, that tracks because we heard all these stories about dogs and cats and so forth. All right, well, that's plausible. Yeah, okay, I believe that. Maybe it wasn't the Wuhan lab. So you have a lot of people believing the official story that it comes from this wet market. As for myself, I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it from the jump. I need a swig of water. And the reason why I didn't buy it from the jump, one simple fact, one simple detail that was left out of Fauci's lie. And if he would have said this detail, I would have bought it hook, line, and sinker. Who knows? I probably would have even gotten the jab. But this detail that he left out, for me, was the linchpin. When he didn't say it, I knew he was lying. And that was, if he would have said somebody in the market was eating bat soup, because in China, the belief is if you consume bat soup, it'll help with erectile dysfunction. Since that detail was omitted, I was like, this is a bullshit story. If he would have added that, I would have been 100% convinced that it was true. And I say that because over the course of my career, I've done a lot of shoots all over the world about endangered species, poaching, anti-poaching, units that are trying to go after these poachers. And every single solitary time, it always involves the Chinese. And the reason why these animals are being poached, because there's something about them that the Chinese believe would make good boner meds. The rhinoceros horn, file it down, get the powder, it's supposed to make you hard as a brick. Cobra blood. I mean, I know cobras aren't endangered, but just run down the list. I guarantee you, if you start running down the list of endangered species that still exist on the earth, and you put into any form of AI that you want, and draw the correlation between ED and whatever part of that animal is being harvested is used in the manufacturing of something to aid in erectile dysfunction. That was the main one that he left out of it, or else I would have bought it. Same can be said for Taco Bell. Taco Bell and diarrhea are synonymous. Everyone talks about, oh, I went to Taco Bell and I got the shits. I like Taco Bell. It's one of my favorite, it's one of those, guilty pleasures that I have in life is Taco Bell. The crunchy taco, absolutely love it. Grilled stuffed burrito, chef's kiss, love all of it. Big fan of Taco Bell. It's never given me the shits. It's actually sorted me out after a lot of hangovers when I used to drink. Love Taco Bell. But saying that the origin of this outbreak comes from Taco Bell, to me, is the wet market. There's something else going on, because that's too obvious of an answer, and it reinforces negative stereotypes. Where most people are like, of course, explosive diarrhea outbreak, of course it would come from Taco Bell. And that's where it ends. And that's where they want you to have it end. And when I say they, I mean the government, the FDA, whoever is pulling the strings, because they don't want the truth out there. What is the truth? I don't know. I have my suspicions, and I will tell you this, my biggest suspicion is the Chinese. And the Chinese, for the last, I don't know how long it's been, but how many stories have we heard about Chinese researchers? There was just one recently. A Chinese researcher from the University of Michigan was caught coming back into the country with mold spores in his shoes that are created to attack wheat. The Chinese are constantly working, and the United States is constantly working on how we can destroy each other's food supplies. There was another SARS outbreak during the Obama administration that hit China and decimated their pork production, which caused a lot of starvation in China. We still don't know the amount of people that died from it. So poisoning food supplies is something that, at least the United States and China is engaged in. So that's what I would lean more toward, instead of saying that, an illegal alien took a poop in a lettuce patch and it somehow got into, the fixins at Taco Bell. That doesn't make any sense to me. What's more plausible is it's some sort of biological attack by China, Russia, or any other country that might want to cripple the United States in some way. Is it a deliberate attack to cripple us like COVID was? No, I don't. I actually think that COVID was a lab leak, but once China realized what they had with people walking around the streets of Wuhan, and then also seeing how easily transmittable it was, started pushing a lot of these COVID patients onto flights. And we saw this happen. You had full flights from Wuhan flying all over the world. And that was the main spread of COVID, was the Chinese government putting their Chinese nationals on flights as human bioweapons and then sending them out all over Europe and eventually to the United States. Which during the early part of 2020, there were direct flights from Wuhan coming into LAX. Almost 4,000 people a day were coming in from Wuhan directly. So, yeah, I think that's how it spread. Is this a deliberate attack to kill Americans? Obviously not. Is this a dry run? Absolutely 100%. It is a dry run to see how much havoc that they can, if it is the Chinese, not saying it is, but I'd be highly suspicious of them. Is it a dry run for something bigger? Yes, could be. Is it a detention getter? Could be as well. Hey, we just want you to know this is what we're capable of. So, with all this election interference that you're talking about that we may have perpetrated in 2020, you need to back off that shit. Because if you think explosive diarrhea is bad, just see what we can unleash next. Right now, we're giving people a lot of pain and discomfort, and you guys are throwing Taco Bell under the bus. We've got other things that we can put in your food supply where people start dropping like flies. So if you want to keep going down this road of accusing us of, interfering with your elections, look what else we're capable of. That's what it seems like to me. Again, I am part conspiracy theorist, but I'm also a pattern recognitionist. That's it for me. My voice is about to give out. Thanks for bearing with me. I hope that you don't get lettuce diarrhea of 2026. And if you do, plenty of fluids and plenty of ivermectin. Until next time, we'll see you next week.
Spanning the globe, from the four corners of the world, traveling the earth while entertaining millions in secrecy. These are lessons learned through not so average experiences from a life spent creating reality television. This is accidental education. With your guy, Dr. Tom Cunningham, Esquire, amateur DDS.
Hello, welcome back, Sergeant Major Sit Rep. Thanks for tuning in. Greatly appreciate you watching the show every week. Numbers are coming up slowly but surely. Keep the comments coming in. I appreciate the emails. I appreciate the Twitter hits and this and that. But if you put the comments in the comments section, other people will be able to see what we're talking about, and they may have some more relevant information. But if you don't want to add anything in the comments, I get it. Continue to email, and I'll continue to respond. So with that, let's get into it. President Trump last night gave a speech on election integrity. Had some other issues going on there, but the speech vindicates everything that we've been working on. And I'm going to stick pretty much with the Arizona issues. But what Trump spoke about is he alleged that China obtained about 250 million to 220 to 250 million voter roll captures of information. Now, the mainstream media, some of them didn't even cover it. ABC, NBC refused to cover it. CNN commented on it, but they didn't cover it. So again, the mainstream media is screwing the public on this because we know what's going on. As the Arizona elections chair in the Arizona House of Representatives, I see all the data. I see what's coming in. I see the contracts. I see it all. And I put together at AZ Rep Gillette on Twitter. You can go there, or an X. Look at the post because I'm posting everything that I can openly post, including what some people said was doxing, but it's not doxing. If it's public record, and anyone can look it up. It's not doxing. So those of you that want to get all shitty and say you're going to call your attorney, that's fine. Go ahead, because it's public record. Now, the criminal referrals sent to the DOJ, obviously I'm not posting those. Any of my emails back and forth with the DOJ, they are privileged information. You can FOIA them all you want, but you're not getting them because it's attorney-client privilege. So with that, I'm just going to take a little time to break down what's going on in Arizona. So election software, election hardware are deemed critical infrastructure by the United States government, meaning it requires a different level of security than your typical setup. So it requires at least to be NIST compliant with some other control measures. I don't want to tell you what the control measures are here. I don't want to create any other areas of vulnerability or expose any other vulnerabilities. That we have enough as it is. But the big battle continues on, where we use a system called Avid. And that system is run out of a single family home in Salem, Oregon. Now, people say that, well, that's okay. You know, you can run a business out of a home. Yep, got no problem with small business. If you're running out of a home like I do, or a small storefront, all the power to you. That's the American dream. Keep living it. But when you are running an election system where you're managing the entire state database and pushing it up to the cloud from a single family residence with what we can tell, no physical security, some very lax standards on who's coming and going, that's an issue. Now, I'm only going to cover really the cyber part today. I'll cover a little bit more of the Arizona issues because it deals with the cyber, and I'm going to post a few documents on here today. But if you want to see the bulk of it, just go to my Twitter feed or my X account and look at it all there, because I've been hitting Secretary Fontes and all the makers of Avid with it, and posting, like I said, what documents I can post. But here's the long and short of the Arizona story. You heard about the cyber ninjas. You heard about all the 2020 audits, and everything was good. Nothing to see here. Clean election. Everything's fine. Well, not true, because not until 2021 did Arizona have full control of their IT system, and we'll prove that. We'll put that document on there right here. So based on this document, you'll see we didn't even have full control of our system. So if a third-party vendor was controlling the system that we are supposed to have 100% access to, but yet we have minimal visibility on it, how do we know that everything the third-party vendor was audited? We don't. It wasn't. So we don't know what's secure. We don't know what's insecure. But the main crux, and I'm going to post just the front sheet, just the cover sheet of it here. You can look it up on your own, but it was a sealed criminal indictment in the Southern District of New York in 2020 for Iranian hacking into our election system in several states. Arizona is state number 2 in that indictment. So in state number 1 and number 2, thousands of names were taken. Now, Trump mentioned the Chinese, and this indictment is against 2 Iranian men, but who were they working for? Obviously working for the Chinese government and the Iranian government to hack into our voter data system. Now, you'll hear Secretary Fontes and Chris Mays and Governor Hobbs in the state of Arizona say, no, this isn't true. This didn't happen. They weren't privy to the sealed indictment, which is now unsealed, and I'm not showing you anything I'm not allowed to show, but this indictment was sealed for all these years, and now it's available. So we were hacked in 2020. The Proud Boys letters that went out threatening people, that was an Iranian hack job, and the federal government prosecuted 2 individuals on this. But the public didn't hear a word about it. The IC community, Merrick Garland, Comey, all the corrupt, Brennan, the deep state, not a word said. Sealed indictment, everything was done quietly, and boom, there you have it. Trump mentioned it. I have the document to show you right here. I looked. This is not even posted on the Trump website or on the whitehouse.gov website with the other documents. Now, I think that's just an oversight on their part, but now that it's unsealed, it's a thing for Arizona, because it shows Arizona was definitely hacked in 2020, and we know we had a hacking event in 2025. The event in 2025 I'll post the defacement and my complaint to CISA because the Secretary of State did not want to engage our federal government on critical election security and critical hardware and software information because he said he didn't trust the president's team, didn't trust CISA anymore. Well, he doesn't have that option. Under USC 52, under HAVA, he is required to report it. Now, as a mandated reporter and knowing this information, I reported it to CISA, got a case number, turned the information into the federal government, and requested a full investigation and monitoring of the system. Why, you ask? Well, we obviously can't monitor our own system if we have the Iranians hacking in 20 and 25, and you have a Secretary of State that says they're not, but says, well, they did, but we don't trust the federal government. We're going to take care of it ourselves, and we're just going to put a mirror image up of the clean version, and we're going to make some patches. Now, these are multi-pronged attacks from different vectors. So putting a mirror up, you're putting a clean version up of what's already been attacked and hoping you fix the vulnerabilities. I'm saying you don't know what all the vulnerabilities are because you didn't have full control of the IT system until 2021. And this is what Fontes is not telling the people. Now, he's running scared. He is making video after video of how our elections are secure. He's protecting the people's voter data. But under 52 USC, and there's a couple other federal laws, we took the federal money, and the federal government, upon demand, shall see these. Now, this is lost in like 11 court cases straight, where these lower courts are ruling against the federal government on this verbiage. And you can look this up for yourself. I'm not making this up, folks. This is easy to find stuff. The law is clear, upon demand by the Department of Justice. And the Department of Justice at the time, under Pam Bondi, she ordered this, and her predecessors have ordered this. But yet the courts are still denying it. Why? Because the courts probably know about the sealed indictments and know that the voter roll system in most states is corrupt. We have illegals. We have duplicates. Matter of fact, I'll put right here, let's put a duplicate up. So as you can see on the screen right here, I've redacted the full name and full registration number, but you can see from the redaction, I left the first part of the first and last name so you can see their exact records. You have people that are valid in the system, valid registration with two different numbers, same name, same address, and two different parties. So they're going to get two live ballots, but everything's fine. Everything's fine. You have the data guru, the ABC data guru, Garrett Archer, continually saying none of this is true, none of it's happened, false, everything he can do to cover it up. But guess what? Garrett Archer was the program manager for Avid when Arizona wrote the contracts. You cannot make this shit up, folks. So the program manager saying everything I did was great, perfect, in tune, to the point. Trump's lying. The Republicans are lying. Fontes is great. Everything is perfect, and put a rubber stamp on it. All good. Well, it's not all good. Now, let me tell you why it's not all good. Let me share this with you right here. So the Democrats hire an outside firm, and that outside firm looked at Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. Now, keep those three states in mind because each one of those states had similar problems. You see what's going on in Georgia right now. We had the same thing going on here in Arizona. And let's just show a couple snippets of what their lessons learned stated right here. And I highlighted in red the key statements: a minimally operational or a minimal viable system. So the system that they employed in 2020 when Katie Hobbs was the Secretary of State barely even worked, but they ran with it anyway. They ran with a system they didn't have full IT control and capability of until 2021. And they had to write so many change orders to get that information in there to make sure that they fixed it, but they never fixed it. So the glitch that allows MVD to register just about anybody who shows up to get a license plate, a sticker, any non-credential or a credential, meaning a license and ID, something like that, is going to get registered to vote. Under what party? Who knows? Because they're double registered. So you have people that are registered no labels, other, Democrat, independent. There's a couple you'll see the REP, that stands for Republican. There are people registered as Republicans and Democrats. And the case out of Tempe, we ran that to ground, and I believe that's one of the cases that forced the resignation of MV director, the former MVD director, Eric Jorgensen. We called him in, had a private meeting. The private meeting ended up being public because Mr. Jorgensen got sued for enforcing rules that had never been enforced by the MVD. I have a public request out there right now, public records request, that's about 90 days old, and the MVD can't seem to tell me if they're following Arizona statute or not. Simple request: are you following the law under this Arizona revised statute? So far, they have not responded. So our next step there will be a subpoena, sending letters to people's personal homes to remind them that we have an outstanding legislative public records request that needs to be filled. And it's a simple request: show us the logs and tell me how you're complying with the law. They so far have failed to do so. But everything is fine. Nothing to see here. Now, we know there's duplicates. There's dead people on the voter rolls. There are illegals on the voter rolls. There are non-qualified registrants. Now, what do I mean by a non-qualified registrant? Well, number one, if you've never lived in the state of Arizona, you are not qualified to vote here, but yet you are on our voter rolls. How can that be? Now, I have a case out of Havasu, which I have posted all this on my Twitter account. And you can read the documents. I'll post a few on here, but I have a case out of Havasu. I'm obviously not going to mention the woman's name, but she purportedly voted in person Republican in the state of Arizona, but she voted in LD 30 in South Carolina as a Democrat in person on the same day. So tell me there's no shenanigans being played. Now, you can blame the NGOs, the third parties, you can blame poor software, bad contracts, but this is known stuff, folks. This is not like it's unknown and we're just figuring this out. This is 4 years worth of investigative work to put this together, file criminal referrals. My hope and intent is somebody goes to jail. We've yet to see it. And until people go to jail or people are hanged for treason, once convicted, it's not going to stop. And I'm talking these deep staters. I'm not talking local officials that are just incapable and incompetent. I'm talking about your Brennans, your Comeys that knew this was going on, hid it from the public, hid it from the president, and worked with the other side to make sure it continued to happen. To me, that's treason. They should be brought in front of a court, tried, court-martialed, and over, done. Until that stops, until that starts, this is not going to stop. The Democrats will continue to cheat. They will continue to have their deep state actors, and they will continue to run with these nonsensical things. So the few documents that I've shown on here is proof enough. But all the things that I've already posted, the criminal referrals, it should tell you a story that our voter rolls are not just a spreadsheet of names of people that are eligible to vote. It is a list of people that are registered to vote, and the county recorder is statutorily obligated to vet that voter to make sure they are a qualified registrant. But when they are registered through the MVD or a third party or what have you, that record goes to the Secretary of State first. It's put in the system, it's uploaded, it's scanned against ERIC, which is absolutely useless and corrupts the voter rolls even more than they are. And then it gets stored in the cloud. Then it's brought back down and sent to the recorder. So the recorder is the last to know. And most of the recorders have no idea how bad the system is. They just see a record that comes in and it's been vetted through MVD and Service Arizona and Secretary of State is how it looks to them on the system. But yet it's not been vetted at all. It's just been input by a clerk somewhere clicking a box. And I can't tell you how many cases, and it's a lot, that we have of people, registration has been flipped, meaning they go to vote and, well, wait, I'm not a Democrat. I've never voted Democrat, but yet now they're registered as a Democrat. And it's election day. It's too late. They can't fix it. So they got to do a drawer 3 ballot, which doesn't get counted. Now, Abe Hamadeh's race was 400 some votes. Trump's race, 11,000 votes. We've got more than that just in the quote glitch, the glitch. As a matter of fact, I don't know if we can embed that in here. If we can, I will. It is a short video of committee testimony with the Democrats admitting they know this happens. And it's unreasonable that this governor has vetoed every single one of the bills that are designed to fix this system.
The clarification, the communication with the registered voter, those are the kinds of issues that I'm used to. But I do have a question. With the information, that you collected, are these, does this affect, in other words, I get the glitches, I see the attachments, but did these people vote?
Not all of them. Ranking Member Hernandez, not all of them voted because, to my point, not all of them knew they were I almost said their name. The individuals in California, husband and wife, had no idea they were registered to vote in the state of Arizona. In that exhibit, they had no idea. The individual that was labeled No Labels Party, when I first contacted her, she thought I was a phone scammer trying to sell something. She's not from Arizona. She didn't know we have a No Labels Party. She thought it was a scam. I texted her a copy of her voter registration card. She verified all the information, but she said she was not familiar with that address. She'd never been to that address. So we're talking more than glitches. We're talking somebody physically had to push a button somewhere to register to vote. That is what Mr. Jorgensen testified to. This is not a glitch. That's why he started seizing computers and interviewing people and firing people. These are NGOs and third-party vendors that are registering people to vote. Where are they getting the information? I believe they get it from Access and Service Arizona, because we can prove that Service Arizona will maintain a series of signatures from the voter. So, like you can sign in Adobe, it's a click from an employee to sign someone's name, and now you've sworn and affirmed on a computer click. That is not a glitch. That is a violation of federal law. These are not glitches. These are on purposes. Somebody from 1997, how do you skip not voting? This individual registered in 1997 hasn't voted in this state since 2000. 2 cycles, you're supposed to be removed. Why is this person not removed? Why was this not caught by 2 different recorders, a Secretary of State? That's not a glitch. That's an on purpose. Have never lived in the state of Arizona. That's an on purpose. Stephen Richard telling recorders not to comply with the legislative public records request. That is not a glitch. That's an on purpose. The Secretary of State's numbers not matching the recorder's numbers is not a glitch. It's a federal crime. These are the numbers reported by the Secretary of State with his signature. His signature is still affixed to the form. That is a crime. It is not a glitch. My cybersecurity bill, which would incorporate quantum security into our election system, was vetoed. It was held. Now, why would you be against an encryption system if we own the system? We can encrypt it. We can protect it from foreign adversaries like Iran, China, that have already been into our system. What Easter eggs did they leave behind for the recorders to open up, or the Secretary of State, or the MVD? We don't know because we didn't report it to CISA. The Secretary of State didn't feel it prudent to contact the federal government and say, hey, we've been breached by a foreign adversary that we're now at war with, that we've been at war with for 47 years, and we're in a Cold War with China. But it wasn't relevant to report because, well, he doesn't trust Trump administration. That's the kind of crap we have going on in Arizona. So all these people that are saying, well, Fontes is doing the right thing by withholding the voter rolls. You know what? The government already has the voter rolls, but they want to see, and what my investigation proved is that the Secretary of State voter rolls do not match the county voter rolls. Coconino County was off by 1,412 registrants or voters. Now, Abe's race, like I said, was 400 votes. So did he win? Is Mays the legitimate Secretary of State? Well, she is the in fact Secretary of State because the election was certified because it's the law. So Senator John Kavanaugh had a bill. I heard the bill in committee. It says that you cannot be forced to certify something that you cannot testify to or prove. And of course, that bill just crashed and burned, and there's no way Hobbs would sign that. But it's a forced certification process. Even if you know there are shenanigans afoot and you can prove it, you're still forced to certify that election. So when these people come on, well, the election was certified by the county board. Well, the county board was under pressure to certify under threat of law. The attorney general said she would arrest and prosecute and tried to prosecute and did prosecute people for not certifying the election. When they saw fraud, they said, nope, we're not going to certify. We see proof, evidence of 100% fraud. We're not certifying. Well, then you're going to jail. Is that the kind of system that we want to have? So again, the mainstream media bashed President Trump, said, well, this is just a rehash of 2020. He's lying. It's fact check, not real. But I'm putting the real evidence out here for you to make that determination right now. Trump is telling the truth. The DOJ is telling the truth. The assessments are correct. Even the paid Democrat assessment that they tried to bury and not let anybody see is telling the truth. The lessons learned, the information that we put on there, the information that's available to the public now, it's all there, folks. The elections, I didn't even cover the tabulators. If it has a Wi-Fi card, it is hackable. If it has a USB port, somebody can modify it. I didn't go into any of that. I'm going strictly with the first part of our election system, and that is voter registration. And I'm here to tell you, folks, voter registration, at least in the state of Arizona, and the voter registration application program that we use, Avid, is absolute garbage. Absolute garbage. It doesn't reconcile with Maricopa and Pima because they use some different tools and different systems. So they had to build a bridge to do a reconciliation of voter data. So if it doesn't reconcile in the 2020 election, we didn't have IT control until 21, then we have to build a bridge to reconcile. How can you even say the 2020 election was even valid? It was a minimally viable system to begin with, according to the lessons learned in the cyber text that looked at it, hired by the Democrat Party. So this has never been put out to the public because the Democrats don't want you to see it. But you're going to see it right here for the first time. Sergeant Major Sit Rep. The rest of it is posted on my Twitter account. Go take a look there. Look it up. All the documents are in a couple different threads with Adrian Fontes, and you'll see the Democrats come out and defend tooth and nail our election systems are not hacked. They are fine. None of this is happening. It's not real. You actually have Democrats saying, we're not going to sign on to this. We're not going to be, but we don't even want to investigate. And that was the House Democrats. And yes, I shared this information with several House Democrats, but they don't, nope, we're nothing to see here. Well, is this name registered twice? Well, looks to be, but that's not our business. What? It's not your business? That was the exact statement. It's not our business. It's not our business. It 100% is our business. The legislative branch makes the law that the executive branch is to follow. The executive branch is not following the law. The judicial branch won't hear the cases because of time constraints. Well, it's too close to the election. It's not far enough after the election. It's during the election, so we're just not going to hear the case. And a lot of the other stuff, they just don't flat understand. And if these contracts would have been presented with the evidence that was found, I think judges would have been more apt to look at the contract and see what the statement of work is. When the statement of work says, produce a bridge to reconcile voter data between MVD, Secretary of State, and the recorders, that would raise a question. Well, if you're asking for this statement of work and a contract to be done in an addendum, then it's obviously not working now. So how can you prove that the voter data was correct? You cannot. So I know it's a short one today, but this is what's going on, folks. Go back, watch the Trump speech if you haven't watched it. Look at this data, judge for yourself. That's all I'm asking. You make your own conclusions. Are Arizona voter rolls good or bad? and I'm telling you they're garbage, but I'll let you make that decision yourself. Give me some comments in the comment lines. Keep the emails coming in. We'll go from there, and I will answer any questions you have on this. If I need to post some other documents, if you want to see more proof, I can do that next week. If not, I'm going to move on because this is we're done. We've sent our criminal referrals in. We're hoping for the best. We're hoping for DOJ to sweep in and do what they do and put the bad guys in jail and clean up our voter rolls. Thanks. Have a great day. Stay safe. Train like they hate you, because they do.
Balls and banter. Balls and banter. No excuses, just win, win, win with your balls and banter. We got balls, we got pucks, we got sticks, we got everything in between. We got balls and banter.
All right, it's Thursday. We have made it through another week, folks. So glad to be with you today, live from the studio here in beautiful, hot as balls, Jacksonville Beach, Florida. Tom's with us, Zach in studio, Matthew hitting the keys. Nate is out today, but he'll be back next week. How are you boys doing?
I'm doing well, dude. You wouldn't believe how soupy it is up here in Northeast Ohio. I'm telling you, we're getting all this smoke from the fires in Canada. It's unbelievable. When you walk outside, it's like this. You think that the whole city is burning. And it's just the wind gusts pushing all the smoke down from Canada into Ohio and Michigan.
Two things. One, the pictures coming out of there are crazy. Just the Midwest, the North in general, from all the fires. Canada screwing shit up again. Also, not surprising that things are hot and muggy and just terrible in Ohio because you got Buckeyes there and it's a terrible state. But I love the main thing. The second thing, your outfit on point. Love everything about it. Don't. I keep telling Tom, like, obviously Tom and I are great friends. We talk all the time. Like, can you just dress this way all the time? Not that it's a requirement. I just get such satisfaction out of it. It just makes me happy. Like, maybe everyone on the show starts wearing the tri-colored 80s wristbands, tube socks, even though you can't see them behind, at least where Zach and I are. But yeah, I think that could be good.
I'm definitely going to lean into it then.
Okay. We got to get Zach something.
Yeah.
And myself. We got to get everyone something.
We're starting some uniforms now.
Yeah, we are. Yeah. I mean, you got to stand out, right?
There you go.
Like, there's some crazy sons of bitches over there at Balls and Banter. And have you seen what they wear? It's not appropriate. It's not even good looking. But I'm not saying you don't look good, Tom. You do. You look great. So I got into quarterback season 3 last night. I talked about it Tuesday. And here's this is both a bad thing and a cheat code at the same time. My concern was, I love this. We're going to haul through it. My wife and I are going to blow through the entire season in 2 nights. Maybe 3 if we're tired. The kids, we have a sports family. They've all been indoctrinated. They all love it, partly because they have to, but partly because they now really do. So they wanted to watch too. So we just did 1 episode last night, and then it was closer to their bedtime, close to the point where we probably could have done a second, but my wife called it, which I think was the right move. And because we're doing it with them, there's like this forced pacing that's in place now. I will do 1 more tonight, maybe 2. With the whole crew. They loved it. And what's great is my girl's obviously my son's into it. My middle girl, who's a cheerleader, who's like doing all these crazy backflip things now, and it's insane what she does. She's like so dire. She's like the girl in movies who's like the daughter's coach. She's not a tomboy, but she's like the daughter's coach who's just so into sport. Like, she's like the one grabbing the clicker and, Dad, the game's on. Like, what are you doing? Like, I'm sorry. Anyways, it was awesome. Peyton Manning, Omaha Productions, Netflix, NFL Films, all the people who work on quarterback, freaking ball. Baker Mayfield is a great character for quarterback because he's got that piss and vinegar. Flacco was interesting. Cam Ward doesn't give 2 shits about anything. Like, there's points where he's just dropping F-bombs like okay, like, this is a great, and he still looked good and it came off for him. It worked fine. But you see these dudes, and I think it's really good PR for them because, you learn about their family, you learn about them, their story behind and off the field, and it makes them look really good. Cam had a couple moments last night. I was like, well, you said it, so it's out there. But I love that freaking show, all that to say. I don't know, Zach, I know, Tom, you're into it. I don't know if you're into it, but I love freaking quarterback.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting into it now. I mean, I think you sold me on it. I haven't seen it. I didn't know the quarterbacks that were in it, but I'm excited to watch, yeah.
It's good. It's good. And the theme song that I will spare you guys from me humming it or trying to make it sound good. I love their freaking theme song that they use every year. Tom, have you started it yet?
I have not started it yet, but I'm really looking forward to it because Omaha Productions puts out very great content. And then taking the approach from a cinematic look of their content, I really have a true appreciation for it. And it was something that was established long ago by Steve Sable, who, brought in an orchestra to start scoring, the highlights that they were doing for NFL films. And it truly makes a difference. And I think with the productions like Quarterback and the rest of those in the franchise, it just elevates to what you're seeing to a different level. And to me, sports is the original reality television because you've got the characters who are already there. and you have the built-in stakes of the game, and then you have the highs and lows of regular storytelling, and at the end there's a conclusion, and that's the same that you get with these documentaries. They have the ability to encapsulate what it is to be a competitor at a very high level, but also show a different, more well-rounded side of the characters that you're pulling for.
Absolutely, 100%. It is built in that way, and it's just, and you're right to reference Steve Sable in this because he's the godfather of all this, and what Peyton and the boys have done and taking it to a new level with better technology, with better cameras, better all that stuff. Freaking awesome. Quick side point, Chaos, happy birthday. She said, I'll just read the article. 2 great pieces of information for me personally that I want to share. 1, happy birthday to me, which absolutely. 2 years ago, I was given 6 months to live. Cancer markers are down. Yeehaw. Amen. I remember when we were talking about that. That's amazing. Praise God. That's an awesome praise point right there. So all good on all fronts. Firefighter, good to see you, Andy, everyone, Texas, all you folks that are in the chat. Okay, let's get to some soccer. Yeah. From real football to the fake football we go. So you had Spain take on France. Tom, you're out, baby. You said France was going to win this, and they're done. They got taken down by Spain 2-0 the other day. Really wasn't that close. Spain, obviously, Spain, a great team. Spain and Argentina both. We'll talk about Argentina in a second. But Spain gets the win. They're on to the World Cup final, which will be Sunday. We'll remind you of that at the end of the show. And then this Argentina game yesterday, I couldn't quite decide what I wanted to do. I think I wanted Argentina just because I think the matchup will be so good in the finals. But they're down 1-0 at the very end. And then like England always does, they fuck it up. And they lose 2-1. I mean, we're talking the 85-minute mark and then extra time. 2 minutes into extra time, Argentina scores again. And they end up winning 2-1. They're advancing. They've had multiple games like this in the tournament where they've come back. And you could kind of see it coming. I don't know if you guys got a chance to watch it, but they were in their zone so much at the end. Like they had so much pressure on England. It's like, this is going to change. They're at least going to get 1, and they got more than 1. They got 2, and now they're going to the World Cup final. Really good game, though. Really good game. And my brother was over. One of my brothers was over. And it's just crazy. Like you see Messi in that picture there where it says Argentina advancing to the World Cup final. The dude is an animal, but you look at him and like he's the most average looking human, can't go on certain rides at theme parks. Like he's tall enough to do that. But like you get my point. He's a short, pretty average looking dude. And he's just a wizard on the freaking soccer field. That team's impressive. That game's going to be really good.
Yeah, he does. He has this air of being like a high school chemistry teacher. And
yes.
You're going to go in, and put on the Bunsen burner and the goggles and, start some sort of experiment. He's got that everyman feel to him. But whenever I see Argentina play, it always, like when they're down and they need to come back, it feels like there's something very John Elway about, a John Elway drive toward the end of a game. And that's what they always seem to pour on and then come out with these victories, which as the game was inching closer and closer to the arbitrary ending of whenever the referee decides that it's over with, I was thinking, well, England's got a pretty strong chance. The goalie's playing out of his mind. Their defense is playing great. Until they weren't, and they gave up a goal, and it was like, okay, here comes that Elway 2-minute drive, and that's what we got.
That's what we got. And now this is your final, as we've made clear, Spain, Argentina. Really, if you're the television networks, if you're FIFA, this is what you wanted. But what's interesting is, and I didn't know this, it's probably not a surprise to you guys, but I'm not the biggest soccer statistician. But this is the first time that the top 2 teams, what's that next graphic? Yeah, here we go. First time ever, top 2 ranked teams made it to the final.
Wow.
You got number 1 Argentina, number 2 Spain. So we got some history being made here. That game's going to be awesome. By the way, President Trump will be attending that game. So if you're going to that game, 1, invest in the show because you're rich as balls because those tickets are insane. And 2, get there early because security is going to be crazy. But that's pretty wild. I didn't know that you'd think historically some of these great teams would match up in the final, but I guess you just always have someone kind of eke their way in, and now we've got the 1 and 2 teams squaring off in the final on Sunday, 3 p.m. Eastern from the I'm going to call it the Meadowlands, MetLife, whatever. It's always the Meadowlands in my heart. Tom, you got something you want to say? I can see it.
Yeah, so when this game wrapped up, there's a couple of things that I was thinking, okay, what kind of matchup is this going to be? You've got this, killer offense that Argentina has. You have this really stingy defense that Spain has, and Spain's defense is something. I know that it seems like all defenses are something because, people score like 1-2 goals.
Right.
But there's something about Spain's defense that they just seem to have, their games on lockdown. But at the end of the game, I was wondering to myself, for the finals, we've got Spain, which is known for one of my favorite things in the entire world, which is Iberian ham. And then we also have Argentina, which has some of the greatest steaks on earth.
They do.
So I'm thinking to myself, what does Drew Berquist go for? Does he go for an Argentinian steak with Malbec, or does he go the Iberian ham with sangria?
I'm looking up Iberian ham because I've obviously spent a lot of time overseas. I'm trying to, the name doesn't sound familiar. Have I had it?
Oh, I'm sure you've had it. It has the whole leg on it. And it's.
I'm seeing it now. I don't know that I've had it. So really? I don't know that I can get that in time for Sunday.
Costco.
Costco has Iberian ham?
Wow.
They always have it at Christmas time. I don't know. I think
Costco has everything.
They do have everything. I'm gonna put someone on this. I might have to try that. Here, I'm going to a nice steak dinner tonight. I was telling the boys in the studio with my father. That'll be yummy. It doesn't preclude me or stop me from having steak again on Sunday. That's never going to be the case. Steak and a Malbec. That does sound very good and South American. Well, it's going to be an interesting game. Here, you talked about the defense and the offense. What's an interesting stat to follow too? With these international teams, I think it's a little different, kind of like when you have Olympics, World Cups, and these international teams when everyone comes together and you have all-star type rosters. But Argentina, 17 players with previous World Cup experience. Spain, 0. So that's interesting. Messi on the end of his career. You've got some who are late, but Messi not playing like he's on the end of his career. So, certainly you'd think that kind of thing comes into play. I got to get this ham off the screen. I'm going to be drooling on my laptop for the rest of the show. He just drooled. He didn't even use words the rest of the time. That's just what happened. It'll be interesting. It's going to be a good game. I'm looking forward to it, and it's weird to say I'm actually, for the few weeks that we have until we get closer to week 0, the Hall of Fame game, which is before week 0 for college football, but the Hall of Fame game in the NFL, I will actually kind of miss the World Cup. I feel slightly gay saying it, but it's true, and it comes from the heart.
I'll ask you then if you're really missing it by then, because I don't know if that's going to be true.
Yeah, I mean, once the other stuff kicks on and you're like, there was the World Cup in America, I will totally forget. I black out during football season.
Well, as soon as the World Cup's over with, from now into the Hall of Fame game, Drew's going to be out in the garage getting into that special trunk that has these old reel-to-reel films of Super Bowl 1 and 2 that he's going to put on the old school projector and sit out in the garage and be like as he's watching silent film of game highlights from the 1960s.
Running it back. Hold on, let me see that again. Bring that one back. Pause. What is the left tackle doing here?
Max McGee certainly had a good day on Super Bowl 2.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. That's what's going to happen. You know what's wild is I'm looking at the Twitter sphere, X sphere, the World Wide Web, and I know this to be true, but we talk about how quick the NFL and collegiate football season is upon us. Praise Jesus. But we don't think about how quick the NHL season is upon us because it just ended. Right? It was just over 5 days ago. I'm exaggerating, but it hasn't been that long. And they're already dumping out the broadcast opener schedules, which are in September, end of September.
That's why it's the best sport.
It is. That is so freaking good. Let's put this up, Matthew. So here's what the first day looks like. You got you got Florida going to Carolina. Great matchup. The Kachuk brothers now in Florida. Carolina obviously just won themselves a Stanley Cup. Weeks ago, it feels like. Rangers, Bruins, Blackhawks, Knights, Canadians. I'm not going to spare you and talk about the different networks they're on. You can see it on the screen. If you're not, you can Google it or you can come watch the show. Canadians, Maple Leafs, Canucks, Oilers, Penguins, Flyers, Kings, Avalanche. And really the main point is just that, look at that date, September 29th. We're like months away from people taking the ice again. And then that bitch just lasts all the way through April. And it's crazy. Does it end at the end of April or May? I don't even remember anymore.
I'm pretty sure it went into June this year.
Did it go into June?
I think it has the past couple of years.
God bless hockey players. The toughest people on the planet. The fans amazing. Everyone's got it just dialed in. That sport does have it dialed in. You got to give them credit. But there's so much greatness on our doorstep that it's amazing. We talked off camera. Detroit, who is Zach's team, making some change. A lot of people making changes the offseason for the 7 days that's the offseason. But a lot of people making changes. Steve Yzerman out as the GM.
Yeah.
In Detroit. Tell us, Mr. Red Wing, how do you feel about this? What do you think?
Man, it's tough because there's conflicting feelings that, it was supposed to be the Yzer plan. It didn't come to fruition. He's had some questionable moves over the past couple of years, and I think ultimately, one domino after another, it kind of just, kind of comes to light that maybe we should kind of separate from that agreement. The Red Wings cannot fire him, I don't think.
He's Steve Yzerman.
Exactly.
He is the Red Wings.
He is the Red Wings, like you said. So, he's just going to be stepping aside and letting someone else come in and make the decisions that he maybe should have. Great guy, love him, but it's probably time for some change in Detroit.
That's the tough thing when you're a legend,
right,
like he was for that organization and in hockey across the board. And then they're like, we want to make you part of it. We want to institutionalize you in the organization, make you part of it forever. And we're going to give you all this responsibility and power. And then typically in most cases, I feel like in sports, not just hockey, like, you'll see former NFL players who try and coach high school football. They're terrible coaches. A lot of them are terrible coaches. They'll go and be a GM or somewhere on the staff, and they're just not good. Some of them are. It's just how it goes. But it's really tough when they're a legend, on the banners in the arena, and you have to tell them you're moving on. They gave him a new title. I forget what it is.
Yeah, vice president of, I don't know, assistant to the hockey ops people. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
No.
Yeah, it's not as powerful as it once was. But he's still there, and he still is a legend. So hopefully, for your sake, the Red Wings get back on track.
I'm excited to watch the rest of the teams this season. I can't be too excited about the Red Wings right now.
I wasn't going to say it, but you did. Okay, quick pivot out of sports. This is going to be, by the way, folks, this is going to be a little different episode today because we're going to do some memes in the middle of the show, and then we're going to come back and finish on a couple stories, and then we'll head into the weekend. And this is not really a full pivot out. Let's go back, Matthew, to the one you had. To this one. So this is like quasi-sports, quasi-not. Maybe you've seen this on social, but I think it's just worth, you were golfing this morning.
Yep.
When you were golfing, did you happen to see something like this happen? Take a look at this course.
Hey, Bear. Hey, Bear. Hey, Bear, he's moving right now. Damn it. Oh, my God. Bear, get off my golf clubs, please. Please. Oh, he's ripping my bag. Bear. Bear. Hey, Bear. Hey, no. No, stop. Oh, my God. He's going to... shit. Bear, come on. Oh, my God. Oh, God. Oh, no. Bear, get back here. Hey, Bear. Those are my clubs, man.
That's an expensive bear attack.
Yes.
Oh, you just think you're goddamn man. Oh, come on. Oh. There.
I just love it. I love that he not only, it's not every day. In Florida, you'll see gators on the course and stuff like that. Gators rarely come up and take your clubs. They usually get scared and scurry back into the water. If you're not from here, you're going to see it. You're going to see a prehistoric creature come onto the course every once in a while. It's a weird thing, but you'll get used to it. But you never see gators or creatures, in this case a bear, actually take the clubs. I love this bear. I'm all about this bear because he's like, you know what? These are interesting to me. And I'm taking them back to my crew, or just maybe I'm going to enjoy them by myself. I don't know what I'm going to do with them. I just love that he drags them off. Like, significant props to the bear for going all the way. Because you could have quit and been like, this is awkward to carry. It's like hitting the ground, and teeter-tottering. He didn't give up.
No.
This is a life lesson for all of us. When you're stealing golf clubs from humans, and it seems like it's hard to drag it back into the woods, you don't give up. You take them back to your bear family, and then I don't know what you do with it. I'd love to finish that more cleanly than I am, but I thought it was amazing.
Yeah,
that didn't happen to you this morning.
No, it did not happen. The gator thing did happen. I did not hit the ball into the water. The gator came onto the land and got my ball. That's what I'm going to say.
Okay.
So that it didn't hit the water. I'm just going to drop it where I know the gator picked it up anyway.
Right. There's exactly. I mean, rules don't dictate that specifically, so you just set the ball down there.
But there must have been some food or something in that bear or in that bag that the bear wanted. But I'm surprised that this came out. I mean, I don't know what's in the water these days, but this comes out at the same time as the Yellowstone video comes out of the. Have you seen that? The bison?
Oh yeah.
Like what's going on with the animals these days?
Yeah, that one is great. There's some great memes on that one, by the way. We don't actually. I don't think we have any bison memes today, but that one was wild. Yeah, absolutely. I love the bear.
Anytime that I see a bear, I'm just like I wouldn't say I'm scared of bears. I'm very cautious of them, just as I am with the bears that you find in certain bars that are wearing all leather and work out a lot. I'm very cautious of them. And for that guy to get as close as he did, I was like, holy smokes, dude, I would never do anything like that. But the bear was obviously engaged and like Zach's saying, wanted something in that bag. Something smelled really good in that bag, whatever it was. My guess is the guy probably has some, hydroponic, weed in there. And it gave off a little bit of an odor that the bear was attracted to. Or it was just a candy bar. Who knows?
Snickers, weed, either way. Yeah, I was surprised that I would not have gotten that close. I obviously have had some interesting experiences in my life, like adrenaline, like danger. I don't want to get close to a bear, a great white shark. There's a lot of things I don't want to get close to. You can tell they're on the back nine. Like, they had enough drinks where it's like, I ain't get close to this thing. Like... Because I'm not doing it.
Yeah, that's certainly not front nine behavior.
It's not front nine behavior. It's not. I don't know how to segue from a bear into this. We don't do politics as much here. I'm not even going to get. I don't like Chuck Schumer. I think he's terrible for America. I think everyone should hate him. And that sounds mean. That's whatever. Don't care. He shouldn't be. He's been in office for like 400 years. But you'll get it at the beginning. This is a New York Post clip, if I'm not mistaken. You'll get it at the beginning, and then you'll get it again at the end. We've seen some of these. And sometimes, look, it's probably happened to you too. Sometimes you just let one out, and you don't mean to, and you think no one caught it. But they did. They definitely did. This one on microphone on the Senate floor. Here is the illustrious, hateful Jew, Chuck Schumer. Listen.
Now on Iran and the NDAA. The American people need to know, of course, how and why this chaos is spreading through their streets, and we need a complete investigation that's independent. Now on Iran and the NDAA. When all the Trump administration can say about his disastrous war with Iran is that Vietnam was worse.
All right, so we can cut back.
A point Trump made yesterday, he reveals the scale of his failure.
This is similar to Swalwell on TV. We've seen lots of instances like this. It does happen to be Democrats more than Republicans. Take what you will with that. But there, you can't avoid, like, Chuck, you definitely farted, bro. Did you shit your pants? We're not certain. But, like, you definitely farted. There's no two ways about that. That's pretty damning.
Oh, yeah. Obviously, he had the body movement to go with it. He kind of raises up a little bit.
Yeah.
But, you reach a certain age. I'm getting up there in years, and there's times where I'll, like, take a step and go, was that me? And luckily, nobody's around. But it has a tendency to slip out once in a while. You just have to be a little bit more cognizant of your surroundings and have a little bit more concentration and a little bit more awareness of your surroundings. What's funny? I was in a football game about 8 years ago with my father-in-law. We were at a Cal game, and he was with all his old friends. They've been going to Cal games for like 50 years, same seats, everything.
Okay.
And so as we're going through the stadium, he takes the time to point out every restroom to me. And I'm like, oh, man, this is definitely old guy. When you're around a bunch of old guys, they always talk about, where the restrooms are, just so you know exactly where it is in case you have to go. And I was kind of like, oh, okay, oh, here we go. We're on this tour. Now, fast forward 8 years later, I'm very cognizant of where the bathroom is.
True. And which ones are the best?
Exactly.
Yeah. No, that's actually a really important. It's an important thing. Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, it does happen, and it does. I mean, even not getting up in the years, it still happens. It happens more. I mean, if your parents, your grandparents, people you've been around, you see it like, okay, we're not gonna bring it up. We're just gonna leave it. By the way, speaking of politicians, real quick. I didn't pull in the clip. I think this is fantastic. And of course, I'm being facetious. It's terrible. Joe Biden puts out a video the other day. He's writing a book, a memoir on his time in office. And he's talking hardly, if we can call it talking. And you can like the guy, don't like the guy. You can like Trump, don't like the guy. I don't care. That's not what we're here to talk about. But he's not with it, right? Like, he's not been there for a long time. I mean, even his people have come out and said it since the campaign and the election. But he comes out and puts this video out as if he's like super proud of it and like talking. It's like, Joe, you did not write this book. You did not even contribute to this book. Stop the charades. It's typical news, media, politician bullshit. But I just love that he's like, and I want you to check it out. I talk about this. I talk about that. I'm not even certain you remember being president. To tell me you wrote this book is categorically insane.
The things that he's saying is in the book probably isn't even there.
Probably not. Probably not. I wish that he had, because then he'd forget what he's allowed to say and not allowed to say and what he should say and shouldn't say. I think it would be great. I'd love like some tell-all Hunter stories, some tell-all, here's how I started screwing the babysitter who's Jill. And, that would be interesting, but it's not going to go that way. And it'll sell lots of copies because the publisher will buy lots of copies and they'll, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would be really nice if he did come out and say, hey, my intention was to arm up the Taliban, continue to give them a bunch of money so we could fight them at a later date, and I want to kill as many Afghans who worked with us as possible because we don't need them around and they're expendables. And you know what? If we lose a couple of military members on the way out, so be it.
Yeah, it would say that.
I mean, that would be honest. And that would be honest. That's exactly what I thought, in my mind was going on as it was happening. And I think that it was not just myself, but there are others like me out there. And I think that we've been proven right that was the actual intention.
100% to the point where I'm having to be super careful. I already have a long road to hoe with the publication review board with my book. I've had to take a lot of things out, and I have to change some of the vernacular and terminology in it. So it's like, which is dumb. Anyways, let's not talk about Afghanistan. That leads to rage.
Drew, we need you to change Adam to Alpha.
So I'm not looking forward to it. Tex says, by the way, Tom, wait till you're in your 80s and have had rectal cancer. Yeah, I mean, that's a different level for sure. Tex, glad you're here today. Okay, last thing, and then we'll do some memes, and then we'll get back into a little sports, and then we'll get out of here. I'm excited about this. I'm an 80s kid. I'm on the tail end of Gen X. I love it. I don't like really anything that's happened since then. I do love my family. I love my wife, my kids. I love everyone here involved in the show. I love all you guys in the audience, most of you. But the 80s are great. Like, I just love like going back. I'm a nostalgic figure. Most of us are. So Danny McBride is going to, we can put this up, he's going to redo a new G.I. Joe movie. He wrote the script, said the goal is to film in 2027, which is crazy. That's next year. It was his favorite franchise growing up. It says grounded action film, not a comedy. They've done a couple G.I. Joe films, but they like work in like this shtick and some humor and some other stuff. It's like, no. The kids want to just watch what they saw in cartoons growing up. That's what I want to see. I want to see a real life version of that. Just like I wanted to see that with He-Man, just like you want to see it with any fill in the blank, whatever it could be. But he's claiming he's going to take it seriously. I've heard, by the way, he's talking to some pretty interesting people about being in it. Chris Pratt, Bradley Cooper. Who else did I see? Walter Goggins. Like some interesting folks being in it. I hope they do it. I hope they do it right. Because, again, I'm a child at heart. Loved the 80s. Loved G.I. Joe. Loved the cartoon. And did not love the films they made. I would like somebody to do it right.
Well, obviously, you have to have Javier Bardem as the bad guy.
Some bad guy, yeah. Have him be freaking Cobra. He's got to be something. So, have you started that yet? Have you started Cape Fear yet?
I have not.
Come on, you got quarterback
in
Cape Fear.
Widow's Bay.
That's true. You are. Would you know my wife? Would she like that?
She would love Widow's Bay because there's no jump scares in it. It's a bit creepy, but the storytelling is great. The settings are great. The plot and the subplots to it are fantastic. The characters are great. And I sent you a text, I think it was yesterday, about Stephen Root and how I think he is one of the gems of acting because he has the uncanny ability to take on whatever character it is and literally transform himself into that person. And I know that's, people are saying, well, that's acting, Tom. Yes, it is. But how many times have you seen different actors who seem the same in every film?
Right.
As much as I love Al Pacino, there still is a little bit of Al Pacino in each film. Same thing with Robert De Niro. Same thing with any actor you like.
Most of them, yeah.
A little bit of them in that film. Nicolas Cage, one of my favorites, but you're always going to get the Cage rage. That's one of the things you want. With Stephen Root, it's just a totally different person with a totally different voice, totally different accent. And I was 3 episodes in before I realized, since I didn't read the credits, that he was in it.
Have you seen this?
Have not.
I mean, it's up for tons of awards. It's supposed to be really good. It's labeled as a horror comedy, which I think is off-putting or confusing to some. And I think that's what would get my wife from being like, I don't know. But then now that I've asked, now I will use this tonight. I asked Tom, who knows you very well, would you like this? And he said yes, and here's why. And that's the ammunition I needed because I'm very intrigued by it. So worst case, it becomes the good night, honey. I roll over and start watching on my phone kind of thing. That's
which with this series is a little bit different for me, at least, because I'm more of a contrarian when it comes to what's popular. I usually don't like it, and I usually have my reasons for not liking it. And I think subconsciously it's the fact that everybody loves it and tells me how great it is makes me feel like, well, this, it really can't be that good. But to me, Widow's Bay, as far as, the mainstream and the normies take on it, I'm in agreement with the normies.
Okay. Let's do some memes. Let's do That's Meme-tastic.
That's meme-tastic.
That's meme-tastic.
We should do that one more time.
Okay, these are in random order. We just threw them in there today. We'll see what comes up first. Oh, we got a Sophie Cunningham one. She's pointing, as she's so good at doing, to the men's restroom for, is that Brittany Griner?
Yeah.
Sophie Cunningham is so helpful, it says. She is. We love you. We say it too much again. We have gotten a couple restraining orders, but none of them have gone into full effect.
I think she is slowly becoming the face of the WNBA because, when Caitlin Clark was, came out into the league, oh, she's going to be the face of it. And then it's like, no, you've got Me Bound, and it was and then it's like, no, what about Asia Wilson? And then all of a sudden it was Sophie Cunningham just sort of hanging out in the shadows, and they just little by little started creeping in. And all of a sudden it's like, boom, she's everywhere.
Mm-hmm. I would say that she's becoming more than the face of the WNBA. I'd say she's becoming like, I'm not saying that they're on the same level. I'm not making any judgments or comparison, but like she really is like, she's as interesting or becoming close to as interesting to a lot of people as the Sydney Sweeneys of the world and some of them. Everyone is on board with Sophie Cunningham. It's an interesting phenomenon to watch. Okay, so before we put this one up, let's just talk about flock cameras. Tom, can you give your definition of a flock camera?
Probably one of the most intrusive pieces of technology ever created by mankind to make sure that we live in a continuing panopticon in this Potemkin village of digital security that's being established around us.
Way more than I thought we'd get, but that's perfect. Okay, so you remember Nancy Kerrigan and Tanya Harding? Well, we've got Nancy Kerrigan with the label flock cameras leaning up against the board, and we got Tanya Harding coming up behind her. Americans, we know how that worked. Yeah, I like that. It's very it's perfect coming from you. It's a great meme.
I don't want to just let me clarify something real quick. I understand the flock camera, and I understand it has tremendous use, especially if there's a crime in progress, if there's a vehicle that's wanted out of another part of the city that enters another city. I totally understand the uses for it, and I think it's great, and I think it's a tremendous aid for law enforcement. Where I have my issues with it, just like any other technology that is brought forward to the public saying it's going to help security, Flock is now instituting facial recognition to it. Yeah. So that part of it, of you just walking down the street and saying, oh, hey, look, there's Drew Berquist. He's got unpaid parking tickets. Let's go get him.
Yeah. Well, it's
that
everything.
Part of it.
Everything just gets taken. Like, again, there were the intention behind it was not necessarily good. There were parts of the Patriot Act that were good. It just got abused and taken, and then we got abused in response to it. You can take a bunch of examples like that. Take this. There's good in a lot of things. It's just when it gets abused and blown out of context where everyone gets screwed.
And here in America, we have a tendency to take something that's really good that we really like and mess it up.
Yeah. No, we're stupendous at that. Stupendous. Okay, so there's this big, hopefully you guys in the audience don't have it. Hopefully none of us get it. It can be a great weight loss technique, but there's explosive diarrhea going around everywhere. And if you remember playing the Oregon Trail growing up, you have died of diarrhea lettuce. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people going through some rough stuff right now. I was going to say rough shit, but I don't want to offend anybody or trigger anyone who's dealing with explosive diarrhea. But that's a good one. There's lots on that theme today. This one's a great little break, though. We've got the World Cup. We've got some beautiful women, as there are from Europe and here too, but like we got some Argentinian women fans. Those who know anything about World War II history when they realize why they look... Those who know anything about World War II history when they realize why they look like this in Argentina. Yes, exactly. There's a lot of layers to this.
Octung, baby.
Yes.
I know it's Brazil, but Gisele Bündchen.
I'm gonna leave my comments about some of the European fans. By the way, camera crews, great job. You've done a great job throughout this World Cup, finding people. It's like the game's over there. Nope, it's right here. Like there's some stuff. Look it up. It's true. I'm not making this up.
Soccer's not gay.
It's not gay. There are very ungay women in the crowd at soccer games watching the people on the field, which we refuse to call pitch around these parts. We will not say it. I'm sorry I even said it right there. Speaking of leafy greens and lettuce and diarrhea, all those things, we've got Mark Safed from Leafy Greens today. We've got what looks like a Philly cheesesteak or some sort of meat sandwich with macaroni and cheese on it. Yeah, I mean, if you eat an unhealthy diet, like, you're safe. Like, you're going to be, I mean, you're safe from explosive diarrhea, I should say. We don't want to give too many legal health tips around here. But remember the gain of function research labs and COVID and how Fauci and our government tried to kill everyone and turn everyone against each other? Do you guys remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, we've got a Babylon Bee headline here. We got a new facility, the Taco Bell gain of function lab. Explosive diarrhea epidemic traced to gain of function lab at Taco Bell Institute. I'm telling you, I don't think we have the other meme. Allegedly, Taco Bell's legitimately under investigation as a part of all this that's going on. Whether they should be, shouldn't be, is up for debate. But Taco Bell has been causing diarrhea in this country for a long time. Like, this part is true. Are they responsible for what's happening to thousands of Americans blowing their bowels out like Harry and Dumb and Dumber? I don't know. But usually the answer would be like, yep, there's them.
I mean, it's certainly not the lettuce.
There's I've told you before, it's gotten better, and I don't know if they've changed some things. I used to go to Taco Bell as a young tot, and I would be in the drive-thru. My stomach has never liked it, and yet I would get it. So that's its own thing. I get it. I have 2 therapists. I'll work through it. I would be in the drive-thru, and I already have diarrhea before I've been handed the bag of food. My body knows. Like, it's a smart-ass body. Like, oh, you're not doing this shit. Okay, all right, fine. Here's the deal. We're about to drop the floor out from beneath you. You're going to have explosive diarrhea in your Honda Civic, which is what I was driving at the time.
My dad always called it taco smell for a reason.
Still to this day, Taco Bell is one of my favorite places. I don't have those adverse reactions that you guys are describing.
Most people I know don't.
And to me, what gets me with Taco Bell is if I come across one of those old Taco Bell buildings that looks like, a mission from like the 1800s, the original Taco Bell with the original Bell neon sign out front, just like with Arby's. If you've got the big cowboy hat with the carnival lights around it, I'm pulling in, no matter if I'm hungry or not.
Hell yeah. And I firmly, and I have these adverse reactions. I still will eat Taco Bell from time to time, but I 100% agree on Arby's. Arby's is the most underrated fast food gem, culinary genius happening there. And they're advertising that new sandwich. I'm like, well, I want that.
That cheesesteak, I had it 2 weeks ago. It was amazing. I mean, obviously, it's a fast food cheesesteak. It's not like, a cheesesteak place. But for a fast food cheesesteak, it was amazing.
See, if I wasn't going to dinner, I would get one on the way home. When are you here in studio next, Tom? We got to have an Arby's cheesesteak fest.
Yes.
Be so good. Speaking of Taco Bell, we did find out who's actually behind it. And here he is. You might recognize him. There's Dr. Anthony Fauci in his Taco Bell uniform. Son of a bitch, he did it to us again.
And let's not allegedly leave Ralph Barrick out of that equation.
Okay. All right, we won't.
Ralph, I just, about a month ago, I received information that Ralph is now retired and is going off to do consulting work.
We got into the wrong line of work. That's an obvious statement. Conservative media and sports media, not the right thing. We need to. The science of killing people is so much better. It's just the financials are there.
Well, why couldn't our parents have been eugenicists?
Right. This is a house of learned doctors.
Yeah. No, but our parents had to be into this weird, old-fashioned notion of the preservation of life, and life is important, and life is worth living. Why couldn't we have parents that wanted to wipe out half the population?
Oh, there's a lot there. So England obviously choked. Has struggled in big games. They struggled. They were up 1-0 until the 85-minute mark yesterday, end up losing 2-1 to Argentina. We're coming up on college football season. James Franklin has moved from Penn State to Virginia Tech, which I think is a good fit. We've talked about it a lot when it happened. I think it will be a good fit for him there. I think that the Hokies, the folks in Blacksburg will be happy. And you're going to be jumping to Enter Sandman before you know it. It's going to be great. We're all excited. But this is a pretty perfect picture. It shows him on the sidelines in an England jersey because James Franklin has a lot of trouble winning the big games. He did at Penn State. He has everywhere. I thought that this was rather fitting. And I hope that he does well at Virginia Tech. And I think he can be a 9-3, 10-2, perennial Virginia Tech team and do great, an 8-4 here and there. You can't slide to 7-5 and beneath. But I think that he will do well there. Do I think he's going to win the big games? No. I think that he's going to have a great – they're going to be that team who – maybe not this year because it's first year. Once he gets his personnel in, once he gets his system implemented, like, holy shit, Virginia Tech's 8-0. They're back, baby. It's like, well, they are. But you're still going to finish 9-3 or 10-2. Like, I mean, just the floor is going to fall out because James has a history of not being able to pull these off. Not rooting against you, James. If you'd like to hire me on your staff, I would love to be a part of it. And then I will change all of my verbiage to being very supportive. But.
Well, he's not going to hire me with this next statement. James, if things don't turn around at Virginia Tech, you're on this cusp of becoming the Dave Wannstedt of college football, the guy that everybody likes and would like to see do well because you have all the appearances of being a great guy, but if you can't win,
yeah,
it's Wanny time.
It's Wanny time. Great mustache, Dave Wannstedt. Love your mustache, Dave. Not a great football coach, but love your mustache. Okay, we've got a graphic. We've got a bunch of logos in a circle on one side and then just a single one on the other. Have you won a playoff game at Mercedes-Benz Stadium? That's Atlanta, by the way. We've got a bunch of soccer teams, England, Argentina, the Patriots, Alabama, Indiana, Ohio State, LSU, Texas, some other soccer teams that no one knows or cares about. Georgia, yes. And then there's the Falcons, the home team at Mercedes-Benz, no. Struggling to do that. Be interesting. That's another interesting quarterback competition in this offseason with Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix Jr. We'll see what happens there. Okay, next meme. We've got another Babylon Bee headline. Healthy safety tip before consuming lettuce. Try being a man and eating real food the doctor's holding up. Looks like a ribeye. Looks like a nice cut. Yeah, exactly.
So you're going to be safe tonight?
I'm going to be super safe tonight.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat a lot of steak tonight. It's going to be uncomfortable. Like, my hope is to go to bed uncomfortable, maybe sweating, and lean to my wife and be like, why did I do it again? She'll be like, right. You know what you did. And then I'll turn back and like that's sounds miserable. And I know, I get it. It is. But that's how I hope this night ends. That's what I think is going to be the case. Okay, we've got England hasn't blown a lead this badly on U.S. soil since 1776. True story. Shitty country becoming Islam. Mohammed, the number one name for a third year in a row in England this year. And yet, I think it was Olivia or Olive or Olivia. One of the two is number one. The female is still doing fine, but they're radicalizing all the boys. That's happening. We've got a Taco Bell sign. Stop acting like you've never gotten explosive diarrhea here before. Who called the news? Exactly. And then last meme, we've got some astronauts. If liberals are the first people to encounter aliens, and we've got two folks, one holding up a sign. What are your pronouns? Yeah, they would do that. Totally do that. I think that's why they haven't come, if they exist. I'm not saying I think they exist or that I don't, but I think they're like, this place is screwed up. Screwed up. We're out.
Yeah, if they saw that sign, they'd probably just run back to where they came from.
Well, yeah.
Right. Yeah, we don't want any part of that.
No.
You know, as much as I want to believe in to a certain point, I do, that there could be life elsewhere and they're coming to our planet to try and figure out what's going on. I still can't get past the fact that if you are from a different galaxy and you end up here, and you come from a place that has superior technology, how in the hell do you end up flying your spaceship like an Asian person trying to merge onto the 405? You just start crashing shit everywhere. I don't understand that.
That's a fair question.
Because it doesn't make sense. If you're that technologically advanced, you can't figure out gravity and how to guide your flying saucer around.
Yeah, fair point. That's a fair point, Tom Cunningham. Absolutely is. Okay. Let's get back into a couple news stories here. I think this is I don't know. This is interesting. It's interesting and it's not interesting all at the same time. But it's interesting enough that I'm going to bring it up. So obviously you've got all the different athletic conferences in collegiate sports. And we're speaking specifically here about college football, which, again, praise Jesus, is coming back here soon. I love that Nate just jumped into the notes, by the way. Nate can't be here today, but he's in the notes. The Power Four conferences have their different rules in terms of sequencing, in terms of standings and order, and who gets into the conference championship, how tiebreakers are done, yada, yada, yada. Obviously, the Big Two conferences, the most prominent, the most powerful, are the Big Ten and the SEC. I'm not saying those in any particular order, although I am a Big Ten guy. Those are the two Big Two, right? They drive the conversations. ACC, Big 12, great conferences. They are great conferences, no two ways about it. But the ACC has come out and announced that they've changed their tiebreaker rules for their standings and who goes into the conference championship. We'll put this up. I'll read it to you here. ACC announces new football championship tiebreaker policy. The Atlantic Coast Conference has announced a new football championship tiebreaker policy that will take effect beginning in the 2026 season, reflecting the league's transition to a 9-game conference schedule and ensuring a fair and equitable – you go wrong as soon as you start saying shit like equitable – fair and equitable process for determining participants in the ACC football championship game. The updated tie-breaking procedure is built on 3 guiding principles. Head-to-head results will always matter most. Makes sense. That should be a key thing. You got the same record. Did you play each other? Who won? That team goes. No team, second point, no team will be overly rewarded or penalized based on the number of conference games it played. And then this one, which is where things get interesting. When head-to-head competition cannot separate tied teams, the team with the strongest overall body of work will earn the opportunity to compete for the ACC championship in the conference's automatic qualifier to the college football playoff, which, by the way, they don't have an automatic qualifier. It's the top 5 conference championship, top 5 ranked conference championship teams. Typically, that is going to be an ACC team, but it's not automatic. But you read that language right there. The team with the strongest overall body of work will earn the opportunity to compete. Who the hell gets to decide what that is?
Right. What does that mean?
Like, it means nothing. It comes down to, well, we're going to, clearly these guys were the most, like, their body of work was the best. That is the most vague. You're trying to, like, I just love that they're trying to tighten things up. We're trying to really improve this system here, guys. Bear with us. We want this to be a strong ACC championship. Let us put out a bunch of words and phrasing that says absolutely nothing and does nothing to actually improve things. That is like the very definition of some loose language right there.
It is. It's all based on how you quantify it, and the way to quantify it is make it up.
Yeah.
All right. So what we're going to go by is point differential. Well, no. Let's throw in stats. Who had the most yards? You know what? Let's do likes. Who had the most likes on a post that they put? Yeah, it's open to so much interpretation that it's not going to go well.
Yeah, it's not going to go well. And here's the thing: let's just an example. You come up with a year. And they've had some years like this. I'm not trying to pick on them. So if you graduate from there, by the way, you're probably a smart person. But let's say Wake Forest has a great year. Like, they're kind of like the Northwestern of the ACC. Every once in a while they shock everybody, and then they go back to being okay, and then they shock everybody again. Let's say it comes down to Wake and Clemson, right? Or Wake and Miami. We'll just use Wake and Clemson. They're statistically equivalent, and it comes down to the strongest body of work. the strongest body of work in the eyes of the ACC commissioner and the networks is going to be Clemson every time, because they're a better draw for the conference. They're better draw for the networks, for television, for all the things. I just think that this is and I get why they're doing it too. Like, don't be mistaken. I understand what you're doing, ACC, and why you're doing it. But upstart teams who have overperformed, had a great year, like, you get dicked over in this. And the team that the ACC thinks represents them the best, which is going to be the Miami, the Clemson, the Florida State school, that's who it is, right? Like,
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it going to be like, whatever team has the best ratings this year so that we can get the most money on the playoff game? That's just a bad way to do it.
Just call it the Clemson Kane clause.
There you go.
Right. Exactly. It really freaking loose, man. That's if I'm the head coaches and the athletic directors at some of this, if I'm Georgia Tech, UNC, Duke, Wake Forest, any of these, if I'm James Franklin at Virginia Tech, any of these folks, and he might get on the better side of the conversation because Vatek has a great football history and he's an interesting name that people do like. I think he is a good guy. Maybe he wins out on that, but there's a lot of schools who are like, we got a problem with this. Like, this isn't great. Speaking of you have another point?
I was just going to say, it just reminds me of like carve-outs that politicians do. It's a carve-out.
Yeah, it is. I don't think that goes well. I think we're going to have another rule in the next year or two. Like, the ACC has clarified its tie-breaking rule. It's got to be specific, people. You cannot leave something that important with. It's not just win or lose, championship opportunity or not. There's a lot of money on the line with this. So, like, schools, presidents, athletic directors, like, people are they're gonna needle this to death because you've got to be specific. Like, going to the ACC championship, having a chance to then go on to the college football playoff. We're talking lots of this. Is there pride? Yes. Are there banners? Yes. But it's this. At the end of the day, that's a money thing. All right, last thing. Sticking with the NCAA, the Rules Committee, subcommittee, I should say, has, as you've seen there on your screen, approved the usage of the ABS challenge system in college baseball. So similar to what you're seeing in the major leagues now, the SEC did it in their tournament. Now, there's still one more hoop they have to jump through, but it looks like it's formality. Now it looks like this is coming to college baseball. So basically, a pitcher, a catcher, and a hitter can request the ABS challenge. It has to be. Here's the crazy thing about this. I think this is similar. I don't know the exact time frame for Major League Baseball. It's got to be like you've got to tip your hat. Mine's backwards right now. You got to tip your hat within 2 to 3 seconds to initiate the challenge. That's a quick. I'm telling you, at my point in time, and I'm not trying to say I'm super old, because people are, you're not that old. At my point in time, 2 to 3 seconds, like, I'm still processing, like,
right,
what's going on. You want me to make that call.
But you're starting to see that issue in the major league too. You'll get players tapping their helmet or something that the umpire doesn't see, or they're looking the other way, or whatever the case may be, and it's like, oh, you didn't do it fast enough. Well, no, like, what's the real time frame, you know? And so, I mean, I think it's good personally. I like that it kind of takes the human error out of it, so to speak. But yeah, you just got to kind of work.
Getting the call right is good.
Right, exactly. Yeah. You got to get the kinks out, of course. But
I guess that's my problem with it from the major league side of things so far in this experiment. I saw a couple of the SEC tournament games. I didn't watch all of them, but I don't know. I feel like maybe we can do a little bit better job of who gets to challenge, what the time frame is, how this works. Obviously, it's new to baseball. We're in the early days and stages of it, but I'm not surprised college baseball is doing it. I guess to say as it pertains to the story itself, I think there's some good things that come with it. I just think that the system is just weird on both levels.
Yeah.
It is a very weird system, and it's stories like this and times that we live in where I really wish that either Billy Martin or Earl Weaver were still alive so they could weigh in on this. I would love to hear their take on a replay system for the players.
Bro, I'm pretty sure it was, this is back in the floppy disk days. Like, this is the early floppy disk days, like when floppy disks were like cool. And Earl Weaver had a game where, it was like the equivalent of NFL Challenge, if anyone remembers that, where it's just X's and O's like going against each other, and it was just random. Like, you called a play, like you might get a first down, you might not. You might as well have been rolling craps in Vegas. But the baseball was similar, but you could build your own stadium, and it looked like crap because it was on an old, IBM or whatever. But in his baseball game, you could build your own thing. So if you wanted to build like the equivalent of a green monster, if you wanted to build 2 green monsters, you could do whatever you wanted. I think it's one of the greatest games ever. I'll never forget it because I loved how much like you could come up with things and create things from it. All that to say, total side tangent because you bring up his name, a legend, but I like that. I just want to get, you know what, man, at the end of the day, I think that maybe I missed my calling, but maybe it's in stadium design. Like maybe, Tom, we've talked about doing documentaries on it. You've worked on one. Like maybe that's the sweet spot.
Yeah, it is Kansas City. It all started in Kansas City with an architectural firm there that started the first single-use stadium when they built Arrowhead Stadium.
Yeah, there you have it. Okay, the weekend is upon us. So here's a quick recap before we get out of here. I'm just going to give you some cheat codes. World Cup third place game, France, England, Saturday 5 p.m. That's happening. If you ain't first, you're last.
Speaking of gay, third place.
Here's what's sad, because it's Saturday and we're in the off season of the sports that matter. So I'm going to have this shit on. I'm not going to watch it actively. I'm not going to make food for it or anything like that. I'll be sitting out back, having a cigar, probably a beverage at that time of day, and working. And it's Saturday, but I'm a business owner, so I'll be working. But that is like the third place game. That's tough. Like, just flip a coin at that point and be like, you got third, we got fourth. That sucks.
That's as sad as like, the bowl game before Christmas.
Yes. Oh, you're in the old, using an old example, the Aloha Bowl. Like that's, right. Yeah. It's really more of an insult than anything. But that game is happening. It's Saturday. It is France and England, 2 countries who are bound to let you down. One of them will do it as well. That's 5 p.m. The World Cup final Sunday, 3 p.m. I think it's on Fox. Don't quote me on that, but I think it is. That's Sunday afternoon. That will be a great game. Argentina, Spain, definitely worth watching. Got to figure out Iberian ham or Argentinian steak. I'll work that out. There's nothing saying I can't do both. Okay, like if I want to really get my nitrates up, we'll see. And then the Open Championship, over at Royal Birkdale, started today for the PGA. That's going on, obviously a big deal. So that goes today through Sunday. And then NASCAR, you got North Wilkesboro Speedway in North Carolina. The Window World 450. I love some of the names for these races. Window World, it's probably a big deal somewhere. I've never heard of it. It's like you have a race named after it. It's like a bowl game.
I was about to say, it's like a bowl game, yeah.
The Johnson Motorsports Entire something bowl. Like, what?
Yes, the Balls and Banter 300.
Yeah, we definitely need. I actually had a NASCAR. I can't get into it because the other company that I can't get into it. But anyways, I had a NASCAR advertiser who like hounds me. Call last night. It's like, bro, not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. It's not about this show. It's about something else that I used to be involved in. But at any rate. That is Sunday, so the Window World 450. Sunday, it's a late race again. There better not be freaking weather delays. I cannot handle it like last weekend in Atlanta. Starts at 7 p.m. We'll see. Hopefully it doesn't go until the butt-ass crack of dawn. But all that's going on this weekend, so there are some good things. And then we get closer and closer to that first preseason football game, the Hall of Fame game week 0 in college football, all that stuff coming. So
I thought you were going to say the NHL season.
And the NHL season. And it's coming up. I mean, that's September 29th, baby. Like, we're so close to greatness. And yes, so far. But we're closer than we were yesterday. So we'll enjoy that. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Please do hit that like button on the way out. Bring some people back with you on Tuesday, 3 p.m. Eastern. We'll be here everywhere you podcast, everywhere you watch, all those things. Have a great weekend. Be safe. Be smart. Be free.
We got ball and banter.
Bomb disposal technician, Joint Chiefs of Staff Operations Officer, assisted the national security team with the campaign plan for the global war on terrorism. He authored the first theater nuclear war plan and served as the vice commander of America's largest airborne intelligence wing. Colonel Rob Maness is a true American hero. This is Rob Maness Live.
What if I told you the federal government destroyed a pro-American investment firm where investors didn't lose any money? Straight Path Venture Partners, 7 successful IPOs, private fund, no investor complaints, and 0 losses. Then the SEC stepped in under Chairman Gary Gensler, the same Gensler tied to the Clinton network, the Clinton campaign, who approved payments to that law firm Perkins Coie. They were the folks behind the Steele dossier. And in May of 2022, the SEC shut down Straight Path Ventures overnight. The founders put up $15 million of their own money to fix any alleged issue. The government refused it. A court-appointed receiver took control. Millions in fees were paid out, and investors got back a fraction despite profitable assets. Then came criminal charges in the Southern District of New York, the same jurisdiction that has repeatedly targeted Trump and his allies. These people, Michael Castellero, Brian Martinson, and Fran Linnea, are strong America First supporters, and now they're facing the full weight of that system. This is not justice. Folks, this is a warning.
Folks, welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. It's Truth Thursday again, and we're live on Worldview Tube and X-Space's simulcast. If that clip from Ann Vandersteel hits you the way it hit me, you're already seeing the pattern. The little guy is being robbed by the DOJ and SEC weaponization. That's it. Michael Castellero, Brian Martinson, and Fran Linnea, I almost messed up her name there, launched Straight Path Venture Partners under the Trump administration's pro-growth policies. Their goal was simple: give thousands of mom-and-pop investors real access to high upside pre-IPO shares in companies like Palantir, Airbnb, and many others, not just the billionaires. Well, regular Americans were getting this opportunity. They were positioned for generational wealth, right? As opportunities like the SpaceX IPO were exploding. And then in 2022, as Ann just said, the Biden administration froze the fund. Asset seizures followed, backed by a disputed narrative that shut the entire operation down. The result? Mike Castellero sentenced to 8 to 11 years in prison, along with his partners. This is textbook regulatory lawfare against Trump-aligned voices in finance, and the real victims are who? The everyday American investors who lost things. Lost everything. Joining me live right now is the man at the center of this fight, Michael Castellero, co-founder of Straight Path Venture Partners. Michael, welcome to the show, sir. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being willing to get out here and tell the audience exactly what happened to you. I'm assuming that this program that you all used to set up Straight Path was under the first Trump administration, under their financial programs to give Americans America First type opportunities, right? I mean, what's the deal? What's different about Straight Path that is not the same for an ordinary company that would be doing this kind of work?
We were a private fund. SEC Chair Jay Clayton under President Trump's first term, you're absolutely right, was actually not promoting my industry, but saying that he wanted to facilitate pre-IPO investing to the regular Americans.
Mm-hmm.
So these transactions have been happening as early, I believe, as 2013. Facebook's the first one that allowed these private stock transactions. But Facebook's not going to take a regular guy sending a $50,000 check. So what StraightPath became as a special purpose vehicle and a private fund was we represented a multitude of investors and were able to buy millions of shares of these companies. And we were able then to have investors under our wing. And you know, in our private placement memorandum, which was about 127 pages long, I believe, you know, we said it 8 or 9 times that you know, we have to mark up the shares a small portion to cover our fees and basically keep the lights on and be able to provide this business.
Mm-hmm.
And we were what's called, under the eyes of the SEC, an exempt reporting advisor. That means everything that they received from us was voluntary.
Okay.
It's even stated in the transcripts from the court on the criminal trial when they brought in the SEC examiner. He basically said, yeah, we're basically sitting here because they gave you everything to build a case against them. And being that we were doing clean business, we were as transparent as anything you could be.
So pre-IPO investing, explain to folks what that is for your normal billionaire types versus the opportunity that you were able to give regular American. What's the difference? The contrast there?
So the way it works is, let's say, Colonel, you worked at Palantir for the past 10 years, and you're living in San Francisco, which we all know is probably the most expensive city in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And you're getting paid a salary of $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a year, but you're a techie, right? And that's your calling, and you know that you keep going through that, you're eventually going to be fine. And then eventually you get to a point where now 5, 10 years pass, and so what happens? You might fall in love, you might want to buy a house, you might want to have a family, right? So you need liquidity. So you have all these shares of these companies, and let's say you needed $3 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Goldman Sachs wouldn't want that. Wouldn't want those shares and wouldn't want to take private shares for $3 million. So we were helping those people get liquidity on these insiders of these companies, as well as we were also helping the regular mom and pop investor own shares of something that they wouldn't have, that the elites like the Goldmans and the Morgans monopolized for so long, right? And and I think my theory is the reason why my business and my industry got shut down as a whole was because the few $1 million that we were making was costing Goldman, Morgan, and all the other bullies on Wall Street billions of dollars in revenue.
So how does that translate? If you're only getting a couple $1 million, why are they losing billions?
Because they would hoard the shares, number one. Number two, then they would take the company public. They're going to charge them $500 million to $1 billion there. Then they're going to go to their other side. They're going to go to their retail side of the business. And now, if you're a client of Goldman Sachs and you only have $10 million with them, they're going to tell you, oh, you want to own shares of Palantir. Sorry, you need to have at least $25 million in an account with us. So now all of a sudden, now they're using it. They're backdooring it that way. They're creating, and they're also keeping for themselves shares of the stock as well that they liquidate and they trade against, and all these other things that probably Ann Vandersteel is better than me at saying, because she knows all about these dark pools and all these other things that she goes into that naked shorting and she knows it in and out.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, that all that that's why I say the few $1 million it was making was hurting them so much on their pocket. So what happens with when the big boys, right? When the big boys get hurt by a small guy, they just find a way to squash them like a bug. And that's what Gary Gensler did, ex-CEO of Goldman Sachs.
So he's the chairman of the SEC at the time?
So in 21, when the election was stolen, all of a sudden that's when our problem started.
Yeah.
The end of 21, they wanted us to pay a fine. And I told Brian and Fran, I said, listen, they want their taste. Things have changed. They want their taste. And a negotiating of a fine became to now. I still don't know what fine they wanted to impose. But a negotiating of a fine became to a total thievery of my company. And the court-appointed receiver has made over $30 million. There was about $100 million in insolvent shares of companies. The injustice that they just did to the clients at SpaceX, I mean, if you really want to get into the part of actual thievery, so SpaceX just went public recently, and we had about I'd say about $1.2 million to $1.5 million of SpaceX
shares.
$1 million worth cash. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Because SpaceX was very hard to come by, so when it came, we knew we had to take the investment, whatever it cost, right?
Yeah.
The court-appointed receiver sold it in November to an undisclosed entity. Suspect. Very suspect, Colonel.
Very suspect.
Because everything else is usually disclosed. Now, she sold the position, the $1.5 million position, she sold it for about $8 million, let's say. She's keeping $7.5 million. No, she's keeping $7.5 million of it and distributing only $500,000. The other $7.5 is going to her fees. Right? We still don't know who the undisclosed entity is. And the real sin is that if she would be holding the stock today, that $1.2 or $1.5 million would probably be north over $20 million.
And who did that $1.2 million belong to? I mean, you guys had it, but who did it belong to?
Our 12 investors or our 11 investors that were in the fund. It's a sin what they've done to these customers. They took our company in the best interest of the customer, and all they're doing is siphoning the money. A receivership is supposed to come in when there's a bankruptcy.
Right. And you weren't bankrupt, right? I mean, you guys were
generating revenue. She's generating the $30 million she's made is pure revenue of companies going public. The government lied and said, the government, when they took our company, they looked at our bank accounts. They didn't look at the brokerage accounts, and because they were too busy. It's unbelievable how Judge Lewis Kaplan allows this to happen. He just doesn't care. The SEC examiner basically lied on an order to take our company, and on a deposition admits that he was just too busy to put it all together. And that's why he deemed us a Ponzi-like scheme. I still don't know what that is.
Really?
It's either you are Ponzi-like. There's never, you are, you're not.
Yeah.
Right?
What is that? I mean, I know what a Ponzi scheme is, but what's a Ponzi-like scheme? I mean, I've read enough information. I watched Ann's clips. I'm actually going to use another one, I think, in this show because they're really good. It looks like you guys you had clients. You were taking dollars in. You were doing what you were supposed to do with those dollars. You were actually generating revenue, I believe, and paying out. So that's not a Ponzi scheme.
No, it's like we had 2,200 to 2,400 clients. Not one customer complaint. Not one.
That's my next segment is who are the victims here? Is the big question in the next segment because I'm not seeing it. I mean, we keep seeing people on the federal level being convicted of crimes that don't have victims. I always thought that one of the requirements for to be convicted of a crime is you there has to be a victim to come testify against you, or to be, in a murder case. Obviously, the victim's not there to do it, but the forensics testifies against you in the circumstances.
Well, they were able to
and the
lure
science.
four. They were able to lure 4 out of 2,200 people.
Wow. Well,
And-
we got to take a break. When we come back, let's dive into that a lot more. I'm really interested in who are the victims here. We'll be right back with Mike Castellero of Straight Path. It's incredible. Another weaponization set of victims, and it's everywhere.
Years ago, the United States was stunned by an announcement from war-torn Korea. U.S. Army Private David Hawkins and 20 other prisoners of the communists had become turncoats. They had renounced their own country and disappeared behind Red China's bamboo curtain.
What had you heard? Well, only what our Chinese captors had told us, how great they were working toward socialism, the great stride that they were taking, bettering the life of the Chinese people who for so many thousands of years had lived a life of oppression under various governments.
Who was the victim?
Me? There's no victim. Me and my 2 business partners, I guess. There's no. When the company, since the government took the company away from us, now you could say that the customers are now being victimized by the government, which they took the company in the customer's best interest. They assigned it to somebody that's generated about $20 to $30 million in revenue, and it's not distributing all the customer funds to them. So my customers are right, but they did it in their best interest, right?
So your customers is waiting to get paid something from the government that basically stole your company from you.
Right.
Because they claimed that y'all was. So here's my deal. If it was a Ponzi-like scheme, you know what I'm saying? Why would the government continue on with your business? If it was so wrong, if it was so fraudulent,
right,
why would the government continue on with the business?
Ms. Silk, what Ponzi scheme generates revenue? You tell me.
So what it is, they don't want you playing in the big league. They want you playing T-ball. That's what it is.
Welcome back to the Rob Maness Show. It's Truth Thursday. My guest today is that man right there, Michael Castellero, who is a victim of the DOJ and SEC weaponization, along with his partners in Straight Path. And Michael, exactly who are the types of people that were investing in Straight Path?
95% of our investors were just regular hardworking Americans. I mean, my landscaper in New York, in my house in New York, invested, I think, $30,000. I think he has the shares today. I think it's worth $800,000 in his shares in Palantir. An auto mechanic in Sarasota owned Palantir before it went public with us. He was beyond grateful because last year he was able to pay for his daughter's wedding in the Amalfi Coast in Italy with his Palantir proceeds. He finally chose to sell them for that. He said he would have never done that if it wasn't with his investment in Palantir. Those are the people, those are the stories that the Southern District of New York has actually blocked out. We submitted letters from about 20 to 30 investors that $1 million became about $25 million. And they, the Obama appointed judge just didn't care. He didn't care. He just turned it into paper airplanes and threw it out the window.
And again, normal pre-IPO investors, you have to be what's called, I think it's called accredited. So you have to like bring millions of dollars to the table, right?
To be accredited, your net worth has to be, you have to make over 200,000 a year, or your net worth has to be over $1 million.
Right.
So
go ahead.
And everybody who was below that threshold, we chose not to have them as clients, because we didn't want to we don't know when these companies were going to go public. I mean, we were buying Palantir from late 2017 up until 2020 when we went public. It was 4 years of owning these companies. Airbnb from 2018. Some companies like Lyft, we bought 3 or 4 months before it went public, and we got lucky and it went public quickly, and so did Pinterest. But our biggest positions became our biggest positions because we held them for so long. And our constant was, even though we had 11 other funds that got shut down like us, we were the cheapest one out there on the pricing. And that's why we grew so much. We offered the regular American the cheapest price, and I said the money will always come if you build a good business on volume. And that's why we were the busiest. We were doing business with multiple funds, boutique brokerage firms on Wall Street who had no access to these were coming to us. We had about 12 of them that we were dealing with. So we're helping their clients as well achieve the same, because if a regular financial advisor works at a regular boutique firm because he just can't get into the big boys, or doesn't because he has an entrepreneurial spirit, now he has no way to offer these to his clients except by doing it through us. And we facilitated this for them.
So I guess explain to me how your new type of company allowed to be created under the first Trump administration's policies. How does it work? I'm Joe, average investor. I own a home, but I don't have $1 million worth of net worth. But I've got 50 grand that I want to invest in pre-IPOs. How does it work? You guys find the pre-IPO companies and then make a pitch? How does that work?
We find what do you mean, like Palantir, Airbnb, and so on?
Yeah.
So 15, 16. So Brian had some relationships for shares. And I started building a network with a couple of advisors in San Francisco that managed money for some of these, the smaller end of the Silicon Valley types.
Right.
And, he goes, I need a vehicle to provide liquidity. So, we united. He referred the clients to us. His clients would get liquidity. If they invested it with him or not, that's not my problem. We just did the business with them. We are also doing business with two very large entities, Shares Post, and now it's Forge Global, but I think it was Equidate at the time. They merged, but we were a big client of theirs. If something was being illegitimate, FINRA regulated, SEC regulated, don't you think in 2017, 18, or 19, or 20, they would have said something to us? No, right?
Right.
We had a clean bill of health from the SEC every year until an election miraculously got stolen at 2 a.m. on November 3rd of 2020. So, again, we had these relationships and we cultivated them. And then, being that the Silicon Valley people are a little finicky on who they sell their shares to, we would have to sign confidentiality agreements, so we can't tell, we can't disclose how much or how many shares they sold to us or anything else. So because of that, also, the government turned that against us. Also, in the criminal case, you didn't disclose. The whole business is we're a private equity fund. It says it on the title of what type of business we are. The whole scope of the business is based on the privacy of the guy, of the person selling us the shares.
Right. I don't know a whole lot about this side of investing, to be honest with you, because I'm a really little guy. But I've always been curious about it. Yeah. So let me make sure I have this right. You're a private equity fund. The stock sellers to put stock from private companies into your fund want their privacy. So you have to sign confidentiality agreements. And then you can offer that stock for sale pre-IPO to your clients, correct? I mean, that's
correct.
The people that come to you and say, "Hey, I've got 30,000. I want to invest it in Palantir."
Yes, correct. That's exactly the way it worked. That's the way it worked. And they get a 130-page document with all the risks. Consult your attorney, consult your CPA, consult your financial advisor. This is something you want to do. A lot of them had already pre-spoken to their financial advisor before opening the relationship with us, because they were coming from a financial advisor. I mean, we were the only private equity fund listed on the Charles Schwab platform. That might be the most conservative investment platform in the planet. And they did a year of due diligence on us. And in 2019, from 2018 to 19, they did their due diligence on us, and they accepted our product. And then certain advisors were actually that worked with the Schwab platform were referring their business to us because of that reason.
And when you sell this stock to the clients that want to make these investments pre-IPO, there's fees associated with it that you have to put on because you have to operate the business and those kind of things, right? And they know about that, right?
Right. So a standard hedge fund practice is 2% a year just for managing money, but we're not managing money. So we did away with that fee. Right. And then there's a 10% management fee. What are we managing? Something that doesn't trade yet. So we did away with that fee. So we did a markup up front to cover our expenses.
Okay.
And the rest of it was incentivized. So, Colonel, if you invested $10,000 with me, and if it was not over $10,000, I wouldn't make a profit as a business. So we took 20% of the profit that we made you. So if you gave me 10,000, I gave you back, and you made 10,000 with us, I gave you back 18,000 because I took my $2,000 profit off the 10 that I made you, not off your principal. Never was touched.
Right. And that's the rules, right? I mean, it's legal.
That's the rules, disclosed everywhere. But in the criminal trial, the Southern District of New York depicted us almost like we should have been a 501c. Oh, they shouldn't have made money because these deep learning experts saying, like they pulled out a chart. This customer only made 100% on his money. He would have made 120% on his money if Straight Path didn't take their end.
Wait a minute. So you guys aren't supposed to be able to make any money?
No, that's the way it was painted to the jury. Imagine.
And you weren't a 501c3 or 4, right?
No. Imagine that's the story they painted.
You know, the average 501c3 CEO makes $250,000 a year in this country anyway. So what do you mean you're not allowed to make money? I mean, it's a ridiculous charge. It's ridiculous. It makes no sense whatsoever. And honestly, Michael, most of these do. Most of these don't. I mean, they just don't make any sense whatsoever. It's like, who are your victims? I got to take a break here in a little bit over a minute, but the question going into this is, did you have victims come and complain to law enforcement, SEC, the Department of Justice file complaints against you?
No.
Not one?
No one.
Were any of your investors not making a profit on their investments?
No one.
So nobody was even taking losses, huh?
Nothing.
Wow.
I think on Lyft they broke even.
Mm-hmm. That's
And
amazing.
that was it. On Lyft they broke even and they got their money back, and that was it. We didn't make a dime on Lyft.
And before we go to the break, just a real quick question. Does this business still exist and the government's operating it?
Absolutely.
I want to go into that in the next segment because that's very confusing. I think people need to understand that as we continue our discussion with Straight Path, Michael Castellero. It's amazing. We'll be right back.
At a certain age, you stop chasing younger. You start protecting what helps you feel steady, strong, and well. Your body's collagen matters. It supports the structure of your skin, joints, and connective tissue. But as the years go by, your body needs more support from the inside. That's where Bella Grace Elixir comes in. Bella Grace Elixir combines Verisol collagen, the world's most clinically proven collagen, with asteryl astaxanthin and cat's claw in a proprietary blend designed to help support the processes that reconstruct collagen, while also offering antioxidant and anti-inflammatory effects. And this isn't just for women. It's for men and women who want to age with more confidence, more care, and a daily wellness routine that supports the body from within. One simple elixir, thoughtfully formulated for whole body wellness. Take care of the body that has carried you this far. Order Bella Grace Elixir today at melissahousebg.com.
I go down swinging like I tell my wife Nikki all the time. I'm a pest on X, and I'll do whatever I need to do to get in front of whoever I got to get in front of to
save your family.
Right.
Is there any way that you will be able to get your business back when it's found out that really what the Southern District of New York have done is nothing but a straight up fraud? And at the end of the day, you all, once again, there's no victims, no complaints, but the government has taken his livelihood. Alex, Marie Johnson, if they were listening right now to the show, what would you want them to know?
President, they did it to you. They're doing it to regular Americans. Just because your first term, you created a lot of American dreams. And they cheated you of a second term. And all they did is try to destroy everybody who followed you to an extreme. And unfortunately, I was in an industry that they used everything imaginable to weaponize the government against me. And I don't want a part of it for me. I want it for my wife and kids. You know, I roll with any punch, but if I get thrown in jail and they start coming after them, I'm not here to fight for them.
So we're asking President Trump to make sure that you get a full pardon from this, from being railroaded, from this corruption, from the weaponization of the New York justice system. That you and once again, remember that I've never seen a storm that did not end, and in the end, God always wins.
God wins. Welcome back to Truth Thursday on Worldview Tube and the Rob Maness Show. My guest is that man right there, Michael Castellero. Thankful that the Diamond and Silk Show had you on to send that message, Michael. So on your investors, when the government shut everything down, from your perspective, from the partner's perspective, what happened to the investors' dollars?
they first said that we were short $15 million out of $400 million that we raised, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, it's about 3% of the whole fund
Mm-hmm.
or 4%. So a normal Securities and Exchange Commission is supposed to issue corrective action and say you have 90 days
Mm-hmm.
to fix this 3 to 5% deficiency of the fund, if
Right.
accounting error, whatever.
Yeah.
Right? By the way,
Yeah.
it's a $14.6 million shortage that we still don't know where it is.
Hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
They said you're short. Okay, we're short. No problem. So our counsel tells them under the corrective action, they'll fix it. No. You're not doing anything. First, we need to negotiate this fund. So February 12th of 2022 turned into May 13th of 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Ponzi-like news release came. Because not only they take your business, by the way, they make sure they destroy you on the press.
Right.
Right? You're not allowed to speak because I have an extra year in jail for not showing remorse.
Mm-hmm.
And not
Yeah.
for voicing my First Amendment right, for doing things like this, like the Diamond and Silk episode. But they could destroy you at will and discredit your name to whatever they want. So they never issued that corrective action, which is something the SEC is supposed to do, number
Mhm.
one.
Yeah.
But that's also for a regular investment advisor, not for us. We were everything they had from us was voluntary. That's the part that burns more because they took us giving them information to them taking it and using it as a weapon of evil against us.
Yeah. Amazing. The when they came after you, it doesn't sound like you've committed any crimes. What charges did they make, and what specific evidence did they bring against you?
In the criminal, you're speaking?
Yeah, in the criminal.
Okay. So the criminal they charged mostly because we were poking for communications between the SEC and the Southern District of New York. And we were pressing them for the communications. We wanted to know it because we need to be prepared, right? That's what lawyers tell you to do.
The discovery, right?
Right, discovery.
Yeah.
Right. What are you guys talking about? We need to be prepared what you guys think that we did or didn't do or whatever.
Right.
And they said, if you ask again, we're going to charge. Our lawyers asked again. And on November 29th, I believe, of 2023, they charged us criminally as investment advisors. They said that, conspiracy to commit fraud, wire fraud, obstruction of justice, 6 charges that are beyond laughable and beyond irrelevant. How am I obstruction of justice? I gave you everything voluntarily and now I obstructed? It's just like they went into a room and they threw a couple of darts against a bunch of charges on a wall and say, oh, look, we'll use these. And the judges at the Southern District of New York will just go through with that.
They just went along with it, huh?
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. We could get into the trial and you could see how one-sided this judge was. I mean, we filed, I think it was about a 50-page document of motions eliminate that you filed right before the trial. And 90% of them went in favor of the prosecution. They even blocked the math of financial crime, Colonel.
They
If
blocked
this is
the what? The math?
The mathematics, right? If this is a so-called financial crime.
You weren't allowed to show the results of the work?
No, we weren't allowed to show how many people we made money for. Oh, we were not allowed to show the receivers making a ton of money off this.
Mhm.
They blocked it. So they blocked their crime. It's almost like it's laughable, right? All of a sudden,
Yeah.
President Trump saying it's the Russia hoax, and the Russia hoax was really under Hillary, right? It's like she's blaming him for what she did. It's the same thing. It's like and I've dealt with two of the same judges that went after him in that building. So it's sometimes my wife used to say, like, I could just change Trump and put Castellero on the news release, and it'll be this. It reads exactly the same.
Yeah. Yeah. It sounds very similar. Southern District of New York DA, whatever, Bragg, Letitia James. It doesn't matter. I think they're all criminally colluding with each other, which is probably illegal on their part, but they have the power. Even today, they still have enough power to protect themselves from accountability, don't they?
I know. It's unbelievable.
It is.
They're still doing it. It's unbelievable. They're still doing it.
I know. That's what's really unbelievable is they're able to get away with it now, even under an administration that is about to end this and hold people accountable. And we got to take our last break, Michael. When we come back, I want to talk some more about this and about the potential for appeals, what the status of you and your partners is from a sentencing perspective, and then the appeal for a pardon from the President of the United States. We'll be right back with Michael Castellero of Straight Path. They are victims of a weaponized government. It's unbelievable here in the United States of America. I'll be right back.
You've heard about the new wave of GLP-1 weight loss shots, but you've also heard about the side effects, the nausea, the fatigue, the risks of injecting synthetic hormones into your body. What if there were a better way, a natural way? Meet Bellamelt, the indulgent, sugar-free caramel treat that's quietly changing the way women take charge of their weight. Unlike injections that flood your body with synthetic GLP-1, Bellamelt works with your body, using potent botanicals and essential nutrients to help you naturally increase your own GLP-1, the same hormone that controls hunger, cravings, and fat burning. Activated the way nature intended. Just a delicious caramel melt 30 minutes before your meal. In a 10-week clinical study of its key ingredient, African mango, participants lost an average of 28 pounds, reduced body fat by over 18%, and trimmed nearly 7 inches off their waist. Visit melissahousebg.com today. That's melissahousebg.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Individual results may vary.
Mr. President, this is an urgent message and request for a pardon of innocence for the following 3 Americans: Michael Castellero, Brian Martinson, and Francine Lanaya. They are now all facing prison after a federal security fraud prosecution involving a private equity firm called Straight Path. The government alleged that Straight Path sold shares it didn't own, charged undisclosed markups, commingled investor funds, and misled investors about what the fund actually held. That's the government's theory. But during the trial, testimony from the SEC's own witness revealed something important. Straight Path Management was not, I repeat, not a registered investment advisor. It was an exempt reporting advisor, an ERA. And the SEC witness also confirmed that document requests sent to Straight Path Venture Partners were voluntary requests, meaning the firm was under no legal obligation to comply and there were no sanctions for declining. So the question becomes, how did a regulatory issue involving an exempt reporting advisor suddenly become a criminal fraud case? There's another critical fact. According to the defendants, no investors filed complaints, and investors in the fund actually made money on their investments. If that's true, it raises a fundamental question about how this prosecution unfolded. And there's more. Communications between the SEC and the Department of Justice, the very discussions that now may explain how the case moved from civil enforcement to criminal charges, are currently the subject of a Freedom of Information Act request. But those records are not scheduled to be released until after sentencing. If the government's case is sound, Those documents should be released now. And if prosecutors accuse Straight Path of selling shares they didn't own, then the public deserves transparency about share accounting across the market, including unresolved questions about the total share count in the controversial MMTLP case, where investors have also raised concerns about phantom shares. Sunlight should never arrive after people are already in prison. Mr. President, the Constitution gives you the authority to review cases when serious questions remain. So today, we ask you two things. First, consider clemency for Michael Castellero, Brian Martinson, and Francine Lanaya while the full record is examined. And second, call for the immediate release of the communications between the SEC and the Department of Justice so the American people can see exactly how this prosecution came to be. Because justice requires transparency, and the country deserves the full truth.
Welcome back to the Rob Manna Show. It's Truth Thursday here on Worldview Tube, and this has been an incredible week, folks. We have covered every day weaponization victims of various from various areas of the government, not just in the financial world, but this case. These financial cases are very difficult, and if you're not following Steele News, Ann Vandersteel, you should. She's the best. That's why I use clips from her show on this case. But she's the best at analyzing these financial cases that I've seen, hands down. And this is the third or fourth one that I've done research on myself. So make sure you go follow her, and we're grateful for her putting her information out there because the message is to the President of the United States, sir, you can grant clemency and you can investigate these cases and you can pardon. That's all within your power here as the chief executive, and we implore you to do it. And not just this case, but every case needs to be looked at because they're all questionable at this point, and we can't be questioning our legal system at the level we are in this country continue to be a free and prosperous country at all. And I know you've got a lot on your plate, sir, but please take a look at it. My guest is Michael Castellero today. And Michael, what is man, I lost my train of thought on the question here. So what is the status of your sentencing, you and your partners?
So there was a lot of moving parts yesterday. We filed for bond on appeal and asking for a financial stay of all our assets.
Mm-hmm.
So we could go appeal this to the second district and continue to fight. We also filed for pardon applications via Peter Tickton, all three of us.
Okay.
And just yesterday, and I'll give you this is a very interesting. Judge Furman wants to make my pardon application part of the public docket, have it admitted to evidence. And the pardon office said, no, they don't. They shouldn't release my public information, my private sensitive information into the public docket, redacted or not.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a little bit of a battle. Let the two government agencies figure it out, which I think the more the judge opposes it, the more it shows how bad of a guy he truly is, right?
Now, judges are supposed to be making sure the law is equally applied to all citizens. What's his justification? What's the justification here for releasing your pardon information and all this sensitive information into the public docket?
My lack of remorse.
Your lack of remorse.
Yes, and that's what he used. So Fran got 8 years. Fran's 62 years old. So you're looking at another Tina Peters situation, right?
Right.
Brian's 50. He got 10 years. And he gave me 11 after speaking for about 35 minutes about I'm allowed to use my First Amendment right, yada, 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 yada.
Mm-hmm.
Yelled at me a couple of times saying, I don't care about your politics, and his face turning really, really, really red. Saying it 3-4 times. And then at the end, gives me the extra year because by me doing media, it shows how much of a lack of remorse that we committed by running this fraud that wasn't a fund. And those are his words. And I actually think he had a little TDS on the bench when he got a little red and was yelling at me because he was trying to bait me, I think, to almost combat him back. And I stayed very, very composed. I think it was God wired my mouth shut at that given moment so I wouldn't say something back, because it's like you're being provoked, and then you're being provoked, and sometimes your emotions get the best of you. But I was able to stay
save it for out on the steps of the courthouse with the media. That's what I would be thinking if I were you.
Yes.
So this is an Obama-appointed judge?
Yes.
Yeah.
Judge Jesse Furman blocked the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil last March of last year.
Yeah.
He was appointed while his brother was Obama's economic advisor. He was the economic advisor to Obama. So, there's a couple of, handshaking, probably favors under the table that got him there. And, and he thinks he walks on water. And
yeah. And why do you think he's upset that people might think that his politics are getting in the way of his objectivity?
Because, I'm sure they have a vested interest in the $25 million seizure that they want me to forfeit, and Brian and Fran, and the $115 million restitution that they want us to pay. Because who's it going back? It's not going back to the clients. The clients have been made whole or proven to be whole.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The clients are whole. I mean, there are no victims. Who's the victim here?
The victims are after the government got involved. The victims, they brought in 4 witnesses during the criminal trial. The 4 witnesses they brought is one gentleman. So a big part of their case was that we used our salespeople or the referral agents and the brokerage firm that were selling our product. We're using hard sell boiler room tactics. First question to the first witness: how did you learn about Straight Path? Oh, I spoke to them like 6 or 7 times. Is that a hard sell? 6 or 7 phone calls. The man did research on the company. He was just bitter that the company was taken from us, but being that the word receiver was blocked out of the trial, that part was that's why they brought him in. The other 3 clients, friend or family member, made a lot of money on Palantir and Airbnb, and they sought us to work with us through their financial advisor or whomever. They wanted to invest in our fund because of that reason. Yet, but being that their money now is tied up behind the receivership, is the government gives them a free trip to New York on the taxpayer dime. And they get to go lie on the stand, and there's nobody there to hold them accountable for that. I just don't understand that. They should have a marshal outside the door, and when you perjure yourself on the stand, which we proved multiple people to do, they should be right there taking it.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. Well, I've only got about a minute left, Michael. Tell folks how they can help you guys and what the next steps are for.
Ton of prayers for President Trump to see this episode and grant us a pardon. I think that's where we're at. I mean, that's it. I mean, there's nothing else to ask at this point, because September 10th is coming, and that's supposedly my surrender date.
Yeah. All right, sir. Well, we're praying for you, and we'll make sure that we get as much visibility on this episode as possible.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you for your time.
You bet. It's my pleasure. We're going to continue to do these weaponization shows to get as many of these victims, as much publicity as our effort here can get them, and help them get to other media outlets, because this is ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous that this is happening still under the Trump administration, even though it was started under the Biden administration, obviously under nefarious conditions for nefarious purposes. I'll see you Monday on More War Monday. I'm Rob Manus on Worldview Tube.
We're back with our guest today, Dr. LaTanya Jones, Army combat veteran, longtime public servant, and founder of Fishers of Men World Ministries. And she also leads the Altar Call Tent Revival, bringing a message of repentance, healing, and salvation across the United States of America, something that's deeply been on my heart for a very long time. Dr. Jones, great to have you on Patriot Radio.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
So the answer is Jesus. I think we know that. What is it going to take for revival to break out in America, or is it already happening and people are missing it?
Well, there's a couple of different things that would be required as a full revival pans out. So we are definitely already at the beginning stages of it. But I would say, as far as the word goes, 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 2 and 3 gives us sort of that picture of what it would look like in order for the mass amount of souls in a full revival to start, because it lets us know that we are not to be shaken in mind, that we're not to be troubled in spirit by word or by letter. But it goes on to let us know not to let any man deceive us. And so we can understand that we're in that time now. Because we see that many don't like to hear the truth. That is something that we are seeing, is that those that are the truth keepers, the truth tellers, are appearing to be some of the biggest enemies now. But that scripture goes on and it tells us not to allow anyone to deceive us, that they shall not come except there be a falling away. And so it gives us a picture of what that would look like for a full revival to come forth. So we should understand that first there's going to come a time where there's going to be great deception within the land. And so there would be those that would think of the good as bad, and they would put bad for good. And the Lord would turn them over to a reprobate mind. But we understand, or should understand, just by that scripture, that there will be a great falling away. That means you're going to start to see people that don't want to go to church, that have every excuse not to gather with the brethren. And so we will see a lot of those different things take place. And then ultimately, we would see things in an uproar where people are lovers of themselves. And so we'll see those different things take place as we're coming into a full revival. But we are definitely at the beginning stages of it now.
What's so surprising, and my wife warned me about this. She was in the underground church in the former Soviet Union. My father-in-law's best friend was in the Gulag with Alexander Solzhenitsyn. So they lived this. But the most surprising thing she warned me about, she said the persecution's not going to come from outside as much as it's going to come from inside the church. What's been your experience there, and what would you say to the believers?
That is true. And one thing that we could expect as believers is, even as the word of God lets us know, that judgment would start at the house first. So it would begin within the house of worship, the churches first. And so we can definitely expect to see that those things will start in the house of God, because even with 2 Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14, it lets us know that if my people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves. So it's letting us know that it's the Lord's people. It's going to start with us, and so does revival. And so that's the reason why we're seeing the quarreling, even amongst those that are the believers, amongst those that are to be spreading the gospel, amongst those that say that they believe in Jesus Christ. We are seeing that the disagreements happening among us, because what happens is, in order for Acts chapter 1 and 8 to come forth, where it talks about those that receive the Holy Ghost receiving power to be witnesses within the earth. In order for us to see that come forth where we could go out to be witnesses, the enemy comes first to try and stop that, to try and prevent that. And one of the things that he uses quite often nowadays is offense. And the thing about offense is when you become offended, it makes it nearly impossible for someone that you don't know to offend you. Because in order for you to be offended, there has to be some sort of expectation there that the individual is going to treat you a certain way, they're going to act a certain way, they're going to do a certain thing. And so when that expectation is broken, then the offense comes in, or when the what the individual desired or thought that they want it to happen doesn't happen, then the offense comes. And so what happens with offense, if it is not rectified, and Matthew 18 doesn't happen, where we come to our brethren and we begin to share our hearts with them. I believe you feel this sort of way toward me. When that doesn't happen, the word of God, us coming to them and expressing that first, and then maybe if it's not resolved, then bringing an elder or more mature individual, or if it's not resolved at that point, then we're going before the church. When that does not occur, and the offense is not addressed, then you get the root of bitterness. You get the unforgiveness. You get those things that happen. And so then what happens is the enemy is at play. In order to prevent those that are to spread the gospel, in order to prevent those that have that calling that the Lord is sending out from going out, number one, with a pure heart, with clean hands. And so the enemy gets engaged, and it starts there within the church. And so we see a lot of the falling away, as 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse 2 and 3 talks about it. We're seeing that right now.
Right now. You know, I've seen and if we go back to Jesus's time, there was a great falling away when Jesus came on the earth. There's a great light shone in the darkness. So presupposing a couple things, there's great darkness and there's a great light. So it's not either or. And I think some people focus too much on the doom a lot of times in the church. There was a great falling away and a great harvest at the same time. And I think people miss this great disunity. There was great disunity within what should have been the body. How do you think we should proceed to bring, in the unity of the Holy Spirit, to bring that about? And, because we can only control what we can do.
I think it's important for us to put it back into perspective, because our God, the Almighty God, is the creator of all things. He created both light and darkness, right? And so to put it back into perspective, Romans 13, verse 1 and 2 lets us know that there is no power but of God. And so any power that there is ordained of God. That's the word of God. And so to put the thing back into perspective, we have to understand that Almighty God created everything. That even includes the enemy himself. And so that means he gave certain authorities, certain approval for the enemy to do certain things. But in order for us to understand when it comes to disunity, a break, or any of the things that we are seeing going on today, we have to understand that the Lord still has his hand on it. And I think that's one of the things that we forget, because we're trying to control things. We're trying to control the narrative. We're trying to control politics. We're trying to control even our own lives. And we must remember that we're not our own. Even those that would be our enemies, those that would be our adversaries, they're not their own. And they're only allowed to do what the Lord has ordained for them to do. Understand, this has to be our perspective, because there isn't anything that the Lord that comes to us or happens to us that the Lord himself has not ordained. And so I think that's the most important thing. It's just to remember that he has all power within his hands.
Yeah. And we talk about that in the context of deception today, because there is a lot of deception. And there's a lot of people saying, hey, what do you think is the issue? What do you think really is going on behind the scenes? I have a lot of people asking me that all the time. I'm sure you do as well. I said, well, center yourself back in the Holy Spirit. He's given us a spirit of discernment. He's given us that ability. Are you using it? Are we actually pressing in? Or are we operating out of the intellect or out of the flesh? How do you address that with people?
Yeah, so when it comes to deception, we see it quite a bit throughout the Word of God, sharing with us that in the end times that we're going to see many even fall into deception. But the important thing is for us to read the Word of God, because what we find nowadays is you may see something that appears that it is real or appears that it's true. Because maybe it's tied to a great platform, or maybe it's tied to us seeing a certain thing displayed on media. But the Word of God is truth. There is no lie in it. And so in order for us to be able to discern properly and decide what is true and what is false, we have to take a look at the Word of God. We must go back and look at what the Word of God tells us concerning a thing. And because the Word of God is full of prophecy. I know that is like a popular thing now. When it comes to these different titles, we see that prophecy going forth, it seems to be very popular now. But if you want prophecy that is sure, that is absolute, that will not fail, and you want to line it up to see whether what you're seeing or whether what you're hearing is true, you must take a look at the Word of God. Everything within this time must be lined up with the Word of God, because even with prophecy going forth nowadays, if it does not line up with the Word of God, it's not true. If it's not lining up with what the Word of God says, it is false. And we also know that the Word of God gives us a layout as to what that would look like. And so anytime we see that there's a word, there's a prophecy that even comes forth that does not come true, we know that that's not the Spirit of God, because he cannot lie. And so lining the different things up that we are hearing and seeing with the Word of God, that is the way that we're going to be able to decipher what is true and what's false. And here's the thing, nowadays, a lot of people are not reading the Word of God, not sitting down to study, not taking the time to go through precept, line upon line, precept upon precept, to see exactly what it is that the Father is saying for this hour. And so many are going to fall subject to the deception, including, if we're not careful, the very elect can fall subject to the deception. And so I would caution those that are on the social media platforms, that are listening to the different things that are going on. Go to the Word of God. Take a look at the Word of God. And so if it's not lining up, it is not the Lord himself.
You know, I love this conversation. And after the break, I want to talk quickly about some of the deception that's been coming out, talk a little bit about Luke 10:19, and talk about deliverance. How do we counter this? God never made his bride to be a whipping post. When we come back from the break, more with Dr. LaTanya James.
Your financial advisor isn't going to tell you this. Your bank won't mention it. And your 401k custodian, they're hoping you never find out. You can convert your retirement account into physical gold and silver, real metal in your hands, or stored exactly where you decide. It's called a gold IRA rollover, and it's 100% legal, 100% IRS approved. And your financial, quote, experts, they don't get a commission when you take control like this. Wall Street wants your money in their system, in their accounts, where they control it. But physical gold? That's yours. Can't be hacked, can't be deleted, can't vanish when the market crashes. Verity Metals. We're the experts they don't want you to call.
Convert your IRA or 401k into gold and silver that you can actually hold. Call 888-328-6703 or visit veritymetals.com because your retirement should be in your hands, not theirs.
And we're back with our guest today, Dr. LaTanya Jones. She is just fantastic expert, and particularly just has a passion for revival. Fishers of Men, WM.com. Dr. Jones, as we talk about these issues today, you have the movie Disclosure Day that just came out. I think one of the producers said this is going to challenge the faith of Christians. And kind of my response to that is maybe challenge the faith of Christians that don't know about the Holy Spirit or don't believe that God is still moving in power today. Maybe them. But the fact of the matter is that part of this end times deception that is upon us is going to involve things like we were created by beings outside of this world, but not God. And you see that common thread. It was evolution. Now it's aliens because the genetics and a lot of science now is saying, yeah, evolution is bunk. Now they got to find something else, right? So how are you addressing this? What are you seeing the trends along this line? And what would be your caution to believers today on these issues?
Well, you mentioned a really good scripture before the commercial, and it is Luke 10 and 19 that talks about how the Lord has given us power to tread upon the serpents, the scorpions, and all power of the enemy. I love that scripture. And let me tell you why. I love that scripture so much because the Lord does not give something that he does not want a return on. So we'll talk about return on investment, right? So he doesn't invest power within us that he does not expect us to use. And so that same power that he invests within us, he's not investing it within us for us to use against one another, the other believers. He's investing it within us for us to use it against the enemy. And so I love that scripture. That's actually one of my favorite scriptures because when it comes to Holy Spirit, we have to understand that he is an investment. He is the Spirit of God. He speaks not of himself, but he speaks of the Father himself. He speaks of Jesus Christ. He doesn't speak of himself. And so with Holy Spirit, it comes power. There's power that comes with him. He's not an it. He's not an alien. He's not any of these things that the world would say that he is. He is absolute power. He is there to help lead us, to help guide us. And so when it comes to Holy Spirit and the investment of power, we're all, every believer is to use him, understand that the power that the Lord has invested within us by way of the Holy Spirit is not to just lay dormant and allow these sort of agendas, these sort of things that we're hearing about the evolution and about us coming from aliens. We cannot come from a source that was already created. We came ultimately from the ultimate creator. If we take a look at Genesis, he is the creator, again, of all things. But when we take a look at Genesis, it talks about that dominion that the Lord has given us, right? Because we were born in sin and shaped in iniquity, we had come into a fallen state, right? And so that dominion that the Lord had given us, God had given us from the very beginning in Genesis, we didn't necessarily see the fullness of that because we were in a fallen state. But when we accept Jesus Christ as our personal Lord and Savior, and the Holy Spirit is invested within us, we have the power then to come back into the original state that we were in, come back into the original state of having dominion for us to be able to rule and to reign. And so we're not softies. just because we're not fighting physically. We're not punks just because we're not fighting physically, but we have power that the Lord has invested in us, and he wants a return on his investment. He wants a return on the power that he has placed on the inside of us. And so we are not to just lay down and allow things to take place. We're not to just lay down and allow these certain things to be said, but we are to come forth in the boldness that the Lord has invested within us. We are to come forth speaking the truth that's in the word of God. And so I love that scripture, Luke 10 and 19. I love it.
And meekness isn't weakness, it's power under control, aligned with the will of God. I love that. So if you could, in the last minute or so, tell us a little bit about Fishers of Men, WM. Where can people follow you? How can they help support you?
Yes, sir. So I do pastor Fishers of Men World Ministries. I know that now the enemy has a charge set against women leaders, women pastors. But I want to just remind everyone again, because when the Lord invests power within us, he doesn't want that power to just sit and lay dormant. And he reminds us within his own word that in the last days that he's going to pour out his spirit upon all flesh. Okay, so Fishers of Men World Ministries is a ministry that I pastor outside of within Burnsville, Georgia. We provide free food, dessert, and drinks every day. Not every day, excuse me, every Sunday. I'm trying to get it out. Every Sunday to the community, as well as those that are within the church, because those, as we see, what we do to the least of them, we are doing unto Jesus Christ. And so that's what we do on that end. And then when it comes to the altar call tent revival, it is an actual tent revival that we travel throughout the United States and go to state fairgrounds, and we actually erect a tent. I have a team that erects a very huge tent that can fit somewhere around 300 to 400, maybe 500 people. Yeah. And we go forth in preaching the gospel, bringing forth prophecy that aligns with the word of God, and also sharing prophetic forecast, how we can prepare for different things that are going to come into the land according to the word of God. How do we prepare ourselves, our families, and the people that we come into contact with? Because we because we have that power that has been invested within us, we're being sent forth as witnesses in this hour, not to come into agreement with lies, not to come into agreement with deception, but to bring forth the truth. And so the altar call tent revival brings a message of repentance for us to bring the nations back to God, not to me, not to my team, but to bring the nations back to God, because it's going to be as in the day of Noah. Or remember when he was sharing, when he was warning the people, it was going to rain. It's going to rain. It's going to rain. And so the altar call tent revival it brings a message of repentance, but also a warning that even as in the days of Noah, it is going to rain, which means it is going to come a time where there's going to be great trouble, where there's going to be the lack of food again, where there's going to be the lack of resources again. And so the Lord is calling, he's sending out a clarion call for the people to come into the ark of safety now. Come on while it's still light, because the dark will come and no man can work. Come now. And so that's what the altar call tent revival is all about.
Well, I love it. Keep on preaching. We're going to have you back on again, Dr. Jones. Thank you so much for your passion and for everything you're doing for the body of Jesus Christ. Blessings to you, and keep up the fight.
Yes, sir. God bless you.
FishersOfMenWM.com. Check her out. It's fantastic. And it's interesting how God is bringing all of these folks together from around the country for such a time as this. And just as I said, we're going to have a couple episodes here coming in the future talking about specifically UFOs and demons. I'm also doing our last time study here at On Fire Ministries every Wednesday night where I'm going through all of the ancient source documents that the church fathers, the early church fathers, going to the primary sources and giving a very clear context and a very clear understanding of the last times. And it's interesting. Some of the stuff I've been talking about, other people have been picking up on. Josh Howerton, John Bevere. Very interesting. This is now, I believe, a move of the Holy Spirit to correct the understanding of the last times that, especially over the last 20 years, has really been made confusing when it isn't. If you go back to the primary source documents, everything becomes crystal clear, from the issue of UFOs and Bigfoot to the issues of what can Christians be doing about it today. So stay tuned for those episodes. And God bless all of you. And he is making this generation the greatest one. So keep up the fight.
We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of it, is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.
And that is why I've introduced legislation to add the Equal Rights Amendment as the 28th Amendment, enshrining it as the law of this land.
I'd be happy to look at your Equal Rights Amendment and read through it. I guess my biggest question was, does it define what a woman is?
I look forward to your signing on.
We'll take a look at it. I just was hoping for some analytical clarity, but thank you. We'll take a look at it.
That on the one hand, yesterday I held in abeyance my optimism on inflation until this number, and this number is a pretty darn optimistic number here. Final demand for goods falling 1.4%. Foods were down 0.6%. So that's a pretty interesting issue right there. Of course, energy leading the way, minus 6.4%. My friends who are truckers, we're thinking of you, and we see diesel down 18% in this number here. The core down 0.2.
I think preventing fraud in government should be completely nonpartisan. It's not a Democrat issue or a Republican issue. Yet almost the entirety of the Republican dais is filled with people sitting here listening to the entire hearing, and literally the entire Democrat dais is empty. I think that's, quite frankly, a disgrace. I think it's a disgrace to the people who pay taxes to know that there's an entire party that does not care whether taxpayer money is burnt.
Senator, you've received almost $700,000 from the illegal labor lobby. Is that why you voted against the Save America Act?
Can you tell me who the illegal labor lobby is?
Yes, it's contractors, general contractors, hospitality companies, industries, construction companies and industries.
What do you know about the which Save America Act are you talking about?
The one that you voted against, sir.
Okay. And so you're asking me if I voted, I was against it because
you're receiving almost $700,000 from these lobbyists.
Do you have any idea what a remarkably silly question that is?
I think it's a pretty important one. I think your constituents want to know why you're betraying them.
Some math. Do you know what my election cycle, the total all-in election cycle cost was in 2020? It's $300 million. Do you honestly believe that I would make a policy decision based on that?
I don't know why you're betraying your constituents.
Who do you work
I'm independent.
Okay.
Why are you betraying your constituents?
On the clicks.
Why are you betraying your constituents, Senator?
Good luck on the clicks.
We just want secure elections, Senator. You're preventing us from getting that. You're betraying America.
Good luck on your job.
Good luck on yours. What a strange thing for Senator Tillis to say. $700,000 is not enough. He's a sellout, but not that amount, because he receives $300 million. If I were an honest person and I were answering that question, I would just say, I'm not a sellout to anyone. I don't sell out for any amount of money. But Tom Tillis says he sells out, but not for that amount.
Empire Manufacturing, we're expecting a July read to come in a positive 9. It comes in more aggressive at 15.6. That would be the best read going back to, April of 22. That's how weak. Excuse me. We do have a positive read that was in May. That was 19.6. That was the highest since April of 2022.
The kinetic part of this is ridiculous. Also, the phone calls that President Trump got yesterday, and this is what we have to be realistic about this. We have an Islamic invasion of this country. We have a red-green alliance that runs New York City. They're all over Los Angeles, Chicago, Minneapolis. They're the John C. Calhouns of the 21st century in that they've nullified all federal law to be sanctuary cities. Yesterday, they got Mark Wayne Mullen to blink. Mike Davis got so hot about that, he calls me up right away and says, hey, I got to come on here. Because of one incident, you're going to shut down all traffic stops on getting rid of the bad hombres. You can't do that. So those are the things President Trump on. But the calls he got yesterday from the Gulf, the Gulf Arabs, Qatar and UAE and Saudi Arabia are no better. When in singling out Israel, the Gulf guys are actually, I think, even worse because they're the ones with Pakistan that are funding the Islamic invasion of the United States. That money's all coming from their oil monies. That's why I have no problem taking 20%. If you're going to keep the fleet there, let's go non-kinetic. No more bombing runs. We don't have to do that, but choke this regime down with economics, with sanctions, no oil to this Chinese Communist Party, no cash to the mullahs, all of it. And hey, if it takes 20% and that's their profits, then big deal. Why do we care about a bunch of corrupt monarchies that have double deltas all the time and have us now doing their work for them? Let's get the young princelings, MBS and his prince buddies, let's get them over to take Carg Island. MBZ, who's the best fighter pound for pound over there and actually has a pretty good little military, let's get them to take the cliffs of on the Straits of Hormuz right there. Let's get Qatar and all the money they've spread around, the billions of dollars they spread around to buy off people in the United States, right? Let's get that and get it to American citizens right now to pay for the tens of billions of dollars that we got to pay for somehow, and they got to pay for it now.
Wednesday night, and we are live. Hope everybody's doing good as always. Be blessed in the mighty name of Jesus. All right, let me see who is in the chat here tonight. I think I'm at the bottom. All right, there we go. Auntie Mama is on. Dead Pal Fitty is on. Peg McGroin is on. General Plowman is on. Aggravain is on. JD Joy is on. Buckeye Nut 1968 is on. Granite 2468 is on. Peg McGroin is on. Laura Jean Lynn is on. Aggravain is on. Sedensmore is on. JD Joy is on. Let me see here. Scrolling down. Jules 21 Hours on. Keeper 1376 is on. Peg McGroin is on. Already got you, Peg, but welcome again. Graybeard is on. USA Abbey Girl is on. Depp Pal Fitty is on. Arcadia Angel is on. Jim Brody is on. Andre K 24 is on. Scrolling down. Mark 1069 is on. Aphrodite's is on. In case I didn't get it already, Granite 2468 is on. Let me see here. Big Jim Go Blue is on. Let me see. Release the Hog is on. Skunk 71 is on. DC 941 is on. All right. Snag Dog is on. Let me see. Milwaukee James is on. Scrolling down. Lisa Kinzer is on. Let me see here. K4, VMS is on. Kansas Law Dog is on. Confederate 1 is on. Stepha Toms is on. Biggie 926 is on. Laura Jean Lynn is on. Patrina C is on. Scrolling down. Rumble is broken. No, I'm just kidding. It must be user error. The Great T1AU is on. Scrolling down. Let me see. A couple more I haven't gotten yet. I got Patrina. Let me see here. Mud Tire 84 is on. Let me grab one or two more. PD Frank is on. All right, one more. Let me find one more I haven't seen yet. Scrolling down. Black Horse is on. Queen Isabel is on. All right, love you guys. Appreciate each and every one of you. All right, Trump. Here's the greatness of Trump. Go to the first one for me, Will. Donald Trump, Truth Social. The men and women of ICE are doing a great job. One that has to be done. Crime is way down in America, which is true. In many cases with numbers that haven't been, that's the greatness of Trump, by the way, that haven't been seen in decades. The open border policy of Sleepy Joe Biden allowed 25 million people to pour into our country unchecked, unvetted. Many were criminals, which is true, and we have to get them out, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, what he did was he reversed the no traffic thing. If you skip down to the bottom, cannot give up one of ICE's most important and effective crime-fighting tools, the traffic stops. So he reversed Mark Wayne Mullen. Mark Wayne Mullen ended up actually going behind Trump's back. That's why you don't trust these guys like Mark Wayne Mullen. Tom, do you trust Trump more than Mark Wayne Mullen? Because Trump at least has said things before that could cost him elections and things like that. Actually has made, pretty difficult statements and made difficult decisions. Obviously, I've not been happy about the last year and a half. But anyway, Mark Wayne Mullen is just an institutionalized Republican who always wants to get in fistfights with with people who are a lot smaller than he is. So anyway, Mark Wayne Mullen actually went behind his back and banned, this all came out today on Twitter, went behind his back, Trump was infuriated, banned ICE doing traffic stops at the request of Senator Susan Collins. That's actually what happened. And now Mark Wayne Mullins has reversed himself, put it out on social media about all the Democrats have done to limit ICE and all the AOCs and the Gavin Newscombs and one other one he put out there, all the things that they've done to hinder ICE operations, putting out how to avoid ICE, how to evade ICE, everything else. So, and that was, by the way, that was true. I almost clipped it and put it in the show because it was actually a pretty good tweet, but it's stuff you've already heard about. But anyway, so not a good look. DHS, they shouldn't have ever fired Greg Bavino. That never should have happened. Tom Holman seems like he's gotten to be quite a gelding lately, and they put in people like Mark Wayne Mullen. I do believe actually that Trump did not know that he was doing this. So Mark Wayne Mullen's just that kind of guy. He does some decent things, but overall, he's just sort of your prototypical Republican, establishment Republican who thinks that, he's a probably, even though, I drive one myself, F-250 sort of MAGA guy that I see that right now in the gubernatorial elections here in Florida with like Jay Collins. He's Mr. threat. He tries to intimidate everybody. I'm a veteran. I'm this, I'm that. Everybody's sick and tired of it. So Mark Wayne Mullen really blew it up here. Big mistake. Trump now has fixed it. This is the greatness of Trump. Also, if you saw the pregame, manufacturing is booming in the United States. That's because of Donald J. Trump. Consumer price index is going down. That's because of Donald J. Trump. That is the greatness of Trump. I will not be a black-pilled liar. When Donald Trump does great things, I'll report on it. When a Democrat does great things, but they never do, I'll report on it. Democrats never do great things, ever. Literally ever. Even right now, they're voting against the merging of our military with Israel. We'll get into that in a little bit. It's all for the wrong reasons. I stand with Thomas Massey against merging our military and our intelligence agencies, which are already merged with Mossad anyway. But anyway, merging them with Israel because I am a patriot. I'm an American first patriot, and I don't believe in treasonously, if that's a word, merging our militaries with a foreign government. That's why. Now, why are the Democrats against it? Because they're pro-Palestine and pro-Muslim and pro-Sharia law. Two very different motivations, right? Not saying you can't use it in the moment, but they're two very different motivations. I have to show you this because I talked about it from last night. You can go to the next one. This is unbelievable. I don't even know how to pronounce the person who put this out. It's like Kamaris, lawyer, political satirist video. This is actual video from the Canadian military. I'm glad Will's back. Welcome back, Will, after his, I'm sure, wonderful vacation. Did you have a great vacation?
Yeah.
Okay, you did. Good. I didn't know. It's a little bit up there. But anyway, great vacation. He's back. But this is good. It lands perfectly with Will because obviously he's a Paris Island trained Marine, war veteran. This is the current status of the Canadian military. Will, just pick as many things as you can to criticize about this video. Play it for me. All right, so there you go. I'm hoping, you see the crowd there. I'm hoping that's not the actual military. I'm hoping it's some sort of like ROTC or something. I have no idea. But now you know this is the status of Canada. Though. But the reason why I think it's the legit military, you just never know online. The only reason why I think it's legit because we've seen them marching before. They can't march in step. Everybody realizes that Canada is simply a vassal state of the United States of America. They have absolutely no way to defend themselves whatsoever. And we repeatedly get the symbolic middle finger from those people, from their government, Mark Carney, namely. This is what we're dealing with. This is basically the entirety of Europe for all intents and purposes also. Just wanted to show you that. All right, let's change subject. Let's go to CDL licenses here in the United States. Colin Rugg video, new illegal immigrant who killed 3 people. Got 4 years, 4 years, 8 months in prison. I'm not sure how to pronounce the name. Jaspreet Singh, illegal alien under the influence of drugs. Remember this crash. Play it for me. All right, so he kills 3 people. Just put the next one up, just side by side it. So here's the judge. Judge Shannon Farity gives that name there. Again, good luck. It's Jaspreet Singh. They're all named last name of Singh, which I'll get to in just a minute. He gets 4 years in prison, for 4 years, 8 months in prison for killing 3 people, and he's an illegal immigrant. 4 years in prison. He was under the influence of drugs and kills 3 people, but you saw it right there. I mean, he basically vaporized at least 2 people, the first people that he hit. So anyway, and he gets 4 years in prison. All right, go to the next one for me. MJ Truth Ultra tweet. Since 2025, 3 Indian illegal aliens, all sharing the last name Singh, our suspect there on the left, well, now convicted felon, last name Singh, and holding commercial driver's licenses issued by Gavin Newsom in California. All 3 are illegal, but somehow qualify for a CDL. They don't even qualify for a regular driver's license, but somehow in Gavin Newsom's California, J.B. Pritzker's Illinois, Kathy Hochul's New York, they're all getting CDLs and killing human beings. It's just like Susan Collins she has an R in front of her name, but she's a Democrat. All upset about ICE doing traffic stops and insisting to Mark Wayne Mullen that they stop, basically is securing the rapes, murders, and traffic homicides of who knows how many citizens. Because these people have to be taken off the freaking streets. And Trump did a great job, getting the traffic stops back, getting DHS moving again. But just recently, though, the mass deportations have stopped ostensibly since Charlie Kirk was assassinated. And this is what we have. And then you have a leftist judge give the murderer on the left 4 years in prison for vaporizing 3 human beings. Holding commercial driver's license CDLs issued by California have been involved in separate semi-truck crashes that collectively killed 8 and injured dozens of Americans. This is what the Democratic Party brings to the United States of America, and the feckless Republican Party not stopping them and funding them and continuing to fund their NGOs and every other operation. Catholic Family Services, Jewish Family Services, allowing all of these people to cross from our southern border. Many, many Indians crossing through our southern border, not to mention the HB1 visas and everything else. This is all brought to you by the Democratic Party and the feckless Republican Party that doesn't do anything about it, that is refusing to pass the Save America Act to secure our elections right now. All right, go to the next one for me. And Wokeness Street, just a little side-by-side comparison. Enrique Tarrio, remember him from the January 6th protest, January 6th protest, of which he wasn't even there. He wasn't even in Washington, D.C., was sentenced to 22 years in prison until he was pardoned by Donald Trump, the greatness of Trump, And then we have Singh here, kills 3 and gets 4 years in prison. This is why I could rant for the rest of the show about our judicial system, about our court system here in the United States of America, and how absolutely corrupt it is. Because it all depends on are you in a blue jury? Are you in a blue district with a blue jury, blue prosecutor, blue judge? Or are you in a red district with a red judge, a red prosecutor, and a red jury? It all depends. If you are red in a blue area, you are going to freaking prison, i.e. Enrique Tarrio, who wasn't even in D.C. on January 6th. And was sentenced to prison for seditious conspiracy, of which he didn't do anything seditious, and there was no conspiracy, was sentenced to prison for 22 years. This man vaporized his 3, is part of the 3 drivers that vaporized 8 Americans and injured dozens of others in 3 separate crashes. None of them are going to prison for 22 years. None of them. All right, let's go to the next one. Nick Sortor video, or tweet, sorry. I keep screwing that up. Nick Sortor tweet. Infuriating Democrat Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear is refusing to stop issuing driver's licenses to illegals, driving multi-ton trucks and no ability to speak English. They don't even have an ability, folks, just so everybody understands. The numbers are not universal. They can't even read their speedometer. They can't read anything on their dashboard. They can't read a single sign. They can't read a speed limit. And Andy Beshear is issuing them CDLs. That's who the Democratic Party is. I mean, I have lots and lots of problems with the Republican Party. The main problem is the Republicans are absolutely cowards. But these people want us to die. They want Americans dead. They want Americans raped and killed so that they can usher in totalitarianism, primarily using flock cameras at this point. All right, let's go to the next one. Let's go to the SAVE Act. RNC research video. Let's look at the difference between Republicans and Democrats, shall we? One of these videos from the pregame, RNC research video, Chuck Schumer on the SAVE Act. Play it for me.
Republicans should know by now that it ain't going to fly with us, with the courts, or with the American people. I'll say it as many times as it takes. The SAVE Act is dead on arrival here in the Senate. I don't care how Republicans try to package their plan to resurrect the old ghost of Jim Crow. We will kill it.
Senator, you've received almost $700,000 from the illegal labor lobby. Is that why you voted against the Save America Act?
Can you tell me who the illegal labor lobby is?
Yes, it's contractors, general contractors, hospitality companies, industries, construction companies and industries.
What do you know about the which Save America Act are you talking about?
The one that you voted against, sir.
Okay. And so you're asking me if I voted, I was against it because
you're receiving almost $700,000 from these lobbyists.
Do you have any idea what a remarkably silly question that is?
I think it's a pretty important one. I think your constituents want to know why you're betraying them.
Some math. Do you know what my election cycle, the total all-in election cycle cost was in 2020? It's $300 million. Do you honestly believe that I would make a policy decision based on that?
I don't know why you're betraying your constituents.
Who do you work for?
I'm independent.
Okay.
Why are you betraying your constituents? Why are you betraying your constituents, Senator?
Good luck on the clicks.
We just want secure elections, Senator. You're preventing us from getting that. You're betraying America.
Good luck on your job.
Good luck on yours. What a strange thing for Senator Tillis to say. $700,000 is not enough. He's a sellout, but not that amount, because he receives $300 million. If I were an honest person and I were answering that question, I would just say, I'm not a sellout to anyone. I don't sell out for any amount of money. But Tom Tillis says he sells out, but not for that amount.
I mean, life really is simple. I mean, it really is. So if you ask a Democrat, why are you not voting for the Save America Act? They'll make up things like it makes it harder for people to vote, and that women will have to show up at the polls who are married with their birth certificates with their maiden names, none of which is true. All absolute lies. And there, again, why would you vote against securing elections? Why would you vote against forensic audits? Well, I mean, why would you do that? Why would you not want to? If you really believe that you won elections, then wouldn't you, if it was me and I knew that I won an election, whether I was the politician or whether I was the party chief, and I knew that I won an election, I'd be like, yeah, let's recount it again. No problem. That's like another victory. Let's do it again. No problem at all. But why do Democrats never want to do that? Why do Democrats not want voter ID? Why do they want mail-in balloting, mass mail-in balloting? Why do they not want to clean their voter rolls? I mean, obviously for mass voter fraud. But you see the difference here. I mean, Tom Tillis, his argument is, again, you saw that you had Chuck Schumer voting against the SAVE Act. What did Tom Tillis do? Voted against the SAVE Act. What's the difference? What's the difference? I honestly believe this, and I'm partially kind of stealing this from Aaron, because Aaron actually was on the Senate floor and he watched how all these people are butt buddies. You think they're these mortal enemies with one another? No, they're all hugging each other, going out to drinks, going out to dinner. I honestly believe that sometimes really it's just a staged act where everyone goes, okay, everybody get together. Who's voting for it? Who votes it against it? And let's orchestrate it so it'll all be politically beneficial for us, or at least as little detrimental as possible. That's what everybody does. So we can continue to get our $250,000 a year jobs that we then turn into multi-million-dollar a year jobs via our NGO payments, via our wives buying our campaign ads. You saw Tom Tillis right there. Do you know what my last campaign cycle, how much money was involved in my last campaign cycle? $300 million. You think I would sell out for $700,000? I don't know. Would you sell out for $1 million then? That's his actual answer. But that's what they do. They all just sit around. What will be least detrimental for all of us? What will be most politically expedient for all of us? And then they just vote accordingly so that the gravy train continues for them personally. That's really what it's all about, with 99% of Republicans and 100% of Democrats. And that's really the delineation that I see. A very small amount of Republicans. Every Republican senator voted yesterday to merge our military with Israel's. Every one of them. Every last one of them voted for it. That was available to vote. Voted for that. 50 of them. 50 of it. Still lost because you have to get 60. Again, that just shows you there's no difference whatsoever. There really isn't. Because again, if you just look at it, until Trump came along, this is the greatness of Trump. What did anybody ever do with abortion? Nothing. Not one thing. They ran on pro-life. We voted for them because they were pro-life. What did they ever do that was pro-life? Nothing until Trump came along. And thank God for him when it comes to the abortion part. Here's the downside of Trump. Go to the next one for me. Why are we doing this? Can anybody explain this to me? I mean, I would love to hear Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent post. As America commemorates 250 years of independence, the U.S. Mint will begin striking the new $1 gold coin to honor the enduring legacy of liberty and legacy of liberty and a lasting symbol of patriotism. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense in there. But anyway, why are we doing this? I mean, again, this, it's never good when somebody's just absolutely outright self-serving. I mean, this is ridiculous, all right? I mean, I like Trump. I don't regret my vote for Trump. I don't like the last year and a half. I don't. I think he's done a lousy job since he's become president overall in this term. Lousy job. We're in a new war. No mass deportations, no wall. Economy's doing okay, but mass debt. Which again, the economy, you can have the stock, you leave this up, you can have the stock market booming, but if costs continue to rise, they're allegedly going down, but if costs continue to rise, namely housing costs, it really doesn't matter that the stock market's booming, because the stock market is mainly run by leftist bourgeois elitists, and leftist bourgeois elitists pretending to be Republicans. That's it. So they're really the only ones benefiting. Why are we doing this? Why? Why are we building statues of ourselves? Why are we doing that? Did you vote for that? I did not vote for that. All right, let's go to the next one. Let's go to Democrats now. Wall Street 8's video. Portland police announced they don't have the staff to handle 9/11 calls. They don't have the staff to handle 911 calls in Portland, run by Democrats for decades. And now they can no longer respond to 911 calls. And it's taking over 40 minutes to respond to the ones they do respond to. 40 minutes. This is a Democrat-run city. Year after year. This is my whole thing. I'll attack Republicans left and right. The only time I attack Republicans is when they are doing things that are not conservative. And then I get called by people like Benny Johnson, not personally, just symbolically. Benny Johnson, Sean Ferris, Gunther Eagleman, and Cat Turd. I get called a non-conservative or a panikin for pointing out wherever Trump or any other Republican who's supporting Trump is not being conservative. But that certainly doesn't make me a Democrat, because anything that's not conservative, I don't like. Now let's look at the absolute antithesis of conservatism and the antithesis of Christianity. Portland, Oregon. All right, well, it's taken them 40 minutes to respond to 911 calls. A woman was just forced to hold off a naked homeless man trying to grab her 7-year-old without police help because they were busy. Play for me.
Well, this is another event we've reported on where bystander intervention has prevented what could have been a much more serious crime. And today police are saying that it shouldn't come down to heroic actions by citizens.
We don't have the appropriate amount of police officers to handle the amount of demand for police services.
This statement from Portland Police has been made evident the past several days. On Saturday, it took officers an estimated 30 to 40 minutes to respond to a dozen 911 calls reporting a naked man harassing people in Waterfront Park. This escalated to an alleged attempt to grab a 7-year-old girl out of her parents' arms. The Bureau says its officers were tied up with a barricaded suspect a mile away.
They're resource intensive, and so when you have a draw like that, it really puts a drain on the entire city, not just that precinct.
But this wasn't an isolated incident. Earlier this month, a group of women held back an alleged attacker for 40 minutes until help arrived. And on Monday morning, a Fox 12 crew was threatened with a knife at the waterfront. It took police 10 minutes to intervene.
Unless it's an on-call group of officers like the SWAT team or the traffic team, there's no additional officers that I can just bring in at a moment's notice.
Deputy Chief Brian Hughes says PPP was operating at a 24% staffing reduction, with 41 officers stationed across the city and 10 pulling overtime. He says tactical calls like the domestic violence threat in Old Town require additional staff in case the suspect gets away or fires a weapon. With 70 vacancies, more than $20 million in recent budget cuts, and an increase in complex calls since 2020, Hughes says patrol staff is stretched too thin to respond right away.
It's just triaging calls as they come in on the street, as opposed to having enough officers to handle each call as they came in.
On Saturday, officers arrested the naked suspect, Daniel Vassie, after he waded into the river, only after police say he was pepper sprayed by a bystander. Vassie had already been arrested that very day in Gresham for reportedly trespassing at Legacy Mount Hood Hospital. According to court documents, he assaulted a hospital security guard, was pepper sprayed, booked and released, and was arrested again at the park 2 hours later. I asked what can be done to ensure community safety with the Bureau's current staffing levels and budget. Police say it comes down to, quote, city values.
Those are some very heroic things that have been done across our city. I can tell you that I would prefer that we have a police department that is able to respond in a timely fashion and handle those things appropriately.
No, it's always good to have. Hey, Aaron, can you? Oh, you can't. I was going to say, flash that last peg. If you can flash that guy's peg, it's always great. Oh, you're awesome, man. That was fast. It's always great to have an effeminate man speaking for the police. It really is. But anyway, so you look at what Democrats have done to the city of Portland, and again, everything has changed. It just all has because of the MAGA Civil War. Do I think Republicans would do better? Absolutely, I do. I really think they do better on the local level. Nationally, they're all sold out. On the local level, Republicans are in fact better. This is not happening in Republican-run cities, although most cities are not run by Republicans. This is happening in every Democrat city where they have a $20 million, what'd you call it, Aaron? Reallocation of resources? Yeah. That was the defund the police movement. They took $20 million from this department. They have 41 officers on patrol in all of Portland. That's crazy. 70 vacancies. It takes us 40 minutes to respond to 911 calls. But they do have an effeminate man speaking for them. This is what Democrats do. This is why we can't be distracted with Iran. We can't be distracted merging with Israel. We can't be distracted printing Trump coins and being concerned about putting Trump's signature on the dollar bill and everything. You know what? That's all a waste of time. And getting rid of pennies, we've got to retake this country from people like the people, whoever it is, that's now running Portland. It's always amazing, too, because the Democrats will end up being victims of their own policies at some point, and they already will be now. I wonder if the lady at the park where the naked guy was trying to take her 7-year-old daughter, I wonder if she votes Democrat. And what's amazing is that she probably does, and what will she do in the next election, Aaron? Vote Democrat. Yep. I'll answer for Aaron. He doesn't want to answer. All right, so let's go to the next one. John Stossel video. Seattle politicians wanted dignity for delivery drivers. Play it for me.
Not long ago, new kinds of jobs appeared. App-based gig work. Dog walkers, TaskRabbit, DoorDash, and most common, Uber and Lyft drivers. Gig work is paid by the job, and some say not paid enough.
I'm just basically working part-time to pay my bills and survive.
Leftist media say gig workers are exploited.
We're paid as little as $2 a job.
So activists demand politicians do something.
We have a well-crafted solution.
Seattle politicians' a well-crafted solution was to guarantee delivery drivers a $26 minimum wage.
You get the dignity, you get the benefits of what's coming to you.
What could go wrong? After all, companies like Uber and DoorDash make so much money, they can eat the cost without raising prices.
Annual revenues of billions of dollars a year, so I wouldn't assume that prices are going to go up.
But they did.
Getting whipped with new charges on food delivery apps.
Oops.
It was 3 items of, Thai takeout food for $122.
I just deleted the app.
Obviously, when you're increasing cost to businesses, you're going to increase cost to customers. These are very, almost unimaginably complicated markets where the company's main job is actually interfacing between restaurants and delivery workers and customers. And then you have, frankly, usually an economically illiterate city council or mayor who comes in and thinks basically by looking at an industry through reading the daily news, they can appropriately regulate the exact wage.
We want an economy in our city that works for everybody.
2 years later, the data is in, and drivers did not benefit. Why? Supply and demand. To pay drivers more, apps raised prices, so customers order less. DoorDash says it got 1.7 million fewer orders.
Why do you think it's slow in Seattle right now? Well, it's becoming slow because of the new law.
Businesses plummeted because of Seattle's new food delivery ordinance.
That's what happens when politicians micromanage.
We have a system in America that decides fairness by what the market will bear.
But the politicians don't get it. They say, we can fix it, we just have to tinker with it.
The market is actually deciding what someone's job is worth.
Seattle's then city council president realized they'd made a mistake.
I believe that we created a problem and it's our responsibility to fix it.
Good. So they repealed their harmful law? No. She said, we just have to tinker with the numbers.
If we had gotten the minimum pay standard right, we would not see the decline in the revenue.
Give me a break. The conceit of politicians.
Yep, that's it. I appreciate it.
Free enterprise requires businesses to constantly adjust pay and prices to attract both workers and customers. Yet Seattle politicians confidently say the price we pick is the right one.
When you think about it, it's actually just patently absurd on its face.
Dumb as these rules are, the regulators have the power and they can force this.
You're not going to have any improved well-being for people, and you're not going to have increased wages for those workers.
The same thing happened in New York City.
App-based food delivery workers are getting $19.56 an hour. But with the bump in pay came a reduction in tips.
The decrease in tips and increased competition for jobs offset all of the gains, basically, from that imposed minimum wage.
That upsets New York's new mayor.
Make no mistake, we will have those workers' backs each and every time.
It's this continual whack-a-mole tendency where, yes, the market responds. We need a new regulation to try to prevent that response. They think that the next regulation is somehow going to squelch the greed out of the system, but there's simply no way to do that.
Right. Competition's the only good way to handle that. We asked my mayor and Seattle City Council members, how do you know better than the push and pull of the market? They didn't respond.
A lot of politicians want to believe there's a free lunch or just a fixed pot of money that they can give out to the neediest people in America. The actual effect was not to improve the well-being of any workers, but it was to increase costs for customers and to sabotage one of the most successful businesses in the city.
One that pays people for something they like to do.
We got one more last pickup in Margaritaville. Let's go pick up that order. We're live here in New York City. Look at that.
All right, so there you go. I mean, again, just a few things on this. And it was all Democrat cities, of course. You got Seattle blowing up their I don't know what you call the delivery market, or let me see what they call the workers. I can't remember what you call them. But anyway, just the Uber Eats, the Uber workers. And there's a lot of people, various degrees. There's some people that, have full-time jobs, do Uber on the side. Again, what I'm saying, it's DoorDash, Uber, all, and I can't remember the delivery drivers, but that's not really the market. They call it something else. But anyway, Democratic politicians blow it up. These are people that have never run a business in their life. You have a woman at the podium who's making this decision, who has a nose ring and a man behind her dressed as a woman. These are the people that are making these decisions. And then they get it all wrong. They blow up the market. They had 1.7 million fewer orders. These are the people that the Democrats are helping. And again, I can't stand the Republicans either, even though I am one. I can't stand the Republicans either, but Republicans don't do this. They flat out don't do this. I can attack Trump all I want. Trump doesn't pull this crap. This is all Democrats. All right. This is why, again, we need to be engaged with getting rid of Democrats and Democratic voters. I don't mean that violently, but Democratic voters, i.e., all the illegals that need to be mass deported. Greg Bovino believes there's 100 million illegals living in this country right now. Former CBP director. So the response to blowing up the entire Uber market is 1.7 million fewer orders is, we didn't get the minimum pay standard right. Incorrect. It's that you have a minimum pay standard. You can never get it right. Socialism has never, ever worked. And that's why you end up with a Thai order of 4 items of Thai food, which again is about the cheapest food you can possibly get. Thai food. You end up with an order with 4 trays on it. 4 little compartments of food. $122. Where before that would have been about $17. That's what the Democrats do. And it's on purpose so that you can't afford to live. You can't afford a mortgage and you have to run to them. And what's the problem with the Republicans? They do nothing to stop it. They keep on funding it. If it wasn't for Trump in office right now, Mike Johnson would be funding Kamala Harris's budgets, as he did over and over again with Joe Biden's budgets. John Thune, the same thing, because there's no difference. And I know that I'm preaching to the choir, but there's absolutely no difference. The Republicans will do just enough on votes that don't matter. When they actually don't have the votes, they vote correctly. When they do have the votes, they vote against whatever it is that we want, i.e. John McCain and Obamacare. Obamacare going up 14% again this year for the 7th consecutive year of double-digit increases. John McCain could have gotten rid of it and didn't do it. Voted 5 or 6 times before to get rid of it. But when we finally had the votes and he was the deciding vote, he voted to keep it. That's what they do. They vote for all the anti-abortion things until they actually have enough votes to overturn an abortion law, and then they vote against it. Because that's who they are. They're not there to be conservatives. They're not there for you and me. They are there for their own financial interest, and that's it. And they're all getting rich. Every one of them, all 535 are getting rich. Again, that's a little bit hyperbolic, but for all intents and purposes, that's correct. Got to show you this one, just for fun. Jen Pellegrino video. I can't believe this is real. This is the chancellor of UC San Francisco testified under oath that a vast majority of pregnancies are women. A vast majority, Aaron. Oh. A vast majority, Will. A vast majority of pregnancy of women. This is the head of one of the top medical schools in the country. Play for me.
Of course, the vast majority of pregnancies are in women, and I have absolutely no problem with using the word pregnant women. I use it myself.
Has a non-biological woman ever had a baby?
A transgender person can.
That's not a biological woman. Has a non-biological woman ever had a baby?
I would reiterate, we
it's
take
ridiculous.
care.
So chancellor of the UC San Francisco, this is the head of one of the top medical schools in the country, cannot answer the question. Has a non-biological woman ever given birth to a baby? He can't answer it. That's the state of the Democratic Party right now. That's the state. And that's why Trump won. I'm glad he won. That's the state, because Trump, the greatness of Trump is he does fight these transgender things. The greatness of Pete Hegseth, getting rid of transgenderism in the military. Pete Hegseth wants everybody tested for testosterone every year now in the military. That's the greatness of him. And you can't negate the greatness of it, but you have to point out when they make incredible, stupid decisions, i.e. Iran, i.e. no more traffic stops for DHS, i.e. no mass deportations, i.e. no wall, i.e. printing a coin with your name on it, i.e. having a statue made of yourself. All of that's a waste of time. Big, beautiful bill, adding $1.7 trillion to debt, adding $3 trillion to debt since you've been president. Those are not conservative things. No wall is not conservative. No mass deportations is not conservative. Starting a new war is not conservative. Printing your face on a coin is not conservative. Adding $3 trillion to the debt is not conservative. That doesn't make me non-conservative to point out that a quote-unquote conservative is not being conservative. It's really easy. I mean, real life is actually quite simple. Here's somebody, speaking of simplicity of life, who needs to spend the rest of their life in federal prison. Rand Paul video, December 2025. Jack Smith swore under oath that he didn't spy on text messages belonging to members of Congress. Today, new evidence confirms he spied on dozens of members of Congress, myself included. Play for me.
Did the toll records that you requested from the senators, did they include the content of the phone calls? No. Did the records that you requested, the toll records from the members of Congress, include the content of text messages? No. Can you explain for us on the record?
This is the lousy side of Trump. As the great T1AU said last night, why here we are, 540 days, so maybe it's 541 days now into the Trump administration, and nobody's in prison. Outside of John Bolton, he isn't in prison yet, but that's the greatness of Trump. I'm not gonna sit here and act like John Bolton hasn't occurred, because he has. But why is Fauci walking around? Why is Jack Smith walking around? Where's Kash Patel? Is he on another private jet to go see his girlfriend play that he now calls a friend? I mean, I'm just curious. Where are they? Why are they not in prison? I appreciate the DOJ going after fraud. But again, when you have thousands upon tens or even hundreds of thousands of employees, you can't walk and chew gum at the same time. You can't actually do that. So why is Jack Smith walking around free? Still, 540 days in. Go to the next one for me. Apple Lamps video. Democrats create the crisis, blame Trump, and demand another term. Let me give you some context on this. This is Governor Healy out of Massachusetts. In Massachusetts, Healy campaigned for governor by boasting, "Remember, I stopped 2 gas pipelines from coming into the state." Who would brag about that? Now Healy complains that Massachusetts does not produce natural gas and that it's hard for us to even get it here. Remember, I stopped the gas lines from coming here. We can't get any gas here. Play for me.
Gas is so volatile, and we don't even produce it here. And with Jones Act and other things, it's hard for us to even get it here, okay?
Remember, I stopped 2 gas pipelines from coming.
Put on a lot of weight in those years. But anyway, so there it is. That's typical Democrat. We can't get gas. We can't get gas. You stop the gas from coming. That's basically every Democratic policy that there is. $7, $8 gas in the state of California. Because the gas that goes to California actually has to go through the Panama Canal. Can you imagine that? I mean, that's the problem. They're actually importing their gas. They're importing their oil because they won't let a refinery be built in California, which has 40 million people living there. That's Democrats for you. So it's amazing. What absolutely blows my mind about people in general, not just Democrats. Jesus said, beware of false prophets which come to you in sheep's clothing. Ye shall know them by their fruits. Matthew 7:15, 16. It's Luke 6:24. A tree is known by its fruit. For a good tree does not bear bad fruit, nor does a bad tree bear good fruit. Either make the tree good and its fruit good, or else make the tree bad and its fruit bad. But anyway, that's in Matthew chapter 12. But anyway, my whole thing with people is when you look at the fruit of your life, is it working? And if it's not working, why are you not open to change? That's what's amazing to me. I will never get it. If you are a Democrat, or you're a Christian that attends even Foundation Church here in Northport, Florida, and nothing that you're doing is working, and you know it's not working, why are you not open to change? And why do you act like you're an expert in the area that you're failing? I never will understand that. I will not get it. That's why I've said it from the pulpit a million times. Don't come to me for diet advice. I put on and lose the same 40 pounds over and over and over again. So I wouldn't come to me for diet advice. I mean, again, I wouldn't do that. And I don't claim to be an expert at dieting. Okay. But I mean, I am sort of an expert on how to take off that 40 pounds. I can do it. I can do it pretty quickly. But anyway, I mean, other than that, you don't come to me for dietary advice. Hey, Tom, what is it that you do? I mean, I would just love to be a 57-year-old man who's lost the same 40 pounds 40 times. Okay. Obviously, here's the thing. And I've been caught in this myself. I've done this myself, but once you notice that it's not working, if you're imagine being a Democrat and your Democratic representative, this woman will get elected over and over again until she's no longer allowed to be elected in whatever office that she's running. She'll probably be a senator next. Why can't we afford gas in the state of Massachusetts? Because you have no pipeline that takes it to Massachusetts. Why is that? Because of the Democrats. And then the same Democrats will then blame it on fossil fuel industries. And it's you. It's you. I will never get it. I just want to read it one more time. Massachusetts, Healy campaigned for governor by boasting, remember, I stopped 2 gas pipelines from coming into the state. Now Healy complains that Massachusetts does not produce natural gas, and it's hard for us to even get it here. She blocked the infrastructure that would bring it here, sent energy costs soaring to the highest in the nation, and now discusses the shortage as though it appeared without explanation. But that is I'm going to keep that. That is a concise, that's like COVID. It appears without explanation. No, you funded it in the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and then you acted like it came from a pangolin in the Wuhan wet market. I mean, you're not even the Wuhan wet market, whatever, 1,000 miles south of Wuhan. I mean, truly amazing. I got to keep that. That's a good summation. All right, let's skip that one. Well, I don't want to do that one. Let's go to Nicholas Lasac tweet. There you go. I just have to show you these little debates. They're great online. This is Nicholas Lasac versus Alex Bruesewitz. J.D. Vance is once again torching the U.S.-Israel alliance. Good. By peddling toxic conspiracy theories about Jewish influence in America. How's it toxic? Do we have an AIPAC or don't we, Aaron?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because is that not influencing our policies, our Congress, our Senate? It doesn't it? Yep. Okay, so how is that anti-Semitic? And I know the whole I don't know the whole argument. Aaron does, actually. But I understand the whole Semite thing, but I'm just telling you, listen, I know, you can put it in the chat if you want, I don't care, but I understand the Semite thing and what qualifies to be a Semite. Most Jewish people don't qualify as Semites. I get it. But for the ease of conversation, anti-Semite. Yeah. It doesn't make you anti-Semitical to criticize that Jewish people are influencing America.
Right.
How is that? I mean, how am I anti-Russian because Russians buy different campaign ads to influence our elections? They do. That's all they do. And that was $250,000 ad buy in the 2016 election. That's what led to the whole Russian collusion hoax. I'm not anti-Russian because I say negative things about Russians or Ukrainians or anything else. Or I'm not anti-Trump because I say negative things about Trump. It's just what is actually true. That's it. This snake, he says, and we're going to find out who this guy is in a minute. The snake is the venom rotting the Trump administration from inside. We'd have regime change in Iran right now if it wasn't for J.D. Vance. Now, I'm no J.D. Vance Palantir fan either, but I'm just saying, would we have a regime change if it wasn't for J.D. Vance?
No.
How are you going to have a regime change when the people inside of the country won't do it themselves? You on it? I mean, let's go back to all of our successful regime changes, shall we? We're having a Russian-Ukraine war right now because of our blue revolution in Ukraine that caused the overthrow of the democratically elected president of Ukraine, which then the new government came in and then bombed the breakout provinces, which then made them, remember, this all started in 2014. Oh, who was there? Lindsey Graham, John McCain, and the Obama administration. All did the color revolution. I called it blue. Color revolution inside, it is blue actually, but Democrat. But anyway, the color revolution inside of Ukraine that unseated the democratically elected, these people who are always democracy, overthrew him. All the players involved in this. And then the new president comes into Ukraine, bombs Luhansk and Donetsk, the breakout provinces, bombs them. Ukraine bombed Ukraine. That's the Russian-speaking area that's habitually molested by the Nazi Azov battalion. And then lo and behold, Russia wants to take back the portion of Russia that speaks Russian. That was then, for some reason, made a part of Ukraine when the whole Soviet Union fell apart. All right, so go to the next one for me. Alex Bruesewitz responded. He must resign. Sorry, Nick. The vice president of the USA doesn't take orders from a third-rate social media influencers from the UK. Also, he's not spreading any conspiracy theories. Please see the screenshot below. Go ahead and put the next one up for me, Will. Here's the screenshot below. This is all true. Trump's this is what's his name? I forgot his name. Oh, I can't believe I forgot. Scott. Does it even have it on there? It doesn't have it. I forgot his name. Parcell.
Brad Parscale.
Brad. You have it, Aaron?
Yeah, it's right there.
Is it in there?
Yeah, Brad Parscale.
Okay.
Has
Where do you see it?
1.5 million.
Why
right
am I
under
not
the main.
Oh, right on the main line. Oh, yeah. Brad Parscale. There you go. Trump's ex-campaign manager is running an Israeli influence operation targeting the MAGA base. Okay. That's all that Vance alleged. Okay. Vance alleged that Trump's ex-campaign manager, Brad Parscale, is running an Israeli influence operation targeting the MAGA base. He accused Brad Parscale of doing what Brad Parscale is doing. That's why people getting mad at me because all I talk about is the Iran war. Okay, well, is that not what's going on? All right, so Brad Parscale has a $1.5 million per month contract to run a digital messaging effort for Israel. And that's all Vance said. Is it true? Yes, it's true. Okay, I'm no big Vance fan. I do like where he's at. He's trying to like hang on to his 2028 chances by being Israel critical, which is what I am. I'm not anti-Israel. I'm not anti-France. I'm not anti-UK. I will be anti if they go against America or they try to influence America or they try to merge their militaries with America. I will then be anti that specific action and critical of it. All right, go to the next one for me. Grace Strong tweet. Breaking news, House Democrats continued their sharp turn against Israel, voting to cut $3 billion in aid to the Jewish state. 103 House Democrats. Now, the rest of them voted to merge, just so everybody knows. I wonder who they're receiving money from. All right. House Democrats voted for Thomas Massey's amendment to cut aid. All we want to do is cut the $3.8 billion, which Benjamin Netanyahu says he wants to do over the next 10 years. Yeah, right. And then merge our militaries. So he cut the 3.8 and make basically $1 trillion merging our militaries together. Why would you ever merge a country with 380 million people in it with a country of 10 million people? Mostly citing concerns about Prime Minister Netanyahu's handling of the war in Gaza, 10 Democrats voted president and 98 voted no. So half and half split. How much you want to bet all 98 receive AIPAC money? House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries voted against the amendment, so voted to continue to fund Israel. So people can say whatever they want. Tom, you're siding with Democrats. Well, you're siding with Hakeem Jeffries to continue to fund Israel.
Right.
See how dichotomous the whole thing is? How deliciously slippery the slope is actually? Because it can't be you're voting against Israel, so now you're a Democrat. No, because Democrats voted to continue to fund Israel. So you can say, okay, well, I'm in the AOC camp, and you're in the Hakeem Jeffries camp. You see what I'm saying? No, what you actually do is go, why did Hakeem Jeffries vote against it? Because he's receiving AIPAC money. And why did all of the Democrats vote for it? Because they aren't receiving AIPAC money and they're pro-Islam. I'm voting against it because I'm pro-America. I'm American first, and I am not for the treasonous action of merging our two militaries and our intel agencies. You can't be as simplistic and as linear as Sean Farish, Gattard, Gunther Eagleman, and Benny Johnson. Trump said no, so no. You vote against Israel. You're pro-Islam. You're a Democrat. No, it's not that simple, morons. It's not that. Okay, so just so you know, Benny Johnson, Sean Farish, Gattard, Gunther Eagleman are all in the Hakeem Jeffries camp. So you know, right? They can say whatever they want about me, but you're in the Hakeem Jeffries camp because you voted the same way as Hakeem Jeffries and, 98 other Democrats. So maybe I'm on the side of the 103 Democrats, but you're on the side of the 98 Democrats, and I'm certainly not on the side of the 103 baby butchers that voted to continue funding Israel with $3.8 billion per year. All right, so go to the next one for me. Alice Brucewitz again. These are little debates here online. So Will on the bottom, and I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name. I can't help it. Aaron, you try. Rizzardiatello.
Ricky
Ardello. That sounds better. Aaron, let's go with the C actually with a sound. Ricky Ardella. That sounds better. It's easier for me to say too. Ricky Ardella. Iran killed Vance's MOU by exposing the fantasy behind it. So Iran actually killed the memo of understanding by exposing the fantasy. Didn't they just simply kill it by bombing ships inside of the Strait of Hormuz and closing the Strait of Hormuz again? Vance thought relief and reintegration could buy normal behavior from a regime built on confrontation. Now, who is this? Who is Will? Will, you are the managing editor for politics for Fox News. So you think everything is fair and balanced at Fox News? No, they're just another Israel sycophantic establishment, Sean Hannity, Republican. You'll be concerned. You'll be accused of being anti-Republican if you're anti-establishment Republican.
Yep.
You have to delineate these lines. Establishment Republicanism is $3 trillion worth of debt in the big, beautiful bill. How is $3 trillion worth of debt, 1.7 trillion of that coming from the big, beautiful bill alone? How is that conservative? And how am I not conservative for pointing out that it's not conservative? Again, that's how you have to look at it. Fox News is for the MOU and for the continuing kinetic warfare in Iran. Fox News Republican. So, if you're against it, you're not Republican. No, we were promised no new wars, and new wars are not Republican. When a Republican decides to start a new war, does it then make it conservative? Absolutely not. Good arguments by us, Alex Brucewitz. He follows me. I actually follow him, and he follows me on Twitter. Here it is. You can just side by side the next one, guys. Nick Sorter video. Here it is. Here we are, Strait of Hormuz. 130, 140, 139 days, something like that, into the war now. And now, U.S. forces just fired Hellfire missiles at an oil tanker, attempting to get to Iran's Karg Island. So we're bombing oil tankers ourselves. This is part of our military embargo, costing you $2 billion a day. There it is. I mean, just so you know, people, can't we talk about something else besides Iran? First of all, we do, but here it is. We were promised 4-day war. Then we were told by Pete Hegseth 10, 12, 15 days. Now we are 139 days in, something like that. 140 days in. There we are. And no end in sight. No end in sight. The strait is closed. No end in sight. Okay, but again, we don't need the Strait of Hormuz, but a lot of other countries do, and that also has a great impact on our own prices. All right, let's go to the next one. Tommy Robinson video. People will be like, too, just real quick before we get to that, they'll be like, well, the stock market's up or whatever. Yeah, those are people that are trading on inside information from inside the administration.
Yep.
Okay, I mean, I don't like to say that. Do I think that Trump is committing crimes? I don't necessarily think he's committing crimes. He's very open about really the insider trading that his family's doing. But because it's not illegal because Congress does it. So it's really not illegal. I mean, that's how it is. I see people start talking in here, voting for Fishback. Me too, voting for Fishback, absolutely. Not voting for Byron Donalds, no matter what. Not voting for a Democrat, no matter what. All right, so let's go to this. Let's go to Islam. Tommy Robinson video. Met police were chased out of London by Muslims. Play it for me. See, there's your difference. Perfectly exemplified in a video. All right. Democrats want that in America. That's why, one of the reasons why they're pro-immigration, pro-Somali immigration, Pakistani, Afghan, every Muslim country immigration, and why they're anti-Israel. All right. That's why they're anti-Israel. Now, I can make an argument that Israel is also in favor of Muslim immigration.
Yep.
Flooding, because a lot of the Muslim, if you look at who's bringing in a lot of, our southern border infiltration, just bringing in hundreds and hundreds of thousands before Trump took office, the greatness of Trump closing the southern border, was Jewish Family Services, Catholic Family Services. We're causing the mass infiltration of illegals, including Muslims, into our country. So I can make that argument too. But why some people, because they don't know the real big picture, why some people are anti-Israel because they're pro-Muslim. I'm certainly not that. Not at all. I'm anti-Israel infiltrating our government and merging with our military and buying off our politicians. I am. And by the CIA, Israelis are not even allowed in Langley because they bugged the CIA so often, our greatest ally. So anyway, and that's what this is. The motivation behind Democrats being anti-Israel is they want a Muslim Sharia law nation, or they're just so sycophantical that they're like, you know what, I just want to show everybody how unbiased I am. I just want to show everybody that. So we're going to let in as many low IQ, inbred, 60 IQ Muslims into the country as possible. And by doing that, I am showing the world. I am showing the world. I'm espousing to everybody how virtuous I am. So you have all the different reasons why they want this. They want this in America. All right, look at this Quantum Guard video. Holy crap. Dr. Oz just revealed the Muslim woman charged with one woman. Maybe it's one woman and her daughter. One woman charged with $21 million worth of Medicaid fraud. How do you even do that? And of course, Tampon Tim's Minnesota are a mother and daughter and paid moms to lie that their kids had autism. Play for me.
You got it right. And they're a mother and a daughter, by the way. And they would often pay moms to lie that their children had autism. And in that community, these kinds of behaviors were accepted. Well, this is a much bigger problem for the country. These programs, especially in Medicaid, were designed sort of on the honor system. You were asking people to pay for things your family would normally do for you. And so you'd assume they would take advantage of the system once in a while, but it would be very rare. So this is a good example in autism where we've taken an ailment, a tragic condition for many families that they're struggling financially to cope with. And it was supposed to cost $3 million, $4 million, not supposed to cost $400 million. And it doesn't get there unless you actually dupe people into thinking it's real. In Minnesota, which I have visited, we were there last week, as you know, with the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force led by the Vice President, we were witnessing exactly why these two women were able to get away with it. Within the Department of Health, if you brought up race as an issue, you are a racist. And I actually think if you have red flags pointing to people, whatever race or background they have, you have to go after those problems. And they would ostracize and shut down whistleblowers who are trying to put their hand up and saying, you know, guys, there's something wrong here. At least help me look into the problems. And they escort these people out of the building and never let them return to their primary jobs. Well, the #1 biller of Botox in the country just went to jail. She billed $25 million for Botox to Medicaid, pretending that it was going to help people with migraines. Again, fraudster, coming from a place you could not imagine. And we're catching these folks. But the real question we should be asking ourselves, is this a flaw or is it a feature? Why is the #1 job in New York State personal care service?
Now, this is the greatness of Trump, because absolutely none of this happened when Trump wasn't in office. Again, this is what dealing with reality is. And people need to do this with their own personal lives. You just deal in reality. What is actual reality? Not, it's sycophantical tribalism. You don't do that. This is the greatness of Trump, rooting out this fraud. Oz is doing a great job. He really is. He's doing a great job. Merging also with the DOJ with these fraud cases. Congratulations to them. Look at this one. Lives with TikTok. This is a tragic deal here. Lives with TikTok tweet. Anti-ICE Free Palestine activist, that's the girl in the photo, right there, girl in the photo, bottom right, who moved to Ireland to be with her Muslim migrant boyfriend, found beaten to death, allegedly by him, in her home. This just shows you. Not a religion of peace. Certainly, it's amazing. Free Palestine, and you go there and to be with your Muslim boyfriend who hates women. These are really, this is the epitome. It's a sad case, but it's the epitome of being a leftist in America. All right, go next for me. Nick Shirley video. Meet Fahima Mahmood. Play it for me.
Here at Future Leaders Early Learning Center, this building received over $3 million. Hello, how are you? I would like to see if I could bring little Joey, my son little Joey here. Is there paperwork, or can I check out the daycare? No. Why can't I check out the daycare?
It's not here.
Okay, but if I can I get paperwork or anything to submit my son, little Joey, to come in here to daycare? We'd really like to put Joey in this daycare. We've heard great things.
Business card?
No, I would like your business card, actually.
You talk to your manager.
Okay, can I speak with somebody? Where are the children at? Are there children here today?
No.
No children?
Yes.
Why are there no children?
Two of Mexico.
Would my son, little Joey, have friends to play with here?
No.
No.
Yes.
No friends for little Joey?
Yes. Sorry.
Ah, dang it. Well, have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
So, little Joey would not be accepted to that daycare.
Joey's still homeless.
Joey's still looking for daycare.
So that's Fahima Mahmood, operated the largest government-funded Leering Center in Minnesota, received $4.6 million. Also received, and Nick Shirley was testifying in front of the Senate or House today, also received $850,000 for feeding our future. Scam and bought real estate with the money. Tried to escape to the UK before being caught by the FBI. Just pled guilty to daycare fraud and COVID fraud. Again, it's the greatness of Trump right there. I mean, there's no doubt about it. The greatness of Trump. Listen, our national debt, we covered yesterday. Food stamps, what do they call food stamps now? SNAP benefits. 70% of SNAP benefits, $7.8 billion a month that goes to SNAP benefits. A month. All right? 70% of that goes to illegal aliens. 70% of it. What are we doing? Why has Mike Johnson not fixed it? I mean, why hasn't Brandon Gill fixed it? Why haven't Republicans fixed that? Can anybody tell me that? We own the House, we own the Senate, we own the Supreme Court and the presidency, but $7.8 billion per month goes into SNAP benefits. 70% of it goes to illegals. So 70%, let's just say 5.8, let's just round it up to 6. So $6 billion of that goes to illegals. Per month. Why has that not been fixed? Why? Because the Republicans are benefiting from it also. That's why. It's true, folks. It really is true. Oh, is it really 10:10? How long is this video?
48 seconds.
Oh, good. We'll play this one. Jessica Rojas video. 9 officers just got arrested, fired for abusing flock surveillance to stalk people. Play it for me.
Just yesterday in Greene County, a deputy was arrested and fired. Investigators say Quenisha Goss accessed flock data for personal reasons multiple times over the course of 3 months without law enforcement justification. A similar story in South Georgia. 5 Albany officers were arrested on Monday. You see their names listed there. The GBI says an internal audit found that the officers used the flock system multiple times for non-law enforcement purposes. All of those officers have been fired. And just a few weeks ago in Cherokee County, our own Atlanta News First investigation found these 3 deputies have been fired for allegedly misusing flock. Sergeant Mike Creedon, Lieutenant Chris Ryan, and Deputy Cynthia Jodeci were all charged earlier this week.
So how did flock ever happen? I mean, how did that ever happen without any of us knowing it? None of us ever voted for it. It was never brought as part of a bill. All politics is local. Did you vote for it with your city commission, with your county commission, with your state? Did you vote for flock? I never did. I never voted for flock. Did you? Why do we have cameras everywhere? Right here in red Sarasota County, Florida, I'm sitting in the southern end of it. We have flock cameras by the hundreds here. Yeah. How is that? I never voted for any of that. It's weird, isn't it, how all that works? Could it just be politicians lining in their own pockets? Probably. Yeah, I know. Aggravain Quaisha. Yeah, I know. A couple other names like Tatiana, too, and whatever. But anyway. All right, that's it. 10-12. That's it. All right, what do we got for rants there?
We got 2.
All right, 2 rants. Let's hit them.
Conservative Warrior 65 donated $10. Add cross and country to your OK list. Family much love.
Amen. For sure. No doubt. No arguing with that. Go to the next one for me.
Jules 21 ARs donated $20. Best part of the day. Thanks TLP team and chat friends.
The matriarch of the rant, Jules 21 Hours. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right. I don't know exactly what we're going to do tomorrow night. I got to find out what time Trump's speech is on. Trump is doing a announcement on foreign interference in the 2020 election. And that's just going to be, I think, going to be very interesting. I have a piece on that, but I never got to it tonight. Right here is actually the next thing. Director Kash Patel just fired 2 Atlanta area FBI analysts because they refused to participate in the Fulton County, Georgia 2020 election interference. And then there's a real Robert video on Dominion voting systems and stuff like that put out by Donald Trump on True Social. So we'll see what that is. I'm going to have to see. I'll work it out with Aaron. Can't even say for sure if we're going to have a podcast. I don't have to see how we can do it or if we do it. But anyway, we'll put it out. We'll let everybody know. So if we're on tomorrow, because Trump likes to do things at 9 o'clock.
It's at 9.
Yeah, it's at 9. So usually it's at 9. So either we're going to be side by side with it, or maybe try to respond to it. I don't know. We'll put something out and let everybody know about what we're doing tomorrow. But anyway, stick around for the post game. Lots of good stuff. Make a little bit of politics mixed into the post games. Stick around for it. You'll love it. Back here possibly tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. We'll see. I'm going to see what exactly is happening. I'll work it out with Aaron. But anyway, love you guys. Appreciate you. If I do, see you tomorrow night, 9 o'clock. God bless you.
Come on, get on out of there. Here you go. Your eviction notice. Bro, come out. You're going to look out of there.
Cut all the way down. Watch your fucking self. Get it way back. We're going to cut all the way down. Get way back.
Watch your arm. Where's your arm at? Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna make this quick because I have to go into a meeting. I have 3 meetings today. I have been in the corporate life for almost half my life. For context, I am 40 years old. I have 2 children who are 11 and 7. And I fell for it. I fell for this thing where, you know, go to college, get your degree. You know, if you want to have kids, you can do it all. You can have a career, you can have kids, you can just do everything. Well, I don't want to do everything. I don't want to do that anymore. I fell for that shit. Do not fall for it. Do not fall for that shit. I want to take my kids to school. I want to pick them up from school. I want to be there when they get home. I want to chaperone for them, volunteer at school. I just want to go to the gym, clean my house, do laundry, go to the grocery store, and just be home. So do me a favor. Do not fall for that shit, because it is not worth it. It's a joke. It's a joke. Don't do it. Be home, find a way to be home, be with your family, be with your kids. Just, it's not worth it. None of this is worth it. So.
Good morning.
You want stuff in the trunk?
Yeah, that's fine. Hi. Your choice of protein today is chicken breast or beef? Chicken breast, please. Thank you.
Also, pancake breakfast at the church today.
Okay, okay, perfect. Thank you. Good morning.
We have a produce box with peaches and other vegetables.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good morning. Yes, please. Thank you.
You're all set.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Eggs and milk are okay for you?
Yes, please. Thank you.
You're all set?
Thank you. I'll skip on cereal today. Thank you.
We have a choice of chickpea or the dry, and then everybody can get macaroni.
Just macaroni, please. Hi, good morning.
Would you like fruit snacks?
Yes, please. I'll take the rice, please. Thank you. Thank you. You too. I'm so tired.
First, we got our milk and eggs.
But it is rude to ask someone upon meeting them if they're trans. I have been asked by multiple people if I'm trans when I first meet them before I even learn their names. And I always get offended by this. And it's one thing if you don't know what you're doing, but it's rude because I don't want people that I first meet to know that I'm trans. I'm only sharing that I'm trans with the internet because I want to educate people. But I don't want people generally to know I'm trans, because when people see me as trans, they don't see me as a guy anymore. They see me as a trans guy, which to them is in a different category. And again, it gives me gender dysphoria when you ask me if I'm a trans male, because that makes me feel like you're seeing me as a girl who's trying to look like a boy. It means that you're seeing me as too feminine to be an actual boy or a regular boy.
Oh my god. Oh my god, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
I don't know.
What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
I don't know. Annette?
Holy shit. Holy shit.
What's wrong? You tired? You tired? You're supposed to be tired. Hands up. Come on. Put your hands up here. Hands up here. Come on. That's where you win, okay? Come on. Let's go. Let's go for a little bit. Come on. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go. These things. Come on. Let's go, baby. Let's go. You got it, baby. You got it. You got it, baby. I believe in you, baby. Come on. You tough. You tough up there. It's up here. You a wrestler. You a wrestler. Remember that you a wrestler. You tougher than anybody in the world. Come on. Come on. One good shot. Finish, finish, finish. Come on, baby. Come on. You got it. You got it. You got it. Come on. Good job, baby. Come on. Stand up straight. Come on. Look at me. Toughest man in the world. Come on. That's where you win in here, okay? You can't quit in here, you understand? You quit here, you quit in life. You can't quit in life, okay? Really important. Don't quit in life, okay? Yes, sir. Okay, yes, sir. Come on, say it. Yes, sir. There we go. Good job, okay? We'll get some water. Break!
podcast is all about. We talk about a lot of political things, but underneath all of that is the Bible. I am unapologetically 100% in favor of is the Bible. Jesus is the Word. There is no delineation. If the Bible says it, that's what Jesus is, and that's what Jesus believes. That's what this podcast is actually about, is to actually alert people to what is coming and what is our responsibility in the midst of it.